Okay. I'm gonna watch this. It's so weird that they got rid of that button. Okay, all right, good. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Random impromptu stream, but I am recording this because I have been requested to take a look at it and give my thoughts. I think this is the first actual, well, it's not the first video requested, but it's the first one requested that, like, I actually want to do. But we're going to take a look at the Ghost of Yotei State of Play gameplay deep dive. A lot of people have seen this, a lot of thoughts surrounding it. As a huge fan of Ghost of Tsushima, I'm hoping that it's good, and I'm hoping that they retain the gameplay of the first game. But we'll have to see, and we'll have to see what people say. I'm gonna watch other people's stuff after, but I got to get it done for myself. So let's dive into it. 60 FPS. That's good.
Hello, everyone. This is Jason Connell and Nate Fox.
Okay, it says it's captured on PS5, not PS5 Pro.
Ghost of Tsushima was an honor to be a part of. And today, Nate and I get to share more about our next game, Ghost of Yotei.
I think I will actually just keep the CC on.
We'll be sharing how we've crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and center.
So we've got the main character's name, which is Atsu. I'm sure we already knew that. I didn't. A lot of people, there's a lot of people in this world that love to keep up on games as in depth as possible if they're really a huge fan of them. I'm not one of them. I don't live on social media, so this is the first time I'm hearing of the main character's name, Atsu.
We'll also talk about Ghost combat and how it's evolved. And we'll introduce for the first time some new special modes of play.
How it's evolved.
Well, let's start things
Hopefully one of those special modes of play is Legends.
off first by talking about a Japanese folk legend, the Onryo.
Onryo. The initial trailer was really good, so.
The people of Ezo believe Atsu is an Onryo, a wrathful ghost bent on revenge.
Well, she is.
And they're half right. Atsu doesn't care if she lives or dies, so long as she can punish the Yotei Six,
The Yotei
a
6.
ruthless gang who slaughtered her family.
And pinned her
After
to a
16
tree.
years in the South, she's returned home to put their spirits to rest.
Graphically beautiful. Love it. And you know, this is the one thing that I don't understand from the initial trailer that was one of the biggest criticisms by a lot of the detractors was the fact that, oh, what? It looks just like Ghost of Tsushima. It doesn't look any better. Doesn't look any worse either. That's a compliment. And they said the same thing about God of War Ragnarok. Not looking any different than God of War 2018. So, was God of War 2018 and Ghost of Tsushima, were they not just phenomenal looking games? Why would you fix what ain't broken? That's just literally the common point is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ghost of Tsushima was one of the best looking games on the PS4, and to this day, it's still one of the best looking games ever made. God of War 2018, one of the best looking games ever made, and God of War Ragnarok followed suit. And so that can be added into that category of one of the best looking games ever made. So why would you change that if people liked it to begin with? Y'all are stupid, man. This game looks great.
It's warm memories of her family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns to her childhood home with the push of a button,
Whoa.
you can experience
That's
those
cool.
cherished times.
That's pretty cool. So unlike in Tsushima where you experience Jin Sakai's past separate from the present, you can actually just flip between. See, dude, it's these first-party studios that Sony has that are thinking outside the box. I don't think we've seen anything like this utilize the PlayStation 5's internal SSD and the power of the system like we saw with Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. That was like one of the few times, if not one of the only times, that we saw a developer really try and figure out how can we utilize this very intricate SSD system. There you go. Flipping between, they took what they did in Rift Apart, not these guys, obviously, that was Insomniac, but Sucker Punch took what they saw Rift Apart do. I think, personally, this might be an inspiration for them. They saw what Rift Apart did and said, how can we do something like that? There you go. That's cool, man. Let's see that again. Hold on.
With the push of a button, you can experience those cherished times.
I like that. I like how, yes, there's a stutter, there's a stoppage of time, but they did it so tactfully that you understand that it's swapping an entire world. It's literally changing the entire world. That's a lot to re-render in an instant to portray something completely different in the game. But they did it in a way where you see that there's a slowdown and then it comes in. So it's kind of like showing that you're changing things. So I like how they did it. It's not just an instant stop. You got like a second of delay and then it pops up. You know, in order to avoid having a fade to black and, you know, fade to picture sort of scenario, they had to kind of come up with a really clever way to slow down the game so it does that little transition and then pops back up. That's smart.
By giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound of her loss becomes personal. It's that pain that pushes her forward. Hunting down the Yotei 6.
See, it's not perfect, but it's getting there. It's really
She'll
close.
face 1,000 blades. But the Onryo is relentless. And with each victory, the ghost story around her grows.
Now, the thing is that, again, it's not perfect. If more studios, and I mean first party, third party, doesn't matter. If more studios understood the hardware that they were working with the PS5, just like they needed to understand the PS3, very different development environment, very different hardware involved. This system is, the selling point on the PS5 was the SSD. It wasn't the GPU, it wasn't the CPU. Yes, we got up clocks and faster speeds on both the GPU and CPU, but the selling point for a lot of developers, at least what according to Mark Cerny, was the SSD. There had to be an SSD in the system. So they put it in there. If more developers actually utilize that SSD to where Insomniac and Sucker Punch have, we'd have far more interesting games coming out at this point. Like, I think this generation would have been seen as a really huge leap forward in gaming, where now we've got such fast storage, fast access to storage, that developers can do crazy things like this, changing between past and present, or like Rift Apart, changing from one area to another in an instant. This is a cool way to utilize the SSD and the PS5 as a whole. This is an innovative way. More developers needed to utilize the PS5's
Ghost of
SSD
Yotei
just like this.
focuses on player freedom more than any game Sucker Punch has ever made. But it's also a game that, at its heart, is inspired by so many of our favorite wandering samurai films.
I'm digging the setting in this one.
Let's start off by talking about exploration at the edge of Japan.
I believe they said that this one takes place in the 1600s. It's basically being seen as like the Wild West of Japan.
We all have different playstyles, so we set out
In a
to
way.
make an open world game that lets you drive your own experiences. Whether that's
colors,
your
man, the
curiosity to
colors.
wonder, your thirst for combat, or a deep desire to stay focused on the story.
I can appreciate the Kurosawa mode being added to Ghost of Tsushima, but I can't imagine playing either of these games without color.
As you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to new adventures in new areas of the game that could be appealing to you.
Okay.
If you interrogate an enemy, choosing to
Okay.
ask about the Oni, you could uncover a landscape
Ah,
scarred
that's-
by fire
okay.
with more bold samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Atsu to learn.
That's cool.
Or if you ask about the
They have an
Kitsune,
interrogation
that leads you
system.
to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush you, and new ninja-like tactics to study. Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures. The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you. As she makes progress against the Yotei 6, her legend as the Onryo grows.
It's her.
Bounty will go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Yotei 6.
Show her the door.
It would probably sound way better in Japanese.
There is a
Nothing against the main actress who's playing Atsu. She sounds like she's actually doing a really good job. But Ghost of Tsushima, while the English voice acting was actually superb, man, the Japanese just hits different.
hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land. This is a lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
Okay, you can see some of the frame rate drops Motion blur looks good. You can see some of the frame rate drops, so they have some optimization to do, especially when it has to do with, it looks like some alpha effects, so like fire and whatnot, definitely cause a stutter, a hitch there. But I'm glad they're showing higher frame rate, because then we at least get to see it. Because keep in mind, this game is, as far as I know, is not coming out on PS4. So, and if it is, that's impressive. But with the way that they're doing the whole past and present swapping, there's no way it could be done on the PS4.
You're not of Clan Eguchi. You're here for my bounty.
I absolutely love the combat system of Ghost of Tsushima, so I'm hoping that it's the same, but as he said, improved. But I really hope they didn't change too much. The whole thing about using the shoulder buttons to do heavy, light, I don't like that. I like square and triangle. Light attack on square, heavy attack on triangle. It just feels more
Hidden in
natural.
the world are altars of reflection. Finding one inspires Asuka.
Look at that
and
yellow,
unlocks
man.
A new ability to help her on the journey ahead. They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer.
What?
Ghost of Yotei
Okay.
isn't going to rush you through anything.
Good.
You can choose what motivates you most.
Everything. The platinum trophy.
But we think the best way to play is to simply pull out your spyglass, find something interesting on the horizon, and enjoy the ride.
That's right.
Dude, thinking about the people who complained that the game looked not that much better than Ghost of Tsushima, I don't understand where their brain is at. I really don't understand where their thinking is at, because this looks phenomenal. And I've always said this. It comes down to the art. Not the pixels, not the polygons, the art. If the art assets are top tier like it is here, who cares how dense or how many polygons are in a model? It's gonna look good one way or another, because the art is what shows it off. Look at this! It's gorgeous. People are stupid, man. I call them stupid. They're ignorant, but they're also stupid, because they open their mouth and their ignorance just comes out, and that makes them stupid.
The lands around Yotei are vast. It's not about checking it all off, it's about engaging in the content that gets you excited.
Classic bamboo strike.
Embrace that.
I guarantee you, we are not going to see her ass on screen. I'll be surprised if you guys remember playing Ghost of Tsushima and you get to a hot spring. It's all Jin Sakai ass in this little cutscene. I guarantee you we're not going to see her ass, because that would be sexist.
Curiosity and let the wind guide you on your hunt.
If we do, I'll be surprised, man.
Ezo is a dangerous place. Atsu always wields a weapon.
I think everybody
As
always
for
wielded
which,
a weapon.
that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear, a surigama,
I love-
odachi?
I love the fact that now they're giving us options of weapons. Like, we had the katana, and the bow in the first game, and then a myriad of like throwables like bombs and kunai and stuff like that. But this one, they're giving us a slew of melee options, so we don't just have to go with the katana, which I really like. I personally might go with the odachi. And actually, it's funny that I stopped it right here. The subtitles are all like reading katana, spear, kusarigama, which is basically a ball on a chain with a I don't know, like a small scythe, whatever you call that. I can't remember. The odachi, which is a very long katana. It's like a long sword, or I wouldn't say a great sword, but it's like a long sword in medieval European terms. And the dual swords, which I'm sure are going to be a lot of fun, very fast, very kinetic, but I'd probably, because I'm a huge fan of like two-handed weapons, warhammers, fantasy warhammers, real warhammers weren't actually that big, you know, axes and stuff like that, I'd probably go personally with the odachi.
Or dual swords. Each is uniquely effective against a particular enemy and has their own set of upgrades to discover and master.
Okay, so it says that it's particularly good against different types of enemies, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to just focus on one, maybe two, instead of having to like be like, oh, I got to swap between all these different weapons depending on the, you know, the stances was fine. Let's leave it at the stances, like, you know, unless those weapons are tied to those stances, then I'm okay with that.
Plant cyto banners.
So like you had moon stance, water stance, wind
Let's see how
stance.
she uses these weapons in the
If each
field.
of those weapons is tied
Searching
to
for
each of those
leads
stances
on
and it's
Lord
just as
Saito.
easy to swap between them like it is in the first game, like you hold R2 and push a face button, I'm down for that.
The soldiers needed more to free you.
Free us. Inokichi steals our crops while our families starve.
Atsu's no samurai or ninja. No. She's a lone wolf mercenary.
And you
who'll
can
use
throw
every
the
advantage,
spear,
every
nice.
dirty trick to win a fight.
See, I think that was one of the biggest issues with Ghost of Tsushima. And it wasn't a bad issue, but it was an issue nonetheless, which is you could choose, essentially, you could choose to just be a samurai, but no matter whether or not you chose to honor the samurai code as a player and just face your enemy head on, or if you chose to be an assassin, the story still played out the same, right? I would like for this game's story to reflect the choices that you make. I know that's a lot of what people ask for these days when they get their RPGs and their open worlds. They're like, can our choices mean something? And a lot of time developers will say yes they do, but then they really don't. I really hope that in this case, because you're a mercenary, you're not a samurai, you're not a ninja, you're not this, you're not that. There's no title that you're trying to uphold. You're not honorable. You're just a person trying to get your revenge. I'm hoping that whatever choices you make reflect in the story a little bit. At least the outcome of the story the outcome is probably going to be the same, but how people react to you is different. That would be nice to see, even if it doesn't change the story as a whole. It'd be nice to see your actions reflected in the other characters, the environment, whatever. You know, so like say if you choose to be a stand-up, you know, you take on samurai qualities even though you're not a samurai, you honor the killing in facing your enemy face to face, people will react to you in a different way as opposed to when you just go around stealth killing everybody.
Combat has the feel of a classic samurai movie.
I wonder if that's how you would block with two swords, if you'd hold one behind
Every
the other.
motion counts. It's about lethal precision.
The combat in Tsushima was top tier, so... Okay, so... Right there. She swaps to... You can see it is the same R2, and then... Okay, so instead of stances, they're going with weapons. Okay, alright. So that basically answers the question. It's not... Each weapon requires a different stance, so now instead of different stances, it's different weapons, because in the first game you only had one type of weapon, the katana. This time you've got different types of weapons, and those weapons have taken the place of stances. I like that. And there's even guns, because we're talking like 400 or 500 years after Jin Sakai's story, I think. So... Right? Was that
If an
1100?
enemy
No.
swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon.
Ooh, that's
But
different.
If she's quick, she can disarm them.
That's cool. So you always want to try and go for the disarm. Oh!
Choose the right weapon for the job. To fight a massive enemy, her huge Odachi blade is
That's where I'm at right there. Now, in the first game, you know, the different stances, same thing. Different stances for different types of enemies. But you could sort of get away with using stances for certain enemies that weren't for them. So, like, I personally like the moon stance, where it's usually meant for big brutish guys. But you could get away with using it against shield guys or literally almost anybody. It's just that the enemies would react differently. And because the moon stance is a slower stance, faster enemies could dodge your attacks a lot faster. So you'd want to really more or less counter or block their attacks to get the advantage on them, even in that stance. But you could still use the stance that's not meant for them. So I'm wondering if that's the same here, where if I really wanted to focus using the Odachi, if that would be fine. But I probably wouldn't, to be honest, now that the weapons are the stances. I would want to use the right stance for the right job. My God. All right, that's impossible. You can't have the Suba. No, not Suba. I forget. There's a name for the sheath, but you can't have the sheath on your back with such a massive sword. That's impossible. You'd have to have it on your side. But that's a whole nitpick. You would store it on your back, but if you're gonna use it, you're gonna have it on your waist.
He looks like the one in charge.
Tonight, we feast!
Nice, yup. Yup. Nice. I like that. Chain kills.
Blades are great, but ranged weapons work too.
Bow.
Atsu's got an arsenal.
The bow is my boy. Oh man, we got guns now too. Like I said, it's the. I think if I'm correct, like correct me in the comments, but I think it's the 1600s. So now we're looking at guns.
A ghost.
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give Atsu an edge.
Nice.
When enemies switch weapons, you'll have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
Look at the lighting. Just the way the lighting plays off the mud and everything. It just looks amazing. Now, I don't know if they've mentioned this at all yet. I don't know if they're going to do ray tracing in this game. I'm kind of hoping they don't. But when you have a game where the time of day changes, ray tracing will make it easier, but old rasterization techniques work just fine. As long as they put in the work to optimize them.
No more!
Tell me what you know about Saito.
Atsu doesn't always fight alone. She'll meet several allies on her hunt,
Wolves.
including a mysterious wolf.
Do we still have standoffs? That's what it looks like. Yeah, we do. So standoffs are still a thing. That's good.
Atsu can set up camp under the stars.
That was easily one of the biggest selling points for Tsushima, was that you could stand off against multiple enemies and just chop them down.
But she's not always alone.
Hey, friend. Share your fire with the traveling peddler?
What are you selling?
A mask said to be cursed with the unpredictable nature of its previous owner.
Camping under the stars is a great way to rest up, play your
a little
shamisen,
mini
or
games.
cook to ready for a fight ahead.
I like that. So it looks like they're, based on what he just said about the cooking, it sounds like they're going to go with like a Monster Hunter style system where if you cook a meal, a certain type of meal, it'll get you certain bonuses. Maybe. He said cook a meal for to ready for the next fight, so that's pretty cool.
Also designed to help bring important characters and upgrades straight to you. In fact, in place of the journal menu from Ghost of Tsushima, we've opted for a more character-driven way of managing
I like the
allies
art,
and
dude. Look at
vendors
the
that
art
you
on
need in
this,
Azeroth.
man.
Over time, Atsu grows to have her own wolf pack. And here, you can keep track of when a sensei might have a weapon skill for you, or when a vendor has something unique to sell.
Oh, that's nice.
Managing upgrades, resources, when to buy what, can be a burden in a big open world game. At campsites, members of your wolf pack can catch up with you, offering upgrades and unique items. This helps ensure you have every opportunity to upgrade and prepare for Atsu's vengeance quest ahead. You don't have to leave where you're exploring, the game comes to you.
That's cool. So it takes the tedium, some of the tedium out of open world, where it's like, instead of, like you said, instead of you going to the place where you need to buy things, they'll come to you instead of you having to go off track. That's a little bit better. That's not bad. I personally don't mind, as long as there's a fast travel system. Obviously, it's not really that bad to just, especially on the PS5, to just fast travel to a town to buy things. But that's not a bad idea to kind of pare back that whole aspect of the game and just make it so that everybody comes to you instead.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new armor, charms, and gear. Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle.
If there's one of the best things about Tsushima, it's the cosmetics. The cosmetics are so cool, man. Even the smaller cosmetics, just the colors and stuff like that, just the ones that are just color changes, are better than most games these days. Hey, Chris.
Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you. And of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons to make sure that your version of Atsu looks and fights just the way you want.
Nice. I like that. That's cool. That's awesome. That's dope. I love how they had to specify this is not actual gameplay right here. Music, I mean, the music is just top tier.
The score of Ghost of Yotei is incredibly special to us.
Masato Shibata.
Our amazing composer, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation with Western flavors.
Was he the composer of the first game too?
Brought to life through an exciting collaboration of many talented artists.
でこうダウンビートまで
That's it.
If you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks featured in today's State of Play on your favorite streaming service immediately after the show.
I mean, it's top tier music, man. You can't help but bop. Here we go. All right. Do they have Legends? Is Legends still a part of the special modes? Let's find out. I hope it is. Obviously, photo mode. I love the photo mode.
The photography community for Ghost of Tsushima is incredible. We're happy to have photo mode back in Ghost of Yotei and look forward to seeing
relatively the same, which is fine, because again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
We want playing through Ghost of Yotei to feel like stepping inside of your favorite classic samurai films.
Samurai cinema.
So, from the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer full Japanese voice track with full lip sync
that
you can play with subtitles.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, obviously, in the first game, if you played it in Japanese like I did, the cutscenes were all lip sync to English, so it didn't really work in that sense. I think in-game mouth lip sync was to Japanese, though. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's nice to see that they actually went the extra mile this time and said, you know what, we're gonna have full lip sync for Japanese too. The one thing I'm hoping, and maybe they're just showing this off because like they were in quality mode or something for these cutscenes. I'm hoping that the cutscenes match the game frame rate, So if the game's going to be at 60, then the cutscene should be at 60. But if they are pre-rendered, that'll at least be better on, you know, the game side of things, where it doesn't have to render this all out and they have to cut the frame rate. Pre-rendered cutscenes, I personally have always been a huge advocate for, because you can make it look as awesome as you want it to. But the downside is that it does not match the gameplay frame rate. So if you're going to allow us to play the game at 60 FPS, I feel like if they are real-time cutscenes, you should probably let them play at 60 FPS as well.
また会えたな。刀鍛冶の娘。
覚えておけ。アツだ。
To take the feeling of stepping into a classic samurai cinema experience one step further, we are honored to once again partner with acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode, which emulates his classic black and white films.
Which, again, I can appreciate it. I would never play the games like this.
For Ghosts of Yotei, we wanted to celebrate two other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole.
Well, I was going to say Quentin Tarantino, but that's probably not it. Tarantino mode?
First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director of 13 Assassins.
I still got to see that
puts
movie.
The camera closer during combat for a more intense, raw experience, along with
I thought the camera looked closer.
And blood splatter. And lastly, we've partnered with the director of Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe. Turn this mode on to listen to some original lo-fi tracks directed by Watanabe himself.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know if it fits the game, but it's cool. That's an anime I really probably should look at. I've never actually watched it. I wasn't really interested in it back in the day. Oh, that frame rate, though. They got some work to do.
There's so many ways to make your Ghost of Yotei playthrough your own. But no matter how you play, here's one way to experience Ghost of Yotei that is sure to be special.
Dramatization. Duh. Please tell me it's Legends mode, dude. Come on. Oh, that's the, yeah, special edition. October 2nd. 2 different versions. Not bad. Can you get that in PS5 Pro? Which will probably cost you $1,000.
Today, you've got a glimpse into Atsu's hunt for the Yotei 6. Forge your own path while discovering the secrets of Ezo. To survive, you'll need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds and take revenge as the Onryo. Ghost of Yotei comes out on October 2nd. Thank you so much for watching.
Yep. And wouldn't you know it, it still looks better than AC Shadows. That was the PS5 Pro? Because it didn't look like it. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Will I be pre-ordering this? I guess to maybe get a physical copy, I will. That's not the PS5 Pro. The PS5 Pro has 3 of these things on it. Unless they actually said it was PS5 Pro. Did they say it was? Look at this. Product vertical stands sold separately. So dumb. No, because the PS5 Pro does not have an attached disk drive, unless they're just showing that. So this is the Slim. Still cool. I'd probably get this one, but still cool. Beautiful. I wonder if this will probably be like what does the standard PS5 cost? Like 350, 4, 5. I don't know. I don't know what the price is of the standard PS5 anymore. That's awesome. That looks great to me. Again, the gripes that people had about the original trailer make no sense to me. Because just like God of War, if it looked good before, why would you change the way it looks? It has its own identity. It has its own vision. So changing the look of a game series to suit people's wants for like, oh, this should look way better. How does this not look good? Objectively. Like, that's what's really messed up about this, is that people think that this objectively looks bad. Not even close, dude. People will probably throw out that stupid argument, oh, it looks like a PS3 game. Do you remember what the PS3 looked like? Like, that's not even close. I can't stand people's arguments these days. They just completely, they fall apart the moment that you show them how wrong they are. But videos are muddy because they zoom in on a YouTube video. Yeah, like, I mean, you're not getting, people are dumb. DEI. She sounds like she does a really good job to me. Like, that's, and I was saying that earlier in the video, you weren't here, but I'm gonna upload this later, that she sounds like she's actually doing, like a proper accent, Japanese accent. I've never heard the woman speak before. I don't know if she already has that accent, but like, she sounds like she's actually doing the role really well. I just won't be listening to it because I'd rather listen to Japanese. But it sounds like she's doing a good job to me. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Who cares? As long as they do their job, it doesn't matter. And it sounds like she's doing a good job. So, you know, DEI, not even close. This ain't even close. This is a classic revenge story being told from a female perspective, which is fine. She looks like a badass to me, right? So that's just people being dumb. Just like they're dumb with, oh, this doesn't look better. It doesn't look good. It looks just like Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah. What else would you want it to look like? So that's my rebuttal to that. Grow up, people. This game looks phenomenal. It looks better than AC Shadows. Hell, Ghost of Tsushima looked better than AC Shadows, in my opinion. But, again, that's just, you have to look at it objectively. And objectively, this looks good. Visually speaking, it looks really good. So, I'm very excited. I'm very happy. We're going to be watching the Asmongold stuff after this, because I'm doing my laundry, so I don't want to get, like, deep into playing any games yet. But we're going to take a look at some of the reactions to this. Shohei Kondo put out a video. I want to know what he thinks. And, of course, Asmongold, you said, put out a video. I saw that he put it out, so I'm going to take a look at that and see what he has to say, because apparently it's not very good. So, but that's going to do it for this video, guys. Thank you so much for joining me, and I would say join me again in the next one, but things are changing here on the channel, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to continue doing reaction and first impression videos on the regular. It'll be more of like, you know, order to go sort of thing. So if you guys have any suggestions of things you want to see me react to, leave it in the comments down below. Give me some suggestions if you'd like, and I'd be happy to oblige. But until then, I'm Adam Wolf. This is Ghost of Yotei, and I'll see you guys later. All right. All right, I'm gonna go check on my laundry. Shohei, a legit person, he is a genuine, authentic person. Yeah, I mean, Shohei's the man. I'm gonna go swap my laundry and get my second drink. So, I'll be right back. All right. All right. All right. This girl is so hot, dude. All right, let's take a look at what Shohei has to say about...
The gameplay is here. Let's go. Show me.
Hello, everyone. This is Jason Connell.
And again, I said this at the beginning of the video, and you'll see it in the video, but I like the fact that they say this is on the PS5. Not PS5 Pro, none of that crap, not PC, PS5, because that's where it belongs. They need to show it off on the base system so that way we can just be wowed by the enhancements of the PS5 Pro.
And Nate Fox from Sucker Punch Productions.
Nate Fox.
Ghost
The people
of
that
Tsushima was an honor
own
to
the
be part
PS5
of.
Pro, which is a very small minority. Good for you.
And today, Nate and I get to share more about our next game, Ghost of Yotei. We'll be sharing how we've crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and
I like the radiation line. It's very deep Japanese view, you know, that kind of stuff.
Those are what are known as far as I know, those are considered God rays.
center.
Or volumetric
We'll also
lighting.
talk about ghost
Or
combat
volumetric
and
fog,
how
I
it's
should say.
evolved. And we'll introduce for
volumetric
the first
lighting.
time some new special modes of play.
Oh, hot spring, right? I wonder what that is.
Start things off first by talking about a
He's looking out
Japanese
for those
folk
hot
legend,
springs.
the Onryo.
Unreal.
Unreal.
I don't know why Westerner love Onryo, meaning the vengeance ghost.
Because it's cool.
Onryo.
It's cool as shit. That's why.
The people
Unreal.
of Ezo believe Atsu is an Onryo, a
I
wrathful
mean, the
ghost,
ghost.
bent on revenge. And they're half right. Atsu doesn't care if she lives or dies, so long as she can punish the Yotei Six.
Meaning, in the record, she's dead. She doesn't exist.
A ruthless gang who slaughtered her family.
Well, let's be honest, too. The Japanese people back then, I don't know about today, but definitely back then, just like with, European people, Christianity and whatnot, if you can't explain it, it must be supernatural, in a way. If it's inexplicable, it's either God or supernatural. And with the Japanese people, God, for the most part, did not exist. They had gods, but they didn't have one, like they weren't Christian or Jewish or anything like that. They had their own beliefs. And I imagine back in those days, they were very superstitious and very supernatural forward-thinking people. And so anything that can't be explained must be a ghost or must be this. Something that is polytheistic. Yeah. But for the most part, polytheism or not, they all relatively believed in similar things. You know, especially traditional and feudal Japan. You know, I maybe not feudal, but definitely earlier than that, you know, when Japan was still isolated from the rest of the world. Christianity really wasn't a thing, you know, unlike in the TV show Shogun, where it's becoming a thing. Here, the Japanese people had their own beliefs. The Christianity wasn't even a part of that. But I think relatively, for the most part, they all thought very similarly, we can't explain this, so it must be spirits of some sort.
You know what? I mean, last video when I was talking about this, I thought he actually let Atsu go. Now I'm pretty sure he did it on purpose. He did that to show other team members shows Atsu is dead. So Saito, this guy, is probably a good guy.
16 years in the south, she's returned home.
I mean, not very
put her
good guy, but
spirits to rest.
you can somehow communicate. What? 2?
It's
So my guess is that one of her family member was Tim. of that 6, Ezo 6. So they were originally 7, like 7 samurai.
Warm memories of her family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns to her childhood home with the push of a button,
and that one, right? And probably her mother. I think original member was female, my guess.
Can experience those cherished times.
Oh.
By
Yellow bird.
giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound.
This is why I love Shohei, because not only is he just an authentic person, but like his ability to let his ADHD just take over, which obviously I don't know if he has that. I'm just saying that his attention span is really short when he sees something that he likes.
Of her life
Looks so dangerous.
And he'll just be like,
hold katana.
becomes personal. It's that pain that pushes her forward.
Say thank you. Well,
Arigato.
something like that.
Hunting down the Yote 6 is a
Yote
near
6.
impossible task. She'll face 1,000 blades.
It's beautiful.
But the Onryo is relentless. And with each
She just kicked the monk.
victory, the ghost story around her grows.
So it's pretty much sure those are like 6 members. Fox, Spider, Dragon. But again, why you need to take a note if it's just 6? That's cool though. I mean, just for that scene, I think.
well, I think she's doing it so that she can also show her enemies, you know, you're next. Or like, this is who I'm hunting, and you see that blood stain across, that means I've crossed them out. So it's like, you want to be on this? You want to be on this list? I think it's a scare tactic as well.
So it's aesthetic reasons.
Ghost of Yote focuses on player freedom.
It's like basically she's showing her hit list, essentially. And however many names she crosses off that list, that's sure to be a scare tactic to anybody else psychologically. Anybody who wants to mess with her, they look at that list and they're like, never mind. Yeah, right.
Any game Sucker Punch has ever made.
No, that's the actress.
But it's also a game that
Atsu
at its
doesn't do
heart
that.
is inspired by so many of our favorite wandering samurai films. So let's start off by talking about exploration.
Oh, so I need to say this. Because the Japanese government doesn't have a specific road to sell the land for foreigners, that recently some places were bought Chinese, and then without getting permission from the city, they started building something like a big, and also they were cutting down the trees.
That's
Japanese
wrong.
government is not doing anything, so it's very sad. We need to stop that.
The edge of
That's
Japan.
wrong on so many levels.
We all have different play styles,
Destroying
so we set out
the
to make an
landscape
open
for
world
what?
game that lets you drive your own experiences. Whether that's your curiosity to wonder.
Because here's the thing, that's really messed up, because I don't know if Japan has the same rules as the United States does, where if you cut down a forest of trees, you have to replant those trees somewhere else. Like, you can't just cut them down and leave it at that. You have to replant trees. Legally, if you want to cut down a forest for space for, like, manufacturing, you then have to replant those trees, as far as I know. I don't know if Japan has the same requirements, and if China is going in there and doing that, boy, there should be some, that should be like some wrath coming down on top of their heads from the Japanese government. That's kind of sad.
For combat or
Because those trees most likely don't grow anywhere else. They probably only grow in Japan, and they're just cutting them down.
to stay focused on the story.
Something I worry is that it might be like a long DLC like a game, because since we know like we need to beat 6 guys, so that's some my concern.
I doubt
As
it.
you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to.
I doubt that, because I think Sucker Punch is one of the few developers that gives us full games when we buy them. Because we got the full experience with Ghost of Tsushima. We got the whole story, and then they added on Iki Island, which nobody really expected. And they gave us a free co-op mode, which nobody expected. And it's just like, yeah, I don't think Sucker Punch is one of those developers to do that. But I could be wrong. It's Sony we're talking about here.
Adventures in new areas.
if I were a designer, I would use Hanafuda like design for that.
That could be appealing to you.
This is why they need to. This is why they need to consult real Japanese people.
Enemy, choosing to ask about the
That would be way cooler. Like the
cover our
black and
landscape
white is cool,
scarred
but
by
like to have
fire
it
with
color like
bold,
that.
Samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Atsu to learn. Or if you ask about the Kitsune, might lead you to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush you, and new ninja-like tactics.
Yeah, to have
stealth.
color on those cards would be awesome.
Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures. The more you play, the more the game unfolds.
Look, think about how much better that would look if they were all colored. I think Shohei's onto something here.
Folds for you. As she makes progress against the Yote 6, her legend as the on-rail grows.
And you know, actually, on today's stream, I might actually take the time to fix my PS4 controller. Because again, while I said this to you last night, Chris, while we were playing Ghost of Tsushima, it's not drifting, it's just overly sensitive now. So if I even just put my thumb on the stick without moving it, the character moves, which is not good. So I should really take my review on it and make a separate video. Why not?
So this is like a
do it. I dare you.
bar, right? The Western
Bounty will
bar.
go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends.
Oh,
The Ote 6.
I know a lot of people doesn't
Laziness.
like her, but
Yeah, I mean, that's me too. Let me take a look. Hold on. Ghost of Yote. Cast. I forgot her name. This whole hairstyle, I mean, I suppose I could get by it, but like, where's one of the earlier, like, she looks good here. What was one of her, there was an earlier picture of her where she was like not crazy. But like, she's not a terrible looking woman. She played Valkyrie in Apex? Wait, where? I just saw it. Hold on. It was pushed up here. Am I just dumb? There it is. This is retarded. I didn't know she played Valkyrie. Does a pretty good job. There was an earlier picture where she was like normal. Like, she's a good-looking woman, but it's just like, why? Why must you be so dumb? Why must you be so crazy? Like, she could even look good with this haircut if she wasn't so weird. Like, look at her. She looks good. Why'd she go and just screw it up for herself, man? Made herself out to look stupid. She was even in Destiny. I didn't even know that. I didn't know who she was back then. Right? Ooh, reprising her role as what? She plays Anna Bray. I didn't even know that. She's a good character. So it's a shame that she just opened her mouth. Like, you want to be this weird gender fluid crap, you can do that fine in your own time. Don't then just come out and be like, screw the patriarchy, all this other crap that people spew. It's annoying. But I've said it before, she's not a terrible looking woman. She's just stupid.
as a voice actress, she has kind of bad.
I didn't know she played Valkyrie in Apex. She's a good character. Like, she's voiced really well. I had no idea she played Anna Bray. Anna Bray's a good character too. This is why I hate the narrative around her. Her personal matters don't influence her work. That's exactly it. And that's where I think you and I just, separate ourselves from everybody else, where it's like, okay, she's crazy, but her work speaks for itself. And Anna Bray is one of the better characters in Destiny. I didn't know she played Valkyrie in Apex Legends. While that game doesn't really have much of a story, the character is voiced really well. So it's like, She just needs to shut up and do her job.
Ass voice. Don't you think?
Show her the door.
There is a hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land. This is a
Joker.
lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
I like that. I didn't comment about this on my recording, but I like the fact that you can just kind of pick up contracts every once in a while. And I hope those contracts are like infinite. They just more and more bad guys just keep showing up and you can never run out. That'd be pretty cool. They have different names and stuff like that.
No, but I can read this.
I mean, are we sure that that was even like writing on the left side?
Oh, this is beautiful. The view looks like a more Ghost of Tsushima, right? So something I worry is feeling repetitive. I think for 3, Ghost of Tsushima 3.
All right, well, think about it this way. Ghost of Tsushima... Time period. Okay, so I was a little off in the video, but I said like 1100s. It's the 1200s. This game, I think they said, takes place in 1600s. Even hundreds of years past, I don't think the landscape is going to change that much. I mean, Japan is just going to look the way it's going to look, you know? Back then, especially, industrialization didn't kick in, so it's going to look the same. You know, it takes thousands of years for evolution to take over, not hundreds.
They really need to change the time. End of Edo Bakufu, like a Rise of Ronin, and it's really difficult. But I think they should change. Or just similar design. Hey. And the music is great.
Yeah, I love.
This looks fun, right?
I love the vibes of the game. The very Western, it's Western, Wild West Japan.
Finding one
that's Ichigo.
inspires Atsu and unlocks a new ability to help her on the journey ahead. They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer.
Okay.
Ghost of Yotei
That looks unnecessary.
isn't going to rush you through anything.
What was unnecessary? The map, the cartographer. I said this in the recording, but I don't know how anybody can look at this and say it looks bad. In your own time, watch my review. You can get a sense of my concern. It's just at the start of my stream from like a few days ago. Okay. We can take a look at it. But yeah, I said it in the recording. I don't know how you can look at this and say it objectively looks bad. I just think that, yes, art is subjective because art is an expression of the artist, and there will be people who like certain artists and people who don't. I just don't know how you can look at this and say it objectively looks bad. I don't. It doesn't compute in my brain that people think that way. They're so stupid.
Most. But we think the best way to play is to simply pull out your spyglass, find something interesting on the horizon, and enjoy the ride.
Artistically, you can't. It doesn't look bad at all. Just like Tsushima.
Music is great.
Music is beautiful.
It sounds very Japanese for some reasons.
What does that mean? It is. Isn't that supposed to be the point? It sounds Japanese for some reason. Did the Japanese guy just say it sounds really Japanese for some reason? I don't understand that. Why did he say that? Did he not want it to sound Japanese? It's not like they knew Western music by this point. I don't know what people expect. Objectively, this looks great. Objectively, Shadows look great. Objectively, Oblivion looks great. Lots of games look great. It's just your preferred style. Well, I mean, objectively, as they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But I think we can agree that there are women on this planet that are objectively beautiful. That many people can agree that they look beautiful. Like that, there's just this thing about, yeah, okay, everything's subjective. It's all different tastes and whatever. But you have to look at the standards and say, a woman like Scarlett Johansson or Salma Hayek or Sydney Sweeney, Sabrina Carpenter, these women objectively are gorgeous. You know, and it's just like, yes, you can be subjective about things, but you have to also acknowledge the objective reality that this, by the standards of biology, these women are gorgeous. In this case, by the standards of the gaming industry and what we expect video games to look like these days, in the year 2025, this objectively looks good.
That's true. This one looks so good. Wow.
The lands
Beautiful
around
guy.
Yote are fast.
Look at the pink, man.
It's not about checking it all off. It's about engaging in the content that gets you excited.
Oh. But more than half, what I want to see.
I guarantee he stopped that because he thought they'd show something. It's like, oh, he didn't want to get demonetized or nothing. Either that or he stopped it because of the onsen, but still.
It's that more variety of hot springs, because last time they used like same format, right? I want to see more variations.
Embrace that curiosity and let the wind guide you on your hunt.
Ooh, beautiful star.
Ezo is a dangerous place. Atsu always wields a weapon. As for which, that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear, Kasuragama, Odachi, or dual swords? Each is uniquely effective against a particular enemy
So really
and has
mixing
their
ninja
own
and
set of upgrades
samurai.
to discover and master.
Plant Saito banners.
Saito.
Let's see how she uses these weapons in the field. Searching for leads on Lord Saito.
Oh,
Lord
Saito is now
Saito.
Lord? That badass became the Lord here. And my guess is that he's really mean to Ainu people. So I don't much personally care, but I need to say most Japanese people who are talking about this game like a little worried about how they depict Ainu people. Ainu is Ezo. It's genetically it's very Japanese, but it's like different cultures. And then most Japanese get worried about
All in the
like,
north. Well,
being
and that's where this game takes place, is in the northern part of Japan, so that would make sense.
it's like a more sermon than entertainment.
This is our food, from our soil. Our soldiers need it more to free you.
Free us.
Lord Saito.
She steals our crops while our family starve.
Atsu's
Such
no
a ninja.
samurai or ninja. No, she's a lone wolf mercenary.
I think this is the answer for like some people say, hey, there's no female ninja or like there's no female samurai. No, she's not samurai nor ninja, but she's lone wolf. I love that excuse.
We'll use every advantage.
It's a good
every
excuse.
Dirty trick to win a fight.
Okay. I was gonna say, I didn't notice that in the video when I watched it, but like, I'm like, how is he not just dead? Like, there's no way he's just gonna walk around with that spear sticking out of him. No, that killed him.
But little worried about too redundant the battle.
Combat has the
Now,
feel of a
here,
classic.
I'm not worried about it. Yeah, picking up drop weapons, that's a cool feature. I'm not worried about repetitiveness in the combat. The combat is just so much fun that it doesn't matter. Like, I never get tired of the combat in this game, in Tsushima, so I don't think combat will be tiresome.
Six samurai movie.
It's just way too satisfying.
Every motion counts. It's about lethal precision.
Yeah, I really want to see some development about the battle, like something that I can enjoy. The battle looks much safe.
If an enemy swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon. But if she's quick, she can disarm them.
And
there it is.
We don't hear dosho, dosho. That's a little sad.
Well, I mean, I think he's making that assumption because we haven't seen any archers, so we don't know if they'll have a call out to let us know that they're firing. But we'll see.
Choose the right weapon for the job.
Oh, it's
To
not a
fight a
stance.
massive enemy, her huge
it has stance.
Odachi blade is best.
Now, I said this in my video. I know I'm repeating stuff that I already said, but I think that just like in Tsushima, while certain stances work against certain enemies, I still think it's viable to focus on a singular stance that you like and still do well. You just have to change up your tactics. So like I said, as an example in my video, I like the moon stance because it's good for brutes, which are the more annoying characters to fight against. But you can still use it for guys who have shields or just, swords or whatever. You just have to change up your tactics on how to utilize those stances. But you can stay in moon stance, you just have to change things up. So just like with this game, now it's no longer stances, it's weapons, which I'm good with, and I more than likely will change up my tactics, but I would like to actually stick with the Odachi because I personally enjoy the Odachi and the two-handed weapons. Legends kind of forces that. For example, I cannot have more than one stance unless the equipment piece allows it. Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. In this game, they're sticking with the stances, but they're not stances anymore because now you have multiple weapons as opposed to just a katana. So I like the fact that they adapted that into different weapon types, which automatically give you different stances or different combat styles because you have to have different combat styles based on the weapon. You're not going to use a katana or a spear the same way. They're two completely different weapons. But I don't think it's going to be super necessary if you know how to use each weapon very well that you would have to change your stance or change your weapon based on the characters too much. So I would like to focus on using the Odachi. So with faster guys, I would probably just have to prioritize counterattacking more often than just straight up being on the offensive.
Unrealistic. Oh, but it's fun actually, I think.
This is unrealistic. Look at how she just
so unrealistic. Oh, but it's fun actually.
Slides up, okay. That's cool. That's one way to get it in there. And I said this in the recording. I didn't notice that she had actually flipped it up and grabbed it by the blade so she could actually get it in the sheath. Again, can't remember the name of the sheath. I know it's got a name, but I didn't actually catch that, so whatever. But it still seems unrealistic to me to be doing something like that because you don't have really an idea where the top of the sheath is on your back. So more than likely, while you would travel with the Odachi because it's so long on your back, so it doesn't drag on the ground, when you're going to use it, you'd want to have it on your hip because using a sword from your back is highly unrealistic unless you have a specific sheath that's designed for you to be able to just slip it in and out from your back.
Sephiroth.
Dude, Sephiroth's sword was even bigger than an Odachi, let's be honest.
And now you're
He
assassin.
looks like the one in charge.
Tonight, we feast.
Bowing. That's very awkward.
He doesn't like the bowing there. That's interesting. Chain attacks, gotta love them.
Blades are great, but ranged weapons work too. And Atsu's
That's gonna be all me, man. I hope. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. With Ghost of Tsushima, the focus is mainly on the melee. And I suppose it's possible to utilize the bow more often. But in Yotei, it seems like they're going to give you more of an option. If you want to do ranged over melee, you can. More so than in Tsushima. And I'm kind of all for that because I love my bow and arrow. So I'm hoping that if I really want to just be an archer, that I can just do that. Kind of like in Horizon Zero Dawn. But the fact that we also have guns in the game is also really cool.
Because they said that you can be brutal.
I'm gonna go refill my drink.
I'll bring you guys with me though. So I'm really hoping that maybe, just maybe, we can actually get that option to just be an archer. That would be pretty cool. But, you know, the problem with Tsushima is that it never really allowed you to focus on that because the lack of ammunition. You know, you don't carry hundreds of arrows. You carry maybe tens of arrows. Let me grab me a couple grapes here. You can maybe carry tens of arrows. I would dare say maybe up to relatively 20 or so. Of varying types. So standard arrows, fire arrows, so on and so forth. But it never really, it's really not enough to allow you to just focus on being an archer. I think there are some charms in the game that allow you to kind of enhance your archery skills, but not to a point where it's like powerful enough to where it's like, oh yeah, even on the big guys, a headshot kills them, you know? That's more or less what I'm looking for.
Torture.
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give
Kunai's my jam. I love the kunai.
When enemies switch weapons, you'll have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
Right? That is I agree with that. Like the samurai knew how to shoot bows. That was like one of their primary weapons that they would use, especially at a distance, you know. They would go to their swords once they closed the gap, but like why would you ever want to just run in there with your sword when you could probably knock down the numbers of your enemy with your bow? Like the bow and arrow was like, I'm quoting from Iron Man 1, but it was the pinnacle of weapon technology for thousands of years. And that's true. Maybe hundreds or thousands of years. And you know, so to not have the focus be on archery is kind of, it sucks. But, you know, that it's the cool part about Tsushima is the melee. I'm not going to lie. Like, that's the coolest part.
Be worried to be redundant. Ooh. Hey, this is kind of nice detail. And she's very... it must be very expensive. You definitely don't want to get blood, but nice detail.
Tell me what you know about.
Yeah, washing out that blood would be impossible.
Atsu doesn't always fight alone. She'll meet several allies on her hunt. including
All right, my guess was right.
I'm happy to see that the standoffs didn't go away.
Okay, that's cute.
Atsu can set up camp under the stars of Ezo.
Oh, it's really dead red.
But she's not always alone.
Yes, Hokkaido. I've never seen that, but you can see it all right in Hokkaido.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if that's even possible, because I didn't say it in my video, but I'm like, can you even see the northern lights in Japan? Well, he just confirmed it. Yes, you can.
Hey, friend. Share your fire with a traveling peddler?
What are you selling?
A mask said to be cursed with the unpredictable nature of its previous...
Where are you from? Very suspicious.
Camping under the stars is a great way to rest.
That looks so good.
Camping under the stars is a great way to rest up, play your
See what I mean? His attention span is really short.
I really want to see shamisen weapon.
It's also designed to help bring important characters and upgrades straight.
Character. Isn't she like a counselor or something? Why who are they? Where they came from?
He's not even paying attention. They're saying what they're doing
to you. In fact, in place of the journal menu from Ghost of Tsushima, we've opted for a more character-driven way of managing allies and vendors in Ezo.
Okay.
Over time,
I love the art style.
Oh,
the drawing is ridiculous.
People has that kind of pattern and that face that.
Grows to have her own wolf pack. And here you can keep track of when a sensei might have a weapon skill for you, or when a vendor has something unique to sell. Managing upgrades, resources, when to buy what, can be a burden in a big open world game.
She's so lonely.
At campsites, members of your wolf pack can catch up with you, offering upgrades and unique items. This helps ensure
mushroom. She's Gummet. If I were her and had internet in this era, after I finish all revenges, like after I kill them all, I would definitely do some Hokkaido traveling cooking YouTube channel.
You have every opportunity to upgrade and prepare for Atsu's vengeance quest
She's
ahead.
so alone.
You don't have to leave where you're exploring. The game comes to you.
I love that aspect. The fact that they changed that. And, you know, I said it in the video, too, in the recording, is the fact that, like, I don't... It's fine if there's a fast travel option, which there is in Tsushima, and especially with the PS5 version, it's almost instantaneous loading. So it's like, I don't mind having to fast travel to certain places, but if you're out in the middle of somewhere and you were, like, almost to your destination that you wanted to get, but it's like, oh, crap, I'm not going to be able to, you know, get whatever loot that I'm going to come across. I have to go back and sell stuff. Well, now you have to travel back to that spot after you fast traveled to the town. In this case, that takes the tedium out of doing that, and it just says, camp wherever you want, people will come to you, which is a great change.
Customization.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new armor, charms, and gear. Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle.
The cosmetics are just awesome.
Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused?
That armor looks sick.
I don't know why it feels very awkward. I have good advice for the designer. The fighting armor at that time, most of them are designed for male, right? So it has some, it's kind of cognitive gap and awkwardness. But, you know, Gundam or Japanese robot anime, if female is the pilot, the robot has feminine vibe. It's like very nice. I think you can learn from that design. How you can add like slightly like a touch up.
Find and combine.
Well, like her base armor right here. This is fine because it's got the chest plate that accentuates the female form, obviously her tits, but like it looks like it fits nicely on her body, whereas the previous shot of the samurai armor, like he said, it looked like it was more designed for men, which it normally was. Female warriors were not common. It's not like they didn't exist, they just were very uncommon or very rare. And so it would be nice to see armor like this that is designed for a female. Because look, Like, how far out does this armor sit, or is she wrapping her boobs so that she's flat-chested, essentially, so she can wear male armor? It doesn't make sense. So for something like this is perfect because she still gets protection, but it doesn't compress her chest to a point where it's like possibly uncomfortable. It's made for her, and I think that's something that people mostly can appreciate more than trying to fit a woman into a man's world, essentially.
Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you. And of course, customize
nice.
the look of your
I like
armor
that.
and weapons.
You know, and like this armor looks nice. You know, it's still very feminine looking, still very samurai looking, but a feminine samurai. So you see the chest plate still kind of looks like it's a little bit raised off of her chest so that she has room there. The helmet piece has a nice flourish to it where it looks very feminine, very silky garb compared to what men would wear, which is not this. They'd be wearing everything else minus this. Minus this and minus the silkiness, or, you know, the silk undershirt. They'd probably be wearing, you know, cloth or something or linen, something that's a little bit more cheap and readily available because they're always going out to fight. But as a feminine style, this is what we're looking for to distinguish her from a male counterpart.
This is... No.
I actually really like this one. The blue and the red just look so good together. And purple's my favorite color, but this is like they're combining different colors. This one's just, it's all purple, which I love purple, but like, I mean, you know, purple and gold would be nice. This one's turquoise and brown and white. This one's just purple. Like they could have done purple and gold here or something.
Actually. Oh, not bad. I thought it's funny and very awkward, but not bad. But to add feminine, adding flower is like a little, like a too straightforward. But I love these armor's design. It's really beautiful.
Sure that your version of Atsu looks...
Or she can go with the traditional, oh, that's not a kimono, but like this traditional garb. You know, because it's not armor per se, but it does allow her to still look feminine.
And fights just the way you want.
Ooh. Oh, that's the Ainu. Oh, ninja is kind of cool. Oh, I see little touch-ups. So they did a little smaller here, and armor get a little lighter. But I think it's not like that. It's not just like a making size small.
Well, no, it's not about making the armor smaller, even though she is a female. She's on a more, you know, she is physically smaller than a man. You know, but it does also kind of, again, it has to reflect their gender. And if they can do that in a tasteful way, then fine.
Oh, this is cool.
It's not always about making the armor smaller, yeah, which I agree with.
The score of Ghost of Yote is incredibly special to us.
Oh, if it's in Japan, oh, this is definitely in Japan. This is TAD, TAD, like audiophile dream speakers. Wow.
Our amazing composer, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup.
Again, I'm wondering if he did Tsushima. I keep doing that. I can't type. Nope. That was somebody else. It was Shigeru Umebayashi and Ilan Eshkeri. Okay, I was like, that's what I thought. I'm like, that's definitely not Japanese. Ilan Eshkeri and Shigeru Umebayashi. But now they've got, what was it again? Toma Otoa.
author, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation with Western flavors, brought to life through an exciting collaboration of many talented artists.
And then remotely.
ダウンビートまで
Oh, they do remotely now?
I want to know how it is that they can do remote stuff like that and still get good audio quality. That's the thing. Like, I understand that these musicians, they probably do have some good quality audio equipment. They're musicians. Most musicians would have good, you know, like for me, I'm a musician, but I'm a singer, so I would want a good microphone. But, you know, instrument musicians, I imagine would also want good microphones, good, you know, amps and stuff like that. Speakers and whatnot. So I don't know how you can get good audio unless what they're doing is he's with the composer and the composer's giving him direction and he's recording it and then sending it. Obviously, if he was recording it through Discord, that's not really going to sound very good. So that's probably how they did it. But
if you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks
this
featured
is nice.
in today's
I like
State of Play
design.
on your favorite
Rashomon Vive
streaming service immediately after the show.
Hey.
I love the music. It's so good.
It has like some Japanese vibe.
Why does he keep saying that? Why wouldn't it have a Japanese vibe? I don't understand this. He's not making any sense. If it didn't have a Japanese vibe, I'd be concerned. Doesn't make sense for him to say that.
The community for Ghost of Tsushima is incredible. We're happy to have photo mode back in Ghost of Yotei and look forward to seeing photos.
Oh, it looks nice. I've never used a photo mode.
It's really good. It's a really good photo mode.
Bear.
I guess I didn't notice that before. I guess a bear is actually one of your companions. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna use the wolf, but you know, that's just because it's me.
Oh, this one looks nice. I will enjoy that.
We want playing through Ghost of Yotei to feel like stepping inside of your favorite classic
samurai cinema.
So, from the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer a full Japanese voice track.
Oh, but you don't call it Kurosawa mode anymore? I wonder why. Because of copyright?
He's speaking too early.
Full lip sync that you can play with subtitles.
誰だてめえ
I love that Suba.
She's alive.
生きてたか
She really looks like that guy from The Drunk Master. And also The Better Tomorrow 2.
狼の姫
So in subtitle, Little Wolf, but in Japanese, Okami no Hime. That implies her family is kinda originally privileged.
See, that doesn't make sense because if that's what he's actually saying, the wolf princess, why don't they just put that as the subtitle? Like, it's not like we're not going to understand that she's a princess potentially or, you know, whatever. He's just calling her the wolf princess. Like, why does it have to be, like, why do they have to translate it to something like Little Wolf when that's not the actual literal translation? I would understand if the translation is kind of like a garbled mess in English, so they'd have to rearrange it so it makes sense. But if the literal translation is Wolf Princess, why did they translate it to The Little Wolf? Or Little Wolf? I don't understand that.
Or
I guess so, but it's not like we wouldn't understand it. That's what I'm getting at. Like in English, if it's Wolf Princess, then we understand that.
her family is kinda related to Lord, Emperor, or some like clan.
一人残らず息の根止めたと思った
Might be.
また会えたな刀鍛冶の娘
See, how is it that it sounds so much more impactful in Japanese? That's why I love playing it in Japanese. I love hearing anime in Japanese just because it hits so much harder than English does. it sounds so much more impactful, and I love it so much more.
刀鍛冶の娘。
覚えておけ。圧だ。
Ats meaning like a careful and also thick. And also, horse is slowly walking. Interesting. Maybe it's not related to this game.
To take the feeling of stepping into a classic samurai cinema experience one step further, we are honored to once again partner with acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode, which
Oh, it has
emulates
Kurosawa Mode.
his classic black and white films.
Okay, as a movie fan, Kurosawa Mode, I think it's nice touch up if you did SFX higher volume or some like different effect with reverb or something. Because Akira Kurosawa always use SFX as kind of little magic. So I wanted to see that. I want to see that.
The music is just phenomenal.
That's my castle, right? Yellow Bird Hot Spring.
I should become a Ghost of Tsushima channel. Only ever play Ghost of Tsushima.
Color is
Ghost of
better.
Yotei, we wanted to celebrate two other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole.
That frame rate drop though.
First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director
Takashi Miike.
of 13 Assassins, for a mode that puts the camera closer during combat for a more intense.
I gotta see that movie.
Along with increased mud and blood splatter.
Yeah, Takashi Miike is good for the blood splash. If you wanna know.
His audio filter, so I think Kurosawa Mode would have the SFX he's looking. That's what I was actually gonna say something about that. I'm like, he's speaking before it actually shows. Like he thought they got rid of Kurosawa Mode, but they didn't. And then he said something about SFX, and I'm like, it's probably in Kurosawa Mode because there's an audio filter on it. So he just keeps saying things before they happen. It's like,
watch audition.
Just
and
watch.
It's the killer.
And lastly, we've partnered with the director of Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe. Turn this mode on to listen to some original lo-fi tracks directed by Watanabe himself.
And you were here when I said this. I don't know if I would do that personally, just because it doesn't feel like it belongs in the world of Tsushima or Yotei. So I probably wouldn't turn it on, but I can appreciate that it's there for the people who want it.
Oh, that's cool actually. So it's like that vibe. Japan lo-fi vibe. Oh, this is nice actually. Oh, I like that. Sucker punch. But I think some Japanese worry because they are not showing any Ainu yet.
Here's the thing. This is the one thing that I can appreciate about Sucker Punch is that they actually take the care and the consideration for the Japanese people to make sure that they do things tastefully, unlike certain companies that we are fully aware of that don't care about doing things tastefully. So when it comes to Japanese culture. So I can appreciate that the Samurai Champloo lo-fi feeling is there. I just personally wouldn't use it. But I like the fact that they are thinking of other things to add to their game to really kind of speak to the Japanese culture. And Samurai Champloo was such a hugely influential anime. And the fact that they were able to get that in their game is actually, I mean, I'm sure that a lot of people will appreciate that.
I read an article in, I think it's in PlayStation. They really did research about how Ainu and the Japan relationship. I think it's gonna be great. I believe.
Sucker Punch is one of the few ones that actually cares about where they get their ideas from. When it comes to Tsushima and Yotei, they do their work. Unlike
no matter
Ubisoft.
how you play, here's one way to experience Ghost of Yotei that is sure to be special.
What? Wait, is this Crazy Diamond?
I really hope that Legends mode comes back. They didn't talk about it, but I really hope it's there, like by default.
Oh, what is this? Oh. This is...
His reactions are ridiculous.
I kind of want it.
I do too, actually, but
little too much kintsugi.
again,
no
it's probably gonna be like
wasabi
$600-700 just for
That's
that.
kind of nice. Oh, black looks
Gold.
better.
No, gold is better. I disagree with there. The gold looks way better.
Today, you've got a glimpse into
I love
Atsu's hunt
vengeance.
for the Yote 6. Forge your own path while discovering the secrets of Ezo.
Yote 6 sounds like too Japanese. I think it's very kind of lame.
To survive, you'll need to master
It would have been
a
nice to
variety of weapons.
hear what he would have in mind then.
Lethal precision to overcome the odds and take.
I'm not gonna lie though, Yote 6 is kind of lame in English too. It's not the best name they could have come up with. It would have been cooler if they thought of something a little bit more Japanese forward. Yote 6. I don't know if that's not. It's lame in English too. Like I'm with him on that. But I would have liked to hear maybe some suggestions from Shohei.
Revenge as the Onryo.
Atsu. I'm not saying she is, but I give you some Japanese word. Mask bijin. Mask bijin is the mostly for woman who
Music, the names, the game is too Japanese. Yeah, like he's just like everything he's saying is like, oh, it just sounds really Japanese for some reason. What's it supposed to sound like?
wear a mask.
Western?
She looks very beautiful. But if she took off mask, not that much. Mask bijin. Mask beautiful. It's nothing related to this. I just say that.
Ghost of Yote comes out on October 2nd.
Super excited.
Thank you so much for watching.
You know, and the sad part is that the sad thing is that it's coming out in October, the month where I want to focus on playing horror games. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I might actually just like, I might actually drop doing the Battlefield and Warhammer stuff and Apex stuff on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays and just focus on playing Ghosts of Yote.
Thank you. This looks good, right?
It was very good.
Yote. Let's really preserve beautiful Yote view, please.
That's a good screenshot for wallpaper.
This is the Atsu's place, right? So she originally from Hokkaido. This is her house, like parents' house, right? Originally. Ooh, music is beautiful.
You know, and people gave Sony or Sucker, whoever decided, so I should spend the $300. I'm very tempted on my credit card. The $300 for what? Oh, the collector's edition. I mean, that's on you, dude. People gave Sony a lot of crap for the way that they presented Ghost of Tsushima back in the day, where they had the flautist, or I don't know what you call that instrument. It's a fife or something. He sounds sarcastic, but that's Shohei. He's always sounding like that. But they gave him a lot of crap for doing that. That's probably one of the best ways you could present a game, is just have such a awesome like, I liked those presentations. Remember when they actually showcased God of War 2018? Hello? You know? It was one of the best ways you could present a new game.
Isn't it amazing music? Thank you for watching. Please don't forget to hit
like let's not, you know, I keep doing that. Ghost of Tsushima reveal. How can we forget this? This is on GameSpot. Oh. I get. Why is this not full screen? Jeez. Okay, that's that. That's gameplay. I guess yeah, this is it. Yeah, right? It was way better as we walked through the gate. This Ghost of Tsushima was revealed the year God of War 2018 came out. That tongue work is insane. They even have the wind playing. You can't tell me that that's lame, bro. I'm sorry. People who thought this was stupid can go screw themselves. I'm dead serious, man. That was talent. That was actual talent. Unlike the musical artists of today, that was actual talent. And the way that they present this game is one of the best way. They did the same thing with The Last of Us Part 2. People said it was weird. I'm like, how? How was that weird? It was such a cool aesthetic. They brought people into a room that was built like the little, community hall that was in the game in Last of Us Part 2. And they had the actual composer playing the music. I think it was the composer playing the guitar riff from the game. And you're going to sit there and say that's not a good way to present a video game? Like, that's... Music, sound and music are humongous parts of a video game experience, and if you don't get the music and the sound effects right, things fall apart. Matthew. I swear to God, dude. But I absolutely love that intro. God of War reveal. Ew, ew, ew. Not that. Yeah, here you go. And we've got, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bear McCreary, the composer of God of War 2018. There he is. We got the man himself conducting the orchestra. Right. Music is such a massive part of a video game. If the music doesn't hit, big parts of the video game kind of just fall apart. Nobody knew what this was. That was the best part about this reveal. Nobody knew what this was. Because the music from God of War, the original trilogy, is not the same as the new trilogy, the new games. Different composer, different sound. People had no idea what was coming. I get goosebumps and chills every time I hear this piece of music. I wish I knew the lyrics. I'm gonna have to look them up. This is when E3 was still a thing, and it actually was still good. I will say the audio balance between the orchestra and the vocals is very off. They probably should have had more guys than this, though. They should have had a full choir. Bear McCreary is one of the best composers of our generation. Very Nordic. And you know, what she was doing with her voice was, that's not easy to do. That's really hard to do. Again, real musical talent. Yeah, the audio balance was not great back here, back in 2016 here. I'm not saying in terms of like just, you know, audio, but the audio balance here is not that good. I mean, isn't it just a symphony from the, like, by default? I actually don't remember her coming out over the top there. Again, big orchestra, I think they needed more voices. They needed a bigger choir section to really have the male voice just come out, like in the recording. Again, people didn't know what the hell this was. It has to be some of the best compositions in music. Yeah, I mean, it does. There's so many iconic pieces in all of gaming history that need to be recognized officially by, like, you know, the music industry. Because everybody knows them.
That dome hammer doesn't scare me. Boom!
Nobody had a clue.
Boy.
There's Cory Barlog, and I don't remember him being there. He's playing the game.
Your mother's knife. It belongs to you now.
You hear that guy in the background? He's like, wait. But the thing is that it's a different voice actor, so I don't know how he would have any clue that that's Kratos, but like maybe he has an inkling.
What for?
A test. She taught you to hunt, yes?
Yes, sir.
Then show me what you know.
Listen to this.
I am hungry. Feed us.
Look at Cory, he's smiling because he knows, man.
You are hunting deer.
God of War Ascension came out back in 2013, I think. It had been what felt like a lifetime that we had seen God of War. And to see Kratos just come out of the shadows, Cory Barlog knew exactly how to reveal Kratos to the world. That was perfect. It's just like when they showed the tech demo and the remake of Final Fantasy VII. If you guys remember the tech demo back in the PS3 days, it's just like that. People went insane.
Which way?
Your hunt. You tell me.
South?
Is that a question?
South.
Now, obviously, if I'm not mistaken, this whole part, very different. It looks different, it plays different, but it's the same idea.
Look! Tracks! They're fresh! This way!
That didn't happen in the game as far as I remember. You don't gain knowledge by tracking.
Found it!
Slow down, boy.
Sorry.
You must think. Do not simply react. Be calm and plan.
It's just, I'm not used to hunting.
Look at the snow deformation. I lost my absolute mind when I saw this reveal. Absolutely, just like the people in the audience, I lost my mind.
There it is!
Hold. What are you doing? Now its guard is up. Only fire. Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry. Be better. Find it.
Find
it. It.
Now, obviously, my playthrough is not online at the moment. I do have it, obviously. It was on my website exclusively. The first couple episodes are actually on the channel, but it generally the majority of the playthrough is exclusively on my website when I had one. And I've thought about re-uploading them to YouTube just to get it up there and you know, get them set. But if you don't know, this is my game of all time. Like, after I finished playing this game, I could not think of a better experience of a video game I've ever had in my life. Ever. From before and even now, God of War 2018 was literally, and in my personal opinion, I know it's that basically nullifies the word objectively, but it is objectively the greatest game ever made. In every sense of the word: graphics, gameplay, music, plot, story, dialogue, presentation, everything is absolute perfection.
No! You are not ready. Stay back.
That was one of the best things about this game is the contextual combat where basically, you know, he's got him up against a giant rock. And so as he's beating him, the enemy is reacting to being up against a back, you know, having his back against a rock. So he basically has nowhere to go. And that's what I loved about this game. The attention to detail was just astronomically high.
I knew something fell off about the forest.
Keep moving.
You know, if you give me my bow, I can help you fight. I'm ready.
You have yet to prove that.
I need a chance.
You had a chance.
I need another.
Then find that deer.
And again, keep in mind, this game, it was running on a PS4. So, to developers of today who say that it's impossible to make a game look really good while making it run really well, I point you to God of War 2018.
Back away, boy! Here's your chance. Show me already.
I even point you to Uncharted 4. Like, you know, you have zero excuses for optimizing your game and making it look good. And guess what happened when the PS5 came out? They updated God of War 2018 to run at 60 FPS while still looking the same. And I haven't played Ragnarok yet, but I think it's probably time that we get to that point, because God of War is I would say my favorite PlayStation franchise. Absolutely. Uncharted is one of the greatest franchises of all time. It set the stage for proper narrative-driven games. I don't think you can do that in the game, but I could be wrong. I never really tried.
It is time. I will bring it down. You will kill it. Now, boy.
What?
Do it! Off the ice! No!
I am so sorry.
Your deer is getting away.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you know, being that this game is my game of all time, that immediately solidifies Cory Barlog as one of the greatest directors of all time. Because he knows how to actually make a good game. I'm sad to see that he stepped aside for Ragnarok, but, like, I'm hoping that he does actually continue working on, like, future projects, and I want to see another game from him.
I can't believe we fought a real troll.
And you froze when I told you to kill it.
I know, but he was staring right at me. How could I have ruined eyes?
Him. I thought your mother taught you to hunt.
She did, but I never had to kill anything. She always did that part.
Then it is time for you to learn.
You know, I've always thought about how cool it would be to have this setup up here, where the TV is like down, so you have that gamer setup where you're just looking down and you're not like straining your neck to look up or, you know, whatever. You're just kind of leaning forward and in that gamer mode. I've always thought about that, like, you know, why is it that we have to have it in our faces where it's like we could have it, we could be looking down at a relaxed level as opposed to here or up or wherever.
Look.
Wait for my mark. Relax. Do not think of it as an animal. It is simply a target. Clear your mind. Exhale and release. Good.
Still alive.
I loved this moment because it is reminiscent of what real fathers do. What real fathers teach their sons how to do certain things. My father taught me and my brothers, whether we retain the information or not, carpentry to an extent, how to work on our own vehicles, maybe not masonry per se, but like how to work in the yard and do physical labor. And this moment was really special just because of the fact that it's Kratos trying to learn how to be a father, because he was a father once. If you remember the story of God of War, he was a father once. He accidentally killed his family. And then now he's gotten to this point where he's an old, battered god, still technically. And he's trying to relearn how to be a good father and be a teacher to his son. And it's very tough for him because he's felt nothing but rage and anger for most of his young adult life. And now here he is, older, wiser, trying to pass on what he knows to his son on how to survive and how to do certain things like hunt and build and all this other stuff. And it was a very special moment because, you know, it's just he's trying his best. And you see that in this moment right here. Now, this is kind of out of order. Technically, what happens here is you finish the deer and then the troll attacks, but they swapped it around for this demo, obviously. And because the whole time at the beginning, you're just trying to hunt this deer. And, you know, the deer looks very different. It's actually very mystical and magical looking in the base game. But by the cover of ash and blood on the tapestry, that is his skin. Exactly. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people don't know that about God of War, is that he's pale white because those are the ashes of his family that were permanently, basically tattooed on his skin to remind him of his mistakes of his past.
Your knife.
But you see how strong of a moment this is. Is like, no, this is your kill. This is for you to do because you have to learn essentially to be a man. He's pale because he doesn't lotion. Yeah, his skin's all ashy, isn't it? He's teaching him to be a man. You have to, and you know, I'm kind of in the same boat as Atreus, where I've never killed anything. I asked Dimitri to take me hunting with him sometime and show me how to do things. And, you know, because we don't have to hunt nowadays. Obviously, most of our work most of our food is done by mass production. people who already do that. They raise animals, and they, you know, in an environment, and they don't have to go hunt them. They're just there. But it would be nice to have that skill and to know how to do it just in case. And, well, I don't know how to do it. I have an idea, but it's also very difficult because taking a life, whether it be human or animal, still has the same impact. The only difference is, of course, a human can react. Like, a human can, you know, basically tell you not to kill them. Whereas an animal doesn't, they can't speak to you. So it's a bit more, it depends on the situation, but it has the same impact. You're taking a life from this world. No matter the motivation, whether it's to eat in this case, or for vengeance, revenge, whatever, or for justice, I should say. So, you know, this is such an important role as a father, and I'm not one, but I obviously learned from my own father that sometimes you just have to let your son do the hard part, because otherwise they don't learn.
No. Finish what you started.
Exactly. It's your kill. You started this. Finish it. But even though he says, finish what you started, the father still has to help the son along the way. And notice how there's no, as far as I know, there's no music in this trailer. Bear McCreary is actually doing the live performance. So how cool is that?
I can't.
You know, and it's tough because there's two things about this. One, it's really hard to look at a living being and try and know that you have to end its life. But it's a whole different story where it's like you're in that moment and you need to, because otherwise it's suffering, right? And you don't want it to suffer. You want it to be at peace, be at rest. You're doing it for sustenance, in this case. You're doing it for food, but it's a tough situation to be in. And I've not been in it. I don't know if I could be in it unless I had to be. And because I don't have to, I don't want to. But as a young boy of, I don't know, 12, 13 years old, I can't imagine what that was like back in those days. You know, obviously this is fictional, but it's reflective of a time in human history where there was no industrialization. You had to go out and hunt for your food. And to be such a young boy and learn this lesson very early, you know, parents, they try and keep their children from the dark things in life, which death is a big deal. Death is a really dark thing in you know, life. It happens to all beings at one point or another, whether that be of old age, or in this case, in this deer's case, of the fact that we are the superior species, so we are hunting them. We are the predators. The fact that a boy of that age would have to learn that lesson so early, something that we as, you know, a modern society didn't have to learn until we were much older to understand it. Which is why I think we have so many pussies in this economy, or in this society. We have so many soft individuals that, man, if you put them in a situation where they had to hunt for their food, they couldn't do it. They'd starve to death. But you see that even though Atreus is still holding onto the knife, his father is helping him. He's helping him finish what he started. He's still doing it. And then he lets go. And then Atreus finishes the job. But he's reacting in a way that is not really the way that a modern young child would act. A modern child, you know, kids are brought up these days to love animals, and it's like, oh, it's so cute and everything. I guarantee you a modern kid would break down in tears having to do this. This kid is just like, he's beside himself for sure, but he is just like, did I just do that? Oh yeah, yeah. Like that's one of the best things about this is that, yeah, look at that right there. Remnants of his past, and I love the fact that in the game you get the chains of chaos back, and it's like, oh no. And then Atreus learns his father's true past. I love that. He's trying so hard, but he's still just and that's the best part about this is that while Atreus is learning to be a man, so is Kratos. That is honestly the most prophetic thing I think I've ever said. While he's learning to be a man, so is Kratos. Like, that's I just thought of that. I didn't think of that when I was playing this game. But now that I'm sitting here watching this, Atreus is literally learning how to be a man about things, and so is Kratos. He's learning to be a father again, but he's learning how to be a man about it. And you see that even he is struggling with that idea. Oh my god, I just thought of that. Doi. I'll be right back. All right, let's finish this out.
Now, you are ready.
For what?
And this is where the troll comes in.
A new beginning.
PS4. I'm fairly certain dragons didn't exist in the game, but I could be very wrong. I don't remember. One of the greatest reveals of E3 ever. It was so good. Okay. Oh my god, I can't type. Alright. Just, why? What the? Wow, look at this. My name is in there. Here. See, this is what I need. Not this, obviously, but this is what I need. I need a standard overlay for my stream because I like the different overlays, but at the same time, that really doesn't give me a identity. So I really need to work on that. All right, where are we at? Chris does. Here we go. Yeah, I'll watch it now. Notice how, you know, I noticed this about my recordings too. The fact that shit doesn't load properly, which is really annoying. But everybody else's videos load just fine. It's really annoying.
But if it's coming from Sucker Punch, we're not really gonna add. Okay.
Why did the quality?
We're gonna
just die?
watch it. I want to watch it all the way through first, which as I typically
partial nudity
would.
Again, if they show her ass, then I'll claim fair equal treatment. Cause we saw Jin Sakai's ass all the time when he entered an onsen. I want to see her ass too, okay? I'm not really looking to look at a man's ass, but we had to every single time. But I would like to see her ass in this game. If we don't see it, I'm rioting.
So I can't watch it all the way through and then go back. I'm going to watch that.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, why is it that our streams just get like shit on by YouTube?
Making sure it's at 4K.
Hello everyone, this is Jason Connell and Nate Fox from Sucker Punch Productions. Ghost of Tsushima was an honor to be a part of. And today, Nate and I get to learn more about our
let's see some chick's ass in Ghost of Yote. Like I said before, I think she's a good-looking woman, or at least she can be when she's not crazy. But like, if we're gonna be forced to see Jin's ass in the first game, I want to see her ass in this game.
Next game, Ghost of Yote. We'll be sharing how we've crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and center. We'll also talk.
By the way, if you guys don't know, this is Chris's stream, so go on over and check it out. The Wolf Craze on YouTube. I think it's youtube.com/@thewolfcraze. They do the whole @ thing now.
About ghost combat and how it's evolved.
Anybody who might watch the stream later.
For the first time, some new special modes of play. But let's start things off first by talking
Your beard's
about
looking good there, brother.
Folk legend, the Onryo.
Let's flex the freaking facial hair, boy.
This is related to the character Atsu.
You also look really tired, by the way.
Onryo. The people of Ezo believe Atsu is an Onryo, a wrathful ghost bent on revenge.
Can I just say I hate the way that he says Onryo? I mean, I'm not even saying it right, but like he's just saying it like an American. I fucking hate it.
And they're half right. Atsu
Onryo
doesn't care if she lives or dies.
She's an Onryo. Unreal.
So long as she can punish the Yote Six, a ruthless gang who slaughtered.
Again, Yote 6 is such a lame name, but that's what they call
After
it.
16 years in the South, she's returned home to put their spirits to rest.
For context purposes, keep in mind this is, if I recall correctly, hundreds of years after the events of Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, it's like,
so
it's nearly 400
very
years
far
after.
into the future, and you'll even see muskets. So
a singular musket, might I add. We didn't see muskets.
It's warm memories of her family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns to her childhood home, with the push of a button, you can experience those cherished times.
Dude, is your monitor down to your right? It's not in front of you? Like, where are you looking?
okay, so interesting new mechanic. I'm concerned about this. Not because it's not a cool mechanic. It's a cool mechanic to be able to time travel
okay.
instantly. Very, very cool. Like the idea. Why am I concerned? The linear presentation.
Why don't you tell us?
Of Ghost of Tsushima in that story was critical to the impact of the storytelling and character development. They want to give the player some agency over what you experience. I'm going to reduce this, by the way, to 1080. It's fine for me, but I don't think it's fine for you guys, so I'm just going to make sure it's at 1080.
I was able to play mine at 4K just to, just letting you know.
By introducing this time travel mechanic, you now, like, I guess I'm curious, is this going to be anywhere you go? Or is it going to be segmented to specific locations? Because right now, she's in her home. That was the land.
And here's the thing, Chris. I guarantee you could have played it at 4K. But if you're having buffering issues, yeah, don't play it at 4K.
That she was on, that was where she grew up.
Because to be fair, 4K is just what 1080p used to be in the early days when 4K and 1440p weren't a thing. It's just a higher bit rate. So they could have recorded their stuff at 4K. They could have recorded it at 1080p and upscaled it to 4K. I've done that in the past. It's super easy. All you're doing is giving it more bitrate. That's all.
It makes sense that you could time travel there a little bit, right? Is it only going to be in specific locations? Or is it going to...
That's what I was just going to say. I'm glad you said that. I was just about to say that. I just thought of that now. Is it only when you're at her home, or are you going to be able to go into the past anywhere in the world? I would find that a bit weird if that was the case. But if it's only in specific locations, it's okay.
To be anywhere you go, because I would find that the latter being a little bit more difficult in terms of storytelling. But
there you go.
I don't know. Tell me what you think, especially if you're watching this after the fact. Leave in the comments on my YouTube channel. I think
I agree.
mechanic is cool, but I don't think it will. I don't think it will support good storytelling. Too much player agency when it comes to storytelling.
True.
By giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound of her loss becomes personal. It's that pain that pushes her forward.
The fact that I wanted to say this too. The fact that they made her, actually they scaled her down to a child-like figure is pretty impressive, because as a child, we look very different than when we're an adult. And the fact that they were able to take her face and shrink it down to a child's body and make it look normal, it's pretty good.
Hunting down the Yote Six.
Also, I'm basically just repeating everything I said in the recording, so some of you guys are probably not even going to bother watching the video, but I said It's about time we have another developer that utilizes the PlayStation SSD to its strengths. The only other game that I know did exactly something like that is Rift Apart. Is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Okay? I don't recall too many developers actually utilizing the PlayStation's functionality to this degree, where you can just, at the snap of a finger, swap from one entire world to another.
Is a near impossible
It's
task.
about time these developers start using it. And I said it in the recording too. If we had more developers doing that this entire generation with the PS5, who cares about the Xbox? The Xbox was, they can say, oh, our SSDs are fast, you know, they're super fast and everything. Yeah, but it's not as fast as this. If the Sony first-party developers utilize the PS5's SSD in this way more often, I think more people would be more appreciative of this generation of consoles, because they would see what fast memory can do for video games in terms of innovation. Rift Apart did the whole, hey, we're loading in the next level instantly. This, again, there's a small hitch, and you can see it when you transition from modern day to past, or present to past, but they sort of try and mask it with a slowdown of time and then a ripple effect. You can still get the hitch, you still see it, but at least they're trying to do something to where it kind of masks the issue of the hitch. And they're trying to make it smoother, so I can appreciate that. But at least they're doing something to utilize the fast memory of the PlayStation.
Blades. But the Onryo is relentless. And with each victory, the ghost story around her grows.
And it's about time that somebody does it.
Ghost of Yotei focuses on player freedom more than any game Sucker Punch has ever made. But it's also a game that...
Travel to Dark Realm with a lantern. Oh, that's, Lords of the Fallen. The new one.
At its heart...
I think it's... The first game was The Lords of the Fallen. This new one is Lords of the Fallen.
It's inspired by so many...
That is also
of our
very
favorite
cool, yes.
wandering samurai films.
But they didn't build that game with the PlayStation 5 in mind. That game was instantly on PC and Xbox, you know, and PlayStation all at the same time, whereas these first-party titles are on PlayStation first, and so they're thinking about how can we use the PlayStation 5's fast storage in a way that's really unique to our game.
So let's
and I'm
start
happy
off
to see
by
Sucker
talking
Punch
about
doing
exploration at the edge of Japan.
Not much different from
We all have
Ghost of
different
Tsushima.
playstyles, so we set out to make an open world game that lets you drive your own experiences. Whether that's your curiosity to wander, your thirst for combat, or a deep desire to stay focused
Always a
on the
thirst for
story.
combat.
As you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to new adventures in new areas of the game that could
Combat
be
and story
appealing to
for
you.
me.
That comes up a little bit later. I'll share my thoughts on that after, or at that point.
If you interrogate an enemy...
Did you pre-watch this, Chris? Did you pre-watch this? Because you said that comes up a little later. You watched this before you recorded, didn't you?
Choosing to ask about the Oni, you could uncover a landscape scarred by fire with more bold samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Atsu to learn.
You did!
Or do you ask about the
That's
Kitsune,
cheating!
May lead you to an area filled with snow and deception, enemies that ambush you, and new ninja-like tactics to study. Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures. The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you.
So, cool. All right.
The exhaustion's kicking in.
I
Look at that wedding band!
like it. I'm trying to. I've been thinking about this since I watched it initially. I'm trying to articulate appropriately how I'm feeling. I'm torn because I like the idea of having the open world RPG missions, the side missions, and this card system seems really cool. It's almost like you've got yourself a little journal of different things that you have to do, and you can really only gather these if you are interrogating enemies. The part about interrogating enemies, you're given the Oni, the Kitsune, and then there was one other one. If you select one of those, are you missing out on the opportunities of the others? Is it contingent? Like, is the choice you make?
That's a good question, actually. That's a good question. But my rebuttal to that would simply be the fact that the next enemy that you interrogate, you can get those things. So I don't think this whole idea of interrogating enemies to get the information that you want, I don't think stops at a certain point. I don't think it's going to cut it off. Just because one enemy, you interrogate him and get one piece of information, doesn't necessarily mean that the piece of information that you didn't take from that guy isn't going to show up while interrogating somebody else. I think that I don't think they're going to cut off content like that. It would be compelling to do that if you wanted to force people into playing the game multiple times. At that point, you're just padding playtime. But I don't think that Sucker Punch is going to do that with this one.
The consequence for the game itself. In other words, what you pick will determine what happens in the story or no. It's not really clear.
I said something similar in my reaction to it before you got here, was whether or not the choices that you make in this game, story-wise, will actually have NPCs perceive you in a different way. I said it more in the context of combat, where if like you actually take on the characteristics of a samurai, even though you're a lone wolf, if you do take on the characteristics of a samurai and you face your enemy all the time, every time you face them in combat instead of stabbing them in the back, people or NPCs in the game will treat you differently, and maybe there are benefits to that as opposed to consequences of being an assassin. So that's something that I said that was really kind of similar on that in that respect.
Or is there just a set number, so sooner or later you could go through all the potential experiences? It's not really explained, but they do say here with this card system, you can gather them up as much as you want, essentially, as you continue to play the game, and you can, at your leisure, go about and complete them. Very cool for like end game stuff. Very cool for people who just want to spend extra time in the world. Not very good for linear storytelling. You kind of had this in Ghost of Tsushima, but not really. Every story, side mission or what have you, was somehow related to the main story.
Right.
The way they're presenting this, I don't feel that is the case here. I don't think these side missions are going to relate to the main story whatsoever.
It is a bit of it is a bit of a choose your own adventure type of game that they're going for here, it seems. But I still think that overall they probably will still let you get all the information, and not just be like, oh, okay, you're gonna have to remember what choice you made here on your second playthrough because we're not gonna let you make a choice. The choices that you didn't make in this playthrough, which would be kind of shitty. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be kind of shitty to do, but at the same time, it makes sense in terms of like, okay, so now you're playing a New Game Plus and you want to have a different experience, so you make different choices here. You get to see the choices that you didn't make in your initial playthrough. But based on what I'm seeing, it's not like they're going to restrict your ability to interrogate future enemies. So I imagine that you're probably going to be able to get the information that you didn't choose on the previous interrogation. So that way you can experience everything in the game on the first playthrough.
That's just how it sounds based on the presentation.
Because for me, New Game Plus should be about you wanting to play through the game again to experience potential different choices. But at the same time, it's just also you kind of just want to play through the game again, maybe on a harder difficulty to see how different it is, so on and so forth.
I'd like to be proven wrong. Continuing.
As she makes progress against the Yotei 6, her legend as the
Hey,
on-rail
Wildcat.
grows.
Hi, Wildcat.
It's her.
The bounty will go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Yotei 6.
Show her the door.
Big boy.
There is a hefty price.
Oh, that actually happened in the stream. Oh, looks like some frames dropped there.
Big boy.
That's unfortunate.
There
I
is
hate
a
it when that
hefty
happens.
price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land.
Now, I
this
like
is
this.
a lucrative way to make some money to fuel her vengeance quest.
Hey, lazy gamer, what's going on? Yeah, see, I like these. These are good.
Yeah. You know what's funny too is that when I spent a week at your place, dude, I didn't have any drop frames because I was directly connected with my PS5. But you're in the basement where you have, I'm guessing you're on wireless. I don't know. But like when I was there for a week, it was pretty flawless. So I'm not sure what's going on, other than the fact that maybe you're streaming wirelessly, which I wouldn't recommend. But I don't think you are. I think you said you were directly connected. You are hardwired. So I don't know what's going on then, because I had a flawless experience when I was at your place. The only time that the internet cut out was when I was asleep. It was overnight. And it was almost exactly the same way every single time. Whenever I was asleep, the internet would cut out. Obviously, I wouldn't notice because I was sleeping. You think it's OBS? Well, I don't know how OBS works, so I just have to take your word at it because, you know, I honestly have no idea. And OBS, they throw, when they update the software, like they updated it today, either today or yesterday, whatever. Like I had an update. It pops up immediately, so I have no doubt you have OBS updated to the latest version, so I don't know what could be causing the problems.
You're not of Clan Eguchi. You're here for my bounty.
Alright, so what they've done differently in Yotei as opposed to Tsushima. For anyone who's played Tsushima, you know. You just watched this yourself, yeah. This is my second time watching it. I spent some time thinking about, you know, all my thoughts on the game. So in Tsushima, the duels that you encountered, aside from Ryuzo,
So the standoffs.
the duels you encountered.
I'm guessing.
were,
Oh, no,
I
you're
think,
talking about the one-on-one
primarily
duels.
that of the Straw Hat group.
Yeah.
I don't think some of them were, but the majority of them were. But regardless, they were related in some way to the main story again.
Right.
Particularly around the development of Ghost as a legend.
I mean, you had duels that were outside of the main story. So I'm guessing you're just talking about the main story as it pertains to the characters that you come across, but like there were duels that you did outside the main story. So it's not necessarily it doesn't necessarily have to do with the story. And that's what I think we're seeing here. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the Yotei 6, but it's just contracts that you have to deal with. Bathroom break, be right back. I gotcha. Okay.
The duels you'll have in this game are based on bounty. I'm fine with having contracts. I'm fine with having bounties. That's cool. But these contracts, first of all, they all have names. So how many of them do they have, for one? And for two...
That was actually something I forgot to say earlier that I had a thought about, was the simple fact that, like, can these just randomly generate Japanese-sounding names, or are they going to actually update the game on a more regular basis to have, like, basically infinite bounties?
Do they exhaust at some point? Because there are only so many bounties, unless they have an AI generator where they just come up with random Japanese names, throw them together. But that's not usually what Sucker Punch does, or at least I don't think that's what they would do. That would be a little...
This is why we have a podcast.
Disingenuous. But is there a finite amount of bounties? Because the duels are really cool, but they're making it very clear, at least based on this presentation, the duels are not...
All right, hold on. I'm going to get something to munch on here. It's the last of my breakfast this morning. The last bit of it. I'm only a little hungry. I had a pretty protein-heavy breakfast, so I just want to finish up. I don't want it to go to waste. There's just rice and veggies with egg and chicken in it, so I don't want it to go to waste, so I'm just going to dump it in a bowl. And I'll heat it up. I just seasoned my freaking cast iron, and I have to re-season it again because every time I cook with it, even if I put oil in the damn pan, stuff still freaking sticks to it, and then I have to scrape it clean, and it's so annoying. No matter how many times I freaking put oil in the pan to cook, things will still stick. And it's mostly because it's not hot enough, and, well, I can't really get the damn thing hot enough because my stove it's screwed. My stove is completely screwed. At the party yesterday, I asked my one of my landlords, because I got like 3 now. The immediate one, which is Dan, he lives downstairs. Then Dan's brother, who is part owner, and then Sean, of course, is part owner. I asked Dan's brother, hey, was this place hooked up with a gas line? Because I would love a gas stove instead. Because having an actual flame is way better than having a heated coil. And he said no. Sadly, this apartment, when they remodeled, was not equipped with a gas line. So I have to get another coil stove, which is, a stove that I'm familiar with. I grew up with it. The problem is I don't know. I don't think it's something I can fix because it is a electric problem. Nothing to do with the apartment, just the stove itself. There's an electrical issue in the stove. Or in the stove wiring. The oven's fine. But the stovetop is not. So I have to get a new one. And I say I have to get a new one already, but to be fair, this stove hasn't worked right since I moved in. The left rear burner has never worked. And then recently, it's just suddenly started working again, and then all the other burners started having problems. So I think there's a short somewhere, and that's the problem. I think there's a short somewhere. and that's not really something I can fix unless I literally take the whole damn thing apart, which I'm not willing to do. So now, whether or not, I mean, Mom and Dad told me that that's something the landlord's supposed to be replacing. Anything that has to do with appliances, the landlord should be replacing. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Get a convection stove. Well, I don't know. Coils can be replaced, yes, but here's the thing. He said the same thing, Dan's brother. The problem is that because the rear burner never worked from the beginning and now all of a sudden it started working, that rear burner was never used. So I swapped it in on the front right burner and it worked. So it's not the coils. It's something fundamental inside the stove wiring. So sadly, it's not the coils.
Related to the story whatsoever, and that they're just a means to get money. And if they're just a means to get money, cool, that's fine. But how many of them are there going to be? Because if they all have their own individual names with their own individual, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Aliases? Like, you know, how Saito Kaiba in Rurouni Kenshin is known as Wolf of Mibu, right? These guys...
Wow, that... I'm not gonna lie, that sounds really close to Seto Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! I actually didn't know that there was a Saito Kaiba in Rurouni Kenshin. That's hilarious.
Guys have their aliases. I'm just curious how this will work, but I don't like the idea of shifting from having these duels with these Straw Hat Warriors that somehow related to the main storyline to just having duels with random contract opponents. It's kind of weird. It takes away from the storytelling impact, I guess. Anyway, continuing.
I mean, I suppose that is one way to look at it, but I'm personally okay with it just because it's something else to do. Because the open world genre is a really hard thing to innovate on just because Ubisoft has set the standard and people have followed the standard for many years. So for Sucker Punch to try and come up with something new that you can do in the open world that you haven't already done is kind of difficult. So I'm kind of okay with the random contracts being there. Bad guys pop up all the time. You know, bad actors always just show up out of nowhere. So, you know, it's just basically a way of, like, while you're on your own revenge quest, because you're a lone wolf and you don't have a sense of honor or anything like that, yeah, why not take out a few bad actors while you're at it?
Hidden in the world are altars of reflection.
At least it's not yellow paint. It's white paint this time.
And unlocks a new
it's
ability
white paint, not yellow.
To help her on the journey ahead. They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer.
Not the yellow paint. All right. I don't mean to go back. In fact, that's something I don't intend to do. I do think... I know RPG games lean towards providing players quick fix options. The charm of Ghost of Tsushima was you had the guiding wind, right?
Which is still in the game.
Had this gust of wind that integrated itself into the environment, and you could follow that. In fact, if you wore a particular outfit that was it catered to that style of gameplay, or at least
I think that was the traveler's attire.
That intention of gameplay. I want to go get the flowers. I want to go get the bamboo activities. I want to do the yellow bird activities. I want to do the fox dens. Right? You had an outfit that you could select one of those side quests, and then you get the guiding wind.
One outfit. It's a traveler's attire, I think.
To bring you there. Instead of doing something really cool like that, they're just giving you this cartographer to go buy the maps. I think it's a little cheap. I think that's cheap. It doesn't feel like like Ghost of Tsushima. It shouldn't have to feel this.
As somebody who sat for hours farming the stupid flowers, I'm okay with this.
Same, but it loses that that intimacy that the player has with the game. Anyway, just wanted to share that thought.
I can appreciate the sentiment, but at the same time, like I said, as somebody who farmed all the flowers so I can get the proper like unlocks and stuff like that just to get the trophy, I am okay with the cartographer being a thing because that shit is unbelievably annoying.
However, with how this
I'm gonna
part,
grab the bowl of
this
grapes.
part right here, this is actually kind of cool. So having just a piece of the road and you have to line it up
Right,
on
I agree.
the actual map you have, that is kind of cool.
That part is actually
so
pretty cool.
Despite my distaste for the cartographer implementation, the map implementation is a really cool, unique way of doing it.
You kind of have to look
So
for
you have to
the parts that you have
actually
to
go
look
over
for.
your existing map and place this little painted piece of paper in alignment with that area.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's kind of cool. It's different. It's unique.
Yep.
Ghost of Yo.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, at least they gave it some sort of mini game where you have to kind of look around the map and find out where this piece of the cartographer map actually ends up.
Notice how the grass is
going to rush you
parting
through
with
anything.
while the horse is walking. It's
You
sick.
can choose what motivates you most. But we think,
To be fair, it's a cool effect. It's just parting a little bit too widely. You can see that it goes beyond the horse, which is a little bit much. Technically, the horse would be just like this narrow piece, but I know why they exaggerated it so they could show that, hey, look at this technology. It's cool.
you can choose what motivates you most. But we think the best way to play is to simply pull out your spyglass, find something interesting on the horizon, and enjoy the ride.
That's right.
All the running animations look great. And this is cool. You can run in the flowers and it speeds her up.
Is that? Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh. Okay, that's something I missed entirely in the trailer reaction there. Flower streams will give Atsu a boost. That's pretty cool. Like a road.
So if you want to traverse fast, or you just run in the flower streams here.
I completely missed it.
The lands around Yote are fast.
Beautiful.
It's not about checking it all off. It's about engaging in the content that gets you excited.
Hey, hey.
Embrace that curiosity and let the wind guide you on your hunt.
We still got the hot springs.
This time with a naked chick.
Ezo is a dangerous place. Atsu always wields a weapon. As for which, that's up to you. Will you choose a katana, spear, a surigama, odachi, or dual swords? Each is uniquely effective against a particular...
See, right there, when they were talking about which weapon would you choose to wield, they make it sound like you have a choice. And you do, but like I said earlier, that choice is predicated on whether or not you're okay with not using the proper weapon for the proper situation. So, like, for me, I want to use the odachi, but I have to be okay with adjusting my combat style with the odachi with every enemy type that's in the game. They make it deceptive. Like, you have a choice Or if you want the easiest choice, choose the weapon that's best suited for that enemy type. I think they should have worded it differently so it didn't sound like they were giving you a choice. Most players are probably going to choose the weapon for the right situation and not the one that you want to use the whole time.
Enemy and has their own set of upgrades to discover and master.
All right, so I'm going to let this play out. And after the weapons showcase, I'm going to share my thoughts on it. By the way, slicing that guy's arm off, fucking cool, man. All right, but I'm going to let them show the weapons showcase. I'm not going to really share my thoughts until after.
Plant psycho banners.
Love grapes.
Let's see how she uses these weapons in the field, searching for leads on Lord Saito.
This is our food, from our soil. Our soldiers need it more, to free you.
Free us? Inokichi steals our crops, while our families starve.
Kusarigama pole.
Atsu's no samurai or ninja. No. She's a lone wolf mercenary who'll use
sick, man.
every advantage, every dirty trick to win a fight.
Here's the thing. Hold on. Sorry. I had something stuck in my tooth. With that spear throw, I don't really think that dude would be stumbling. I'm pretty sure he'd be stunned that a giant stick with a metal piece on the end of it just went through his body. And he would have just dropped down. I don't think he would have stumbled like that. That's why I got confused during my viewing of this. I'm like, the way he's still alive. Like, apparently he was alive enough to stumble over to the right and then just keel over. But what would really happen is, of course, as a human being, you're not used to things going through your body. So you're going to get hit with it and you're going to be like, oh, and then you're probably just going to die. But I get the over-exaggeration and it's on purpose.
Combat has the feel of a classic samurai movie. Every motion counts. It's about lethal precision.
And this is clearly early in the game. Because she's only got 3 adrenaline orbs.
Unlike in Legends mode, where you can dictate how many Legends orbs you... Or, Legends orbs? Not Legend orbs. Adrenaline orbs. Based on the weapon and the roll.
If an enemy swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon. But if she's quick, she can disarm them.
I love that, by the way.
Me too. It's a bit of a change to combat, where you could either be at a disadvantage or at an advantage. But you have to be the one to create that advantage.
You're dead.
Choose the right weapon.
Why do red grapes always just not? They're not as crispy as
enemy,
green grapes.
Her huge Odachi blade is best.
Right. Yeah, the soft ones are not good.
He looks like the one in charge.
Tonight, we feast!
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of with Shohei on that one. Why the hell did that guy bow? It was a bit awkward.
Blades are great, but ranged weapons work too. And Atsu's got an arsenal.
While the man's drinking, come on.
A bounty hunter. A ghost.
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding powder can give Atsu an edge. When
Look at the
enemies switch
smoke
weapons,
wisps.
you'll have to adapt. Dual
It's a party
swords
foul.
are best against spears.
Well, it's a technical foul. Technical foul.
Good movie callback.
No more.
Pussy.
Tell me what you know about Saito.
Atsu doesn't.
Okay, so there's a weapon presentation. Love the arrangement of weapons. Love the spear, kusurigama. I love the katana, dual katana, and help me with the long blade. I always forget what it's called.
Odachi.
It's not the naginata, but the odachi. Yeah, this game's gonna be sick. The kusurigama pull to throat slit looked really good. And what I mean by that is the animation, when she's holding his jaw down, right? She's got her hand on his jaw, takes the sickle, and then pulls it across the throat just above her fingertips. It's... That looked like, if you watch Assassin's Creed, which you'll...
That's just how she shaves her nails.
If you stick around, you'll see me play it after this. It's not as clean. That's the one thing about Sucker Punch that I like, is the little details, particularly in the animations, not with just the
They're a better studio, that's why.
clothing, but the technical animations associated with the fighting and the combat, the stealth, all that. They always are pretty darn precise about things. So I thought that detail was awesome. And it wasn't like a quick either. You could see, like, once she got the ball and chain around
That one was
the guy,
really sour.
you could see the slack in the chain, and then the tension and yank of the pull. Now, obviously, it's going to require a lot of force from her, and you could kind of sense that when she actually pulled the chain back. But then when she held her hand down on his face, and it was moving with his head, so as his head was moving, her hand was moving, and then she got the sickle across the throat.
Oh, man, that's sour.
It wasn't just the hand kind of in place and then the person's head kind of going through her hand, you know, like how many games do that. No, it was very, very clean. There is one issue I do take, though.
That's why I like red grapes better.
The long katana, she's carrying it on her back. Kind of would understand if it was a katana. But it's too long of a weapon that you can't just, as they showed, sheathe the blade the way that they have it.
We literally said the same thing. You can't. Like, granted, I didn't notice this when I watched it the first time. She actually throws it up and grabs it by the blade, which gives her more of a shorter length to be able to do that. So it's really cool that they had that little detail in there. You can see it.
Oh, about Saito.
You can see it right here.
Atsu doesn't...
Or not. Where was it? Oh, yeah, right here. You can see it. Watch. Whoop. You see how she throws it up? Right, she pulls the sheath down and allows her to be able to do that, given the fact that her arm span isn't that wide. But it's still, even though they thought of that, which I can appreciate, the attention to detail is extremely on point. And I think my boy at Shadiversity would actually agree that, okay, it might be possible, but this is not what you would do. You would put it on your back to travel with, but when you're actually going to use it, you would have it on your side. But that's why that's why it's in a video game and not in a movie, because in a real life situation, you wouldn't have all these weapons at your disposal. It just wouldn't happen. You would pick a primary and a secondary, and that's it. Usually the secondary was a tachi. You would have a primary being a a katana, and your secondary will be a tachi, and maybe you would carry a bow. But that's about it. This would not happen.
It's called the not split looked really good. And what I mean by that is the animation when she's holding his jaw down, tips. It's that looked like, if you watch Assassin's Creed, which if you stick around, you'll see all that. They always are pretty darn precise about things. So I thought that detail was
really
awesome.
soft.
And it wasn't like a quick either. You could see, like, once she got the ball, it acquire a lot of force from her, and you could kind of sense that when she actually pulled the chain back.
Oh,
then
my God.
when she held her hand
Some of
down
these are
on
really
his
sour.
face, and it was moving with his head. So as his head was moving, her hand was moving, and then she got the sickle across the throat. It wasn't just the hand kind of in place and then the person's head kind of going through her hand, you know, like how many games do that. No, it was very, very clean. There is one issue I do take, though. The Odachi, the long katana, she's carrying it on her back. Kind of would understand if it was a katana. But it's too long of a weapon that you can't just, as they showed, sheathe the blade the way that they have it set on her person. If anything, to draw the Odachi out, you would have to take it off your back, draw it, and of course discard the sheath. Now, I'm not expecting them to do all that. That would be very inconvenient for the player. But it would be more realistic if she at least took it off her back.
I think it's more possible. Yeah, grapes. Hi, Alex. I think it's more possible that you may not have to actually discard the sheath, which again, there is a word for the sheath in Japanese. I can't remember what it's called. It is. I think it'd still be possible to keep the sheath on your waist. You would just have to pull it back in order to actually draw the Odachi.
And then drew the Odachi, and perhaps put the sheath, I don't know, where the katana would be. That's what I would think. And it could be done a little bit faster than, you know, what would be more realistic. But having them do what they did, let's see if I can go. I don't want to necessarily.
You're going to do exactly what I just
encourage you
did.
to go back to that part.
You're talking
where
about
she
exactly
draws
what
the
I just talked
Odachi
about.
Against that heavy dude. And just see how awkward it looks.
Yeah, yeah.
Like half the blade goes through the sheath before she even starts sheathing it.
And that's where Shad actually came up with his own design for a what's called a back scabbard, not a sheath per se, but what is known as a back scabbard, where it has a large portion of it is actually a flat piece where you can kind of guide your sword into the sheath part to be able to sit. And it's a really cool design. He made it out of light wood, but like, you know, I can't imagine you'd be able to make it out of leather unless you had a strap that kept the flat part like actually up. You'd go around your shoulder or something like that. But you'd have to have something like that. Having an actual like sheath the way it is in the game and being able to do that is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
You'd obviously have to practice a lot, but you know, you could do it. It just would take years of practice.
Yeah, it's video game flaws, but I bring it up. I bring it up because people were hypercritical of Assassin's Creed Shadows having a flawed sheathing
animation.
Flawed sheathing animation, I guess you could say. When it showed in the trailer before it launched, Yasuke sheathing the katana, and
Right.
the katana was out of the sheath just a little bit, and then it settled and it was fine.
Right.
If people don't have issue with the Odachi and how they presented it here for Sucker Punch's Ghost of Yote.
Well, I hope they do.
But they continue to criticize Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, exactly. then people are being inconsistent and disingenuous, and they are just building off of the hype of the hate for Shadows.
Right.
And they're just...
Well, that's just the people who are sheep and don't have a single original thought in their brain.
Building off of the hype for love of Sucker Punch and the Ghost series. Let's not be lenient on Sucker Punch. Let's point out a criticism that they could have done better.
And that's really what a lot of people need to understand, is that you have to hold even the studios that you like accountable for the mistakes that they make. Otherwise, they do not improve. Period. That's just the simple fact. Now, I said earlier that I think that Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yotei objectively look better than Assassin's Creed Shadows. However, Assassin's Creed Shadows, when compared to its predecessors, is a better looking game than Valhalla, than Odyssey. I'm not going to compare it to Origins. Origins is a far better game, far better looking game than AC Shadows will ever be. I can promise you that. But when compared to Valhalla and Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a better looking game for sure.
People just wanted to bitch about anything with Creed. Exactly. Yeah, no, and I get that. But anyone who
I can admit that somebody who hates Ubisoft
with their
at this point and what they've done.
It's whatever. It's a video game, man. If that's how they want to do it, cool. Yeah, you know, it's not going to stop me from playing it. Like, I might whip out that Odachi, you know, some days.
Whoa! Don't whip it. No! Do not whip it out.
So I do, if you know what I'm saying. But I will use that Odachi regardless how the animation is. But I'm still going to be critical about if you're going to be relatively realistic in your game design, then there Hello, motherfucker. Then there should be some consistency and some consideration taken for such a long weapon, which, mind you, was rarely used on foot. It was used more on horseback.
Watch me, nay. And then copyright.
But anyway.
Then the stream gets copywritten.
Just some thoughts. It looked good. The dual swords will be interesting. People will complain about anything about Shadow simply because of the hate wave. Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind that there still might be some hate for this game because the voice actress for Atsu
is a crazy bitch.
Is, you know, pretty politically inconsiderate about many people. But that's another story. Anyway, they're going to talk about animal.
I'm hearing also, Chris, just to give you some critique on the audio on your stream. There's some, it kind of comes and goes. It's weird, but it might be the microphone. I don't know. But it's like a little humming, not humming, but like, well, it's the only way I can describe it. Maybe you hear it too, but like, there's like a slight humming or feedback noise coming through your mic, and sometimes it'll disappear, and other times it's very prominent. So, yeah. You tried? Okay, so you know about it. All right. Odachi was usually mostly on horseback anyway. That would make sense, though. Because it's a longer sword, you need to reach the assholes on the ground.
Now, apparently, not only can you have a wolf as a friend, but you can also have a bear. I'll point out where they show that after.
Photo mode.
She won't always fight alone. She'll meet several allies on her hunt, including a mysterious wolf.
I'm so happy they didn't get rid of the standoff.
Oh, by the way,
standoff mode is so important.
Did you notice? So this guy's got a dual sickle, which is really cool. This guy has what looks to be a grenade launcher attached.
You know, I didn't notice that before. What the hell is that? It's like they attached a Chinese rocket to the end of their spear. And it's like, it gives them extra thrust, you know, they just fly at the enemy. Like, what the hell is that?
There's a grenade launcher attached to his spear. Like, what the fuck? And these standoffs are cool because your wolf will engage as well.
Yeah, I like that too. Why? Yeah, that looks like a rocket or some sort of barrel at the end of the freaking spear. That's so weird.
Atsu can set up camp under the stars of Ezo.
I'll share my thoughts after they show this part.
But she's not always alone.
All right, so since you're going to share your thoughts after, I'm going to speed through this part because I'm not really...
It's straight here.
Not really looking to kind of like... Come on, dude.
In a big open world game. Grades and unique air for to you.
Okay. We're going to move on to my favorite part, customization. But before we do, this campsite thing reminds me a lot of the hideouts in Rise of the Ronin.
Oh, Chris, I just thought about this. Have you tried for your microphone? Not this mouse. Have you tried adding a filter to it? So you go, you click on the three dots next to your microphone, and then add the noise suppression filter. Technically, the noise suppression, well, that might not work if it's the microphone, because the noise suppression filter only filters out the background noise that may be coming through the microphone. Maybe a noise gate? Maybe try a noise gate. Since it is a headset microphone, it's kind of right here, so the moment you speak, it'll probably pick you up, but like, or it should pick you up. But if you put a noise gate on, it would just not, it would basically cut that out. I don't know, give that a shot. See if a noise gate will help you.
I don't know how this is going to operate, but in Rise of the Ronin, you would go to your...
Voice meter? Oh, I didn't know you used that.
What do they call it? Your longhouse.
I just use the filters in OBS.
The scenario, the time in the storyline, depending on your relationship with people, it would RNG who actually visits you. And if you wanted someone different to visit, you can kind of go in, in and out of the longhouse.
Right.
A little inconvenient, but you couldn't choose who would visit you. It sounds like it's going to play similar to that. It also kind of, but there's also mechanics in here. So like with the visitors, it sounds like it would operate similarly to Rise of the Ronin. The other features remind me a lot of Final Fantasy 15, where you would stop at the camps, or you would build a camp, and you would cook food.
Right.
Based on what the narrator said, you would cook food for the battles ahead. Cooking food now seems to be a mechanic to enhance your abilities,
yep,
or give you buffs, which is not something that they have, of course.
Now, you pointed out Final Fantasy 15. I pointed out Monster Hunter. It's essentially the same idea.
It's not something that they had in Ghost of Tsushima. So that means gathering will include more than just flowers, as we had in Ghost of Tsushima.
Thank God!
Food items. Is fishing going to be involved?
The flower gathering was the most annoying part of the entire game.
I mean, everybody knows if you have fishing in a game, it's the best. It's the game of the year.
Yeah, fishing is required.
But it showed her cooking a fish. Did she have to catch that fish? Did she have to purchase that fish? Where did that fish come from? Are you going to be able to hunt animals and
came out of her
meat?
pocket?
Or do you just have to go
came
to
out of her
vendors
cleavage
to purchase it? It's very interesting that they're incorporating food into a game where traditionally, and I say traditionally back in Ghost of Tsushima, you didn't have buffs. You didn't have anything like that, really. Like, your character would grow, but to actually be good at the game, you personally as the player would have to be more skilled. Your skill would grow over time, and as the enemies became a little tougher, that skill would show, would truly show. Like you.
Chris, you know what I think that noise is? That little buzzing noise? I think it has something to do with the microphone's proximity to another electrical source. Because that can happen when I had... Where is it? I might have put it away. But I had this USB hub that I used to have connected to my PS5 in the front port. And I connected my keyboard in the front, and I connected my microphone in the front as well. If I connected it to the USB next to the keyboard, it would cause a lot of feedback, a lot of buzzing noise or interference. If I moved it to the USB port at the other end of the hub, it would generally disappear. So my guess is that either this piece here that's connected to the headset or the microphone itself, because it's so close to the headset, is picking up electrical current from the headset itself, which is very possible. So it's possible that might be happening. Because you said the mod mic is actually detachable relatively easily, I would suggest you test taking the mod mic off and holding it in your hand and like talking into it, so that way it's not too far away from the headset, to see if that actually makes it disappear. If that's true, then it's something within this piece of the heads or the mod mic itself that might be causing interference or might be picking up the electrical current coming out of the ear cup.
You'd be able to fight very strong enemies and survive without any support.
Because that's the same exact noise that I got when I plugged my microphone, not my microphone, but the USB connector that's connecting to my mixer in next to my keyboard. It's the exact same sound.
Yes, there were charms. I think you meant charms, or at least in terms of typing, that's probably what you meant. There were charms, but you could only select, I think, 2.
Yeah, charms.
If I remember.
Yeah, but the charms weren't buffs. I mean, they were, but they were more like stat changes or stat increases. I guess that is a buff, but like it wouldn't be based on like, you know, obviously a piece of food that you eat, and only that piece of food increases a certain amount of a certain stat, I suppose, but it was temporary, whereas like a charm was actually more permanent, and you couldn't really change it unless you were changing like play styles. Because like let's say you have a charm that increases your melee damage, and then you decide to switch to being primarily ranged, that charm then you would have to replace, but it would be a permanent stat increase as opposed to one of these food buffs would be a temporary increase. I guess it's not too far off. Yes, it's a buff, but like on a more permanent status. Whereas in this case, I don't know if they're going to do this, but it'd be cool if it was possible to eat multiple types of food at once, so that you can have multiple buffs at once.
Remember correctly?
So like you eat a piece of fish, and then you also eat a piece of red meat. They both give you different buffs that you could have temporarily, and you could stack. Whereas a charm would give you just one buff.
There were buffs
permanently.
I'll be honest, like I just picked one, and I used that same one throughout the entire game. It didn't really factor into your fighting. I played on lethal mode, the hardest mode. So
I'm doing that now on my new
what
Game
charm
Plus.
I had, it wouldn't matter. Either I win the fight or they win the fight, which is probably.
That's probably something I'm going to actually take into consideration when I'm playing the lethal mode, because that makes sense. If you die, you like they will shit on you. Like they are hard. I haven't experienced a full-on fight in Ghost of Tsushima on lethal mode yet, because I've been very careful and I actually have assassinated literally everybody that I've come across. But I can see where charms basically become obsolete because it's realistic. You get sliced, you basically die.
Actually, it's not probably. It is the better way of expressing difficulty in game. If it takes longer to kill them, it'll take them longer to kill you. That'll be easy mode. If you can kill them really quick, they can kill you really quick. That's difficult mode.
It's only fair.
But I am curious about this whole camping system. It slows the game. I hate camping systems. I hate them.
Okay. But what I like about this is the fact that you no longer have to go to town to get your upgrades. You can just have the people come to you, and you don't have to be taken off your path to wherever it is you gotta go. And that's what I like about it personally. I can see where you're coming from, where it it slows the game down, it kills the momentum, but at the same time, you no longer have to actually go to town to get your upgrades. The people that you need to get your upgrades from come to you, and so you never actually have to get off that path of, I gotta go here, but in order to get my upgrades, I gotta fast travel back here, and now I gotta travel all that way again. Like that's a thing of the past with this system.
Because it forces you to stop and forces you to sit and like think, oh, do I want to cook? Do I want to play my guitar? Do I want to say, I don't want to fucking do that. I want to go around. I want to complete missions. I want to save.
It is not a guitar, you cretin.
People, and I want to kill people. That's the whole point of the game. And again,
I don't know what it's called, but it's not a guitar. How dare you?
What Ghost of Tsushima was so praised for. This is going to slow the storytelling. Period. There is
It's what's known as a Japanese string bucket.
No story complexity within a campsite. So buffs are cool from food, but where do you get that food from? They don't tell you. You get to play your little guitar. You get to talk to vendors.
Listen to this guy.
I love the fact that
New Yorker, raised and bred, and speaks like he's from the South. Get out of here.
Vendors will come to you.
Guitar.
Great addition, because trying to find them,
Like
you'll
retard.
see when I play Assassin's Creed, trying to find them in the open world.
Are you a retard?
Yes. But I like the idea that the vendors can come to you. That's the ultimate benefit from the campsites. Everything else is pointless, in my opinion. Anyway, moving on to the more important thing, customization.
Customization is always the best point. Be right back. All right, laundry done. Don't have to worry about it now.
You gotta look good when you kill.
While exploring Ezo, you'll discover all sorts of new armor, charms, and gear. Perfect for building up Atsu around your chosen playstyle. Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just right for you. And of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons to make sure that your version of Atsu looks and fights just the way you want.
Transmogrification.
Well, and here's the thing. I'm wondering if it actually is a transmog as opposed to, like, you know... Well, it would have to act like just like the first game, where, yeah, your armor doesn't really reflect, like, stat boosts and stuff like that. I imagine they'd have it working like that. But if it doesn't work like that, I'm hoping that a transmog system actually is in the game. Where it's like they've gone full RPG, where your armor actually reflects certain buffs that you can get. And then you can, like, make it look however you want. But yeah, it probably is like functioning like the first game, where armor is just an aesthetic thing.
How much can you customize, though, is my question.
The score of
It's
Ghost
a bop.
of Yote is incredibly special to us. Our amazing composer, Toma Otoa, has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation with Western flavors, brought to life through an exciting collaboration of many talented artists.
Yeah, he's ripping that shamisen. Just
でこうダウンビートまで
If you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks featured in today's State of Play on your favorite streaming service immediately after the show.
He pre-watched this. He's cheating.
yeah, I mean,
Again, they showed this in the combat section. I'm going to ask it again. Is this a legitimate combat tactic when utilizing 2 swords to block an attack? I'm curious about that. If you are using 2 swords, is this the way you use them to block an attack?
I'm really excited.
Because now you've got the blade of one, the edge of one of your blades, I should say, on the spine of the other blade that you're wielding. Right? That could potentially damage the edge of this blade. So what part of me would think that you'd want to turn this to put it on the flat of the blade so you don't damage the edge, but
Community for Ghost of
what do I
Tsushima
know?
Is incredible. We're
My
happy
brother
to have
was
photo
part of
mode
that
back in
community-ish.
Ghost of Yote and look forward to seeing photos.
My
Happy
brother
to
was-
have
I'm really
photography
excited.
community for Ghost of Tsushima is incredible.
Did I just get a shout out?
We're
My
happy
brother
to have
was
photo
part of
mode
that
back in Ghost of
community-ish.
Yote and look forward to
Just so you guys know, I'm posting my digital photos on YouTube now on community posts. I don't have an Instagram anymore, but if you want to see new digital photos, just be on the lookout for new community posts with those photos.
seeing photos.
So my brother loved taking pictures in this game, along with some of the Assassin's Creed games.
Odyssey started me on it.
This is where I was able to find out, unless this is something that you can add into the picture mode.
Why did I don't even subscribe to Emiru. Why am I getting this? I watched some of her stuff. Like, I fucking love this girl. She's stupidly hot, but also kind of funny. But why am I getting notifications that she posted another thing? Like, I don't even subscribe to her stuff. I don't understand how YouTube works. But we'll, can I...
Why is Emerald?
Did this just open the freaking YouTube app or whatever? Like, what? It did. All right. Stop.
Bear companion? in addition to a wolf companion?
Miyamoto Musashi used 2 swords. I'm not familiar with that person. I'm guessing he was a lord in some point in Japan.
Perhaps. Not only
But it's not the fact that 2 swords is not the idea. I know that 2 swords or dual wielding was a thing. Otherwise, well, we as a modern society wouldn't be coming up. New Face of Onimusha. Okay. We as a modern society wouldn't even know that dual wielding was a thing. It wouldn't even have a name if it didn't happen in history. But my question is this a legitimate tactic here to block an incoming attack? Not the fact that she's using 2 blades, it's the fact that she did this. She crossed the blades like this to block the attacks of her opponent. I think this would be very bad. This would be very bad technique because it would damage the edge of this blade here. You would want to turn this to the flat of the blade so that way you don't damage the edge. But that is just my take on that. Incredibly well known in Japan as one of the fighters of their culture. Kodachi would do this. I don't know. I don't think this is a good way to actually block an incoming attack with dual blades.
a wolf?
Personally.
What, maybe a bear? What other animals? Are you going to get a fox?
And also, holding a blade reverse grip is also kind of like controversial because it's debatable as to whether or not it's actually a good technique. It's not entirely, pointless. It's just not as strong as holding a blade like this, where you have like stability.
For, to kind of speak to the kitsune? Are we going to get that too?
The base of the blade is technically dark.
Yup.
Well, true. The whole blade isn't sharp. This is more than likely, you could probably hold on to this part of the blade. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could potentially hold on to this part of the blade and not cut yourself as a means to choke up on the blade if you need to. But that's more prevalent in European longswords as opposed to katanas. Yes, that's true, but with katanas it's very different because you do get the majority of the blade as the sharpened piece. Whereas with a longsword, you do have a part here, there's a name for it, I can't remember, but there is a part that's literally right in this area here that's completely just a piece of metal you can hold on to, especially if it's a great sword or even some long swords where you have an extra grip to choke up on it so you have more control. Katanas aren't normally known for that, for having that. You would normally probably wrap your hand around the suba here, the suba, to have more control. But you normally wouldn't touch the blade because almost the entirety of the blade is actually sharp.
From your journey across Ezo.
Based on what I've learned from Shadiversity, I highly recommend you subscribe to their channel. If you are even remotely interested in
stepping inside of your favorite classic samurai films.
Bladed weaponry.
From the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer a full Japanese voice track with full lip sync that you can play with subtitles.
Full lip sync.
And again, I think I'm correct in saying that in Ghost of Tsushima, you had somewhat lip sync during in-game interactions with other NPCs when you're playing Japanese, but the cutscenes were actually voiced in English and they were lip synced in English because they were pre-rendered cutscenes. So you didn't get full voice acting with lip sync in Ghost of Tsushima, but it's nice to see here. Because I'm playing in Japanese, hands down. There's no doubt about that.
Does this also mean English lip syncing and Japanese lip syncing? That's a lot of work if they did.
It's a lot of work that's absolutely worth it because the immersion factor is extremely high. You get to choose your language of choice, and you get to see your characters actually mouthing those words. It just adds to the immersion. There was a game recently, I can't remember which one it was, but I do recall playing games, a game or a few games as of recent that did the extra work, and they do have Stellar Blade. I believe Stellar Blade has full lip sync based on language that you've chosen.
一人残らず息の根止めたと思った。また会えたな。刀鍛冶の娘。
覚えておけ。圧だ。
To take the feeling of stepping into a classic samurai cinema experience one step further, we are honored to once again partner with acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode, which emulates his classic black and white films.
Which again, for the millionth time, I can appreciate that it's here. I would never use it. Because it just kills...
Black and white film game.
It kills the absolute beauty of the game with all the amazing color that's involved in it.
Audio filter and increased wind.
For Ghosts of Yotei, we wanted to celebrate two other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole.
Hey, what's up, Mary? Oh, you know, it's going.
First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director of 13 Assassins, for a mode that puts the camera closer during combat for a more intense, raw experience along with increased mud.
That's
and
the
blood
mode
splatter.
I'm going to play in. If you don't know
Lastly,
13
we've
Assassins,
partnered
you
with
need to
the
watch
director
it.
of
That's definitely something I need to watch. 13 Assassins has always been on my list of movies to watch, but I haven't watched it yet.
Samurai Champloo.
And I actually might watch Samurai Champloo. Back in the day, I was mostly just into Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dragon Ball Z. And I didn't really have an appreciation for anime, but as I got older, obviously I've watched many more animes, and you know, I've appreciated the genre. So I definitely think it's time to watch Samurai Champloo, because it I know it's a very influential anime.
Shinichiro Watanabe.
All right, lazy gamer, see you later.
To listen to some original lo-fi
Bye,
tracks
lazy gamer.
Thanks for hanging out.
You lazy bitch.
Himself.
Stop being lazy and do something with your life. This music, I don't know why it didn't hit me earlier. This music reminds me so much of Scarlet Nexus. I can't stop thinking about that game, dude. I don't know what it is. Scarlet Nexus is... If you've not played it, I can't recommend it enough. If you like anime-inspired Japanese games, Japanese anime games, Scarlet Nexus is by far one of my favorite. And I recommend you get it.
Chillin'? Nice. Good to hear.
I still gotta work on getting the platinum for that game.
There's so many ways to make your Ghost of Yotei playthrough your own.
Hey,
but no
Fergie.
matter how you play, here's one way to
Bye, Fergie.
Experience Ghost of Yotei that is sure to be special.
All right. I'm going to answer your question first. This I'm really interested in, but I don't know how to get it yet. But you'll see what I mean.
Probably
Am
PlayStation
I a
Direct.
daily streamer? Well, it depends on what's going on in my life. This past week has been difficult.
Hey, did you see the freaking emote she made for me? All right. I'd like to use it, but I don't think I have the access to emotes on YouTube like I did on Twitch.
Because I was helping some of my friends scrimmage, so I wasn't really able to do that. But I try to stream every single night around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time on my YouTube channel and my Twitch channel. So
yeah, exactly.
yeah,
That's it. Yeah.
I try to be daily, but I don't have a
Baby Adam with a chef's hat. Yeah.
schedule. This is.
I'd like to use it, but I don't know if I have access to emotes on YouTube.
hit that notification bell. I'll likely be on again tomorrow, but I can't say that I'm consistent. So, but here I am.
I'd go for the gold one.
I want it. Notice how they're only showing PS5 Pro, though. Are they going to have face...
Ooh. You even said it, dude. Oh, you said it here. I thought that was just a mistake you made earlier when you came into the stream today. You actually said it here. That's not pro, bro. That's not pro. You cringy loser. That's not PS5 Pro. That's a standard PS5 Slim, you bitch.
Plates for the PlayStation 5. Please.
Today, you've got a glimpse into Atsu's hunt for the Yote 6. Forge your own path while discovering the secrets of
I suppose.
I also hope they did better on the water.
To survive, you'll need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds and take revenge as the Onryo. Ghost of Yote comes out on October 2nd. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much for posting. Ghost of Yote. Oh my god, we did the same thing! No! No! We can't just be doing stuff like that! How did we just do that at the same time? How? Oh my god. There's a reason we have a podcast.
Now, if you're interested in watching another quote-unquote...
By the way, the podcast is live. Just check out the old episodes. I'm working on the new one. Shut up.
By the way, October 2nd, 2025. Okay. Thank God it's coming out this year, because next year we're getting Onimusha.
That's true.
I'm giving up everything else to play that. If you guys are interested in watching another review of this, my brother Adam, if you should already know who he is, but if you're new here, you won't.
You don't have to know who I am.
He streams on YouTube. He's been streaming longer than I have. But he and I have played Ghost of Tsushima. We played Legends quite a bit.
Many times.
I encouraged him to watch this, and so he'll probably put out a react.
He requested that I watch this. There was no encouragement needed.
Trailer or something. But if you're interested in his opinions, he is way more technical than I am. But when it comes...
That's giving me a lot of credit.
...to, consumer friendliness, I feel like I have a pretty good insight to what players would want. He has a more technical insight. He'll probably speak to that. Go check him.
I wouldn't say I actually went too technical on this one, but I did point out that people who said that it looks the same or worse are not mentally well.
Out Full Spectrum Studios. No, you weren't going to see me in makeup. Go check him out. He's over on YouTube. Type in Full Spectrum Studios. Give him a subscribe.
You don't have to subscribe. Subscribing is meaningless.
And check him out. Hopefully he does that soon. Maybe he'll do it live on stream at one point, and then he'll just cut that out and make it
It's like Chris knew exactly what I was going to do.
its own separate video. But I asked him to do it because I'm interested in his thoughts, so he's going to end up doing it, and I'm going to watch it.
And those of you who are interested in Chris's take, subscribe to him.
Whispering? Sorry! What? Sorry. Why is Emerald whispering?
Man, she's so hot. Anyway. Oh no, I lost a sub. Subscribing is so dumb. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. I'm surprised actually that my latest video is still getting views. It's nearing 200 views. Look at the dislike ratio. People hate it. People really hate it when you actually express true feelings for a franchise that you once loved. Look at this. It's a 1 like to 5 dislikes. People really hate when you're emotional. That's sad, man. That's genuinely sad. That's genuinely I mean, I don't really give a shit either way. People have their own opinions. I can see why people would dislike that video just because they probably think I'm being fake about it, but like I am genuinely upset. Like that was live on camera. That wasn't like a premeditated video or anything like that. That was genuine emotions going through me while I was watching that Overwatch reveal trailer. And I guess people hate that, man. I guess people hate it. But you know what? They still gave me a view. Negative or positive, engagement is still engagement, and I'll take that. How long is Asmongold's take on it? Because Jack's got a new video out. Because like I kind of want to get to games. How do people who like do like reaction content, how do they do this for hours on end? I really want to know. Like I'm okay with like watching videos every once in a while, like if I'm eating, or in this case I was waiting on my laundry to finish. Now my laundry's done, so it's like I kind of want to get on to just playing games, but like I am curious as to how Asmongold reacts to it, because Chris said it was a bit disappointing, to say the least, because he just sounds like a dunce. And I love Asmongold. I watch him all the time. Not live, but I watch his content here. And I generally think he's just a genuinely smart guy. He knows what he's talking about. He's not an idiot. And he obviously has his own opinions. I have mine, and generally I think we're on the same page. But Chris says that his take on what he saw in the Ghost of Yote gameplay reveal trailer is not good. So I really would like to know exactly what's going on with that. But one thing I want to check, I want to see what the price of Anthem is on PC, because I'm genuinely curious if my PC can actually play it now, because back when the game came out in 2019, I didn't have this CPU. And this CPU was a massive upgrade compared to my streaming rig, right? So what are we looking at here? Is it 20 bucks? There's no way they're forcing you to select a plan. There's no way they're forcing you to select a plan. 40 bucks a year, that's it for EA Play? I say that's it. You can't buy this? Wow. is exclusive to EA Play. All right, well, whatever. I was curious as to how it would run on my PC. I guess we'll never find out. Is there an update for my graphics card? Hello. There we go. Last update was June. I guess we're good. That's why. Why does nothing go full screen when it pops up? I hate that shit. All right, now I did see this title and it says this is Sony's last chance. That literally makes no sense to me. What last chance is he talking about? What last chance? Sony's one of the biggest publishers in the world. One of, not the biggest, just one of the biggest publishers in the world. And they haven't exactly, like, okay, yeah, they had Concord. And not everybody's excited for Intergalactic because the main actress is a bitch. But, and, you know, Neil Druckmann's a fucking cuck. But, what makes him think this is Sony's last chance? For what? They have so many other franchises under the belt. They have many chances. I don't know what he means by this. Maybe that's his editor putting that there, but this isn't their last chance for anything.
Hello, everyone. This is Jason Connell.
Hi, Jason.
From Sucker.
Look at his chat. Look at his chat. Look at all the retards calling it DEI. Look at all the retards calling it DEI. In what way is this a DEI game? Because it has a woman? I'm not defending DEI. I think it's the worst thing that's ever happened to the industry. And there's plenty of examples. Concord is one of them. This is not. Just because it has a female lead, all these little butthurt little bitches are complaining about the fact that it's DEI because it has a woman lead. Did they shout this when Horizon Zero Dawn came out? Did they? No, because it was 2017 and DEI wasn't a thing. All these little fucking retards who think that this is DI gotta be the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. I swear to God, dude, these guys gotta be the dumbest pieces of shit on the planet. These people right here are the real sexists in this community. These are the real dumbasses who can't separate the games from one another. Because as far as I saw, she's doing a pretty good job. And she deserves praise for doing a good job. She's doing her job. Granted, her personal opinions, political, whatever they are, those are, separate that from her work. She's actually a good voice actress. These retards here have these are the idiots these are the people that cause problems.
Punch Productions. Ghost of Tsushima was an honor to be a part of.
Ooh.
And today, Nate and I get to share more about our next game, Ghost of Yotei.
Oh.
We'll be sharing how we've crafted the game around exploration while keeping Atsu's tale of vengeance front and center.
Seems decent.
We'll also talk about ghost combat and how it's evolved. And we'll introduce for the first time some new special modes of play. But let's start things off first by talking about a Japanese folk legend, the Onryo.
And Oniro.
Onryo.
Okay.
The people of Ezo believe Atsu is an Onryo. A wrathful ghost bent on revenge. And they're half right.
Oh shit.
Atsu doesn't care if she lives or dies.
Look at how constant the acronym DEI shows up. Look at this fucking retard right here. PS2 graphics. Does this guy even know what the PS2 graphics look like? Is he serious right now? This is rage bait, and they're getting me with it. This is all rage bait. These guys are fucking retards, and they're doing it. They're doing it on purpose, and they're getting me because I can't stand people who do this shit. Like, This game is not even like DEI is not even close. PS2 graphics is even further away from the actual truth of what they're seeing. This person, if he genuinely, and let's say this is not rage bait, this guy genuinely believes that this is PS2 graphics, he is possibly one of the most disconnected human beings on the planet. He has never seen a PS2 play, let alone, he's never played one, let alone seen one. And he has no idea what PS2 graphics look like.
So long as she can punish the
and you know, the thing is, I like Asmongold. I like his takes. I generally agree with most of the things that he says. I think he has the dumbest pieces of shit in his audience ever. He has the dumbest people in his chat, and I love it when he calls out the dumbasses. That's some of my favorite shit.
A ruthless gang who slaughtered her family.
Damn.
After 16 years in the South, she's returned home to put their spirits to rest.
I'm not gonna watch his chat. It's just gonna piss me off more. The people in his chat are a bunch of fucking idiots, dude.
That'll do it.
They're all brainless, mindless fucking sheep following in other people's footsteps without having a single thought in their own mind. Like, they don't even think for 2 seconds about what they're saying. They're just regurgitating the same nonsense. And it's the same thing with the activists on the left side of the political spectrum. You got plenty of idiots on the right side that are the same way. They just regurgitate things without even thinking for themselves, and they're just sheep. That's all these DEI retards calling out DEI in the chat. Oh, this is PS2 graphics. You don't even know what you're talking about. You have not even seen a PlayStation 2, let alone played one. You have absolutely zero concept of what you're talking about. DEI has nothing to do with this game. And granted, we haven't seen a whole lot of the story, but I guarantee you, with Sucker Punch's pedigree and their care for the history that they're trying to tap into, there is not a single stench of DEI in this game. They hired her because she's actually a good voice actress, and she hopefully does a really good job in this game.
It's warm memories of her.
DEI was Assassin's Creed Shadows. That is DEI. This game is very tasteful.
Family that propel her forward. When Atsu returns to her child,
the people calling DEI in his chat are the ones who don't realize that female warriors did exist. Very rare, but they did exist.
At home, with the push of a button, you can experience those cherished times.
This is like Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Assassin's Creed Shadows wishes it was as good as Ghost of Tsushima. Assassin's Creed Shadows is like Ghost of Tsushima, not the other way around.
Oh, wow!
By giving you the freedom to explore Atsu's past, the wound of her loss becomes personal. It's that pain that pushes her forward. Hunting down the Yotei 6 is a near impossible task. She'll face 1,000 blades. But the Onryo is relentless, and with each victory, the ghost story around her grows.
I think the mask looks cool.
Damn right it does.
The character design does look badass.
Yep, thank you.
I like it.
People are fucking retards, man. I'll tell you what. I'm doing my best to not swear, but that kind of stuff really pisses me off. The fact that these people think that they're spewing, they think they're smart because they say, oh, instantly, I just know it's DEI. It's like, dude, you're not even like thinking for yourself at this point. You're just regurgitating the same nonsense that you've heard from your side of the story. Like, the right and the left both have retarded people on it. It's just the way it is. Like, there are retards on both sides. There are sheep on both sides. People willing to just follow instead of think for themselves. Now, granted, I'm not going to lie. I'm not much of a leader myself. I follow direction better than I actually give it. But I can at least have a single original thought in my head, where these people are like this 2525 piece of garbage is just DI. It's like, dude, you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Do you even know what that stands for? Do you even know what this means? You take this, you apply it to Assassin's Creed Shadows, you apply it to freaking Concord, you apply it to Star Wars Outlaws. That all that stuff is DEI slop if you really want to put DEI to some video game. This game isn't even close. This game actually respects the history that it's trying to tell, whereas Assassin's Creed Shadows is telling an alternate version of that history without actually recognizing that it didn't exist, that it didn't happen the way that they're saying it. They say it's actually historically true, whereas actually it's not. Yasuke was not a samurai. He was never a samurai. And he's a character in history that we know almost nothing about, yet Ubisoft is going to pass him off as historically accurate? No. And you know what? The sad part is, Naoe's not even a female name, apparently. Apparently, Naoe is a male name, and there was a historical figure with the name Naoe. And it wasn't a woman. You want to point DEI fingers at something, you point it at the real culprits of spreading DEI slop.
Yeah.
Ghost of Yote focuses.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, you have that notion that Asmongold is, you're not a fan of him. Fair enough. The guy's very abrasive. He's very kind of just like one-dimensional, honest. It's you know, he's very direct, and that's fine. I personally think we need more of that. In today's day and age, we need more direct people to just tell people how it is. Like, if you're being a fucking retard, I'm going to tell you you're being a retard, okay? I'm not saying that to you, Matthew. I'm saying that to, like, you know, in general, it's like, if somebody is really being stupid, I'm going to call him out on it. That's the kind of personality this guy has. I generally agree with a lot of what Asmongold says. I think he's just a straight shooter, and I love him for that. His audience, on the other hand, are full of fucking retards. His whole audience is full of fucking retards, and they deserve to just disappear.
On player freedom more than any game Sucker Punch has ever made. But
I also saw somebody in his chat say Oni masks are overplayed. What do you want, dude? That's what was prominent. That's what scared people. What does he think that they did to intimidate their opponents? War paint? They didn't do war paint, they did masks, because masks are permanent. They put a mask on to scare their enemies, because look at me, I'm a ghost, I'm a warrior, I'm a demon. You gotta be fucking retarded. Oni masks are overplayed.
Player
Dude, there's this guy right here, chat retarded. Thank you.
Than any game.
Jin is still better. I mean, that's debatable. That depends on what you're looking for.
Sucker Punch has ever.
This guy says the mask goes hard.
Ghost of Yote.
Yeah. August's very own Oni mask is played out. That's what that... Oni masks are part of the culture, you fucking moron. Like, that's the point. In 1600s Japan, Oni masks are still a prominent way to intimidate your opponent. That's the point of them. I don't know what to... these types of people... I want to meet this guy and punch him in the face. I generally do. or genuinely do. These are the types of people I want to punch in the head and be like, read a fucking book, man.
It focuses on player freedom
gameplay?
more than
Read a
any
book!
game Sucker Punch has ever made. But it's
I'm sorry, that was insensitive of me. I forgot that like 80% of the population's illiterate.
also a game that, at its heart, is inspired by so many of our favorite
Listen to a book!
wandering samurai films. So let's start off by talking about exploration during samurai films.
This guy says Oni masks are always dope, especially when they hide ugly chicks' faces. Maybe it's my bias. Maybe it's my bias towards Asian women. I have a love for Asian women. I think generally most of them are extremely beautiful. And I don't think she's really among the ugly ones. I think she's a good-looking woman when she wants to be. This guy clearly is racist.
So let's start off by talking about exploration at the edge.
Yeah,
of
it
Japan.
is.
Can you go on
The
top of the
alleged
mountain?
free thinkers that,
We all
that
have
he
different
attracts.
playstyles, so we set out to make an open world game that lets you drive your own experience.
Again, I will admit, in a lot of her recent pictures with this haircut, yeah, she don't look good, man. She don't look good. But you can find examples of her when before she was crazy, where she looks really good. Where's that vampire one? I mean, she looks good here. Where's the other one? Where's that vampire one that I saw earlier? She had, you know, sharp teeth and shit. It was pretty hot, I'm not gonna lie. But like, she's not a terrible looking woman when she dresses normal and she has a normal fucking haircut. You know, I'll admit that this whole look of hers, not great. Not great. But she's played some of the, like, she's played one of the most iconic characters in Destiny 2. I didn't realize she played Anna Bray. I had no idea. You feel the rage of the bombs. Yeah. Like, she played Anna Bray. She's like one of the best characters in Destiny 2. And she plays Valkyrie from Apex Legends. I didn't know that either. Both very well acted characters. Where's that vampire one that I saw earlier? Like, she looks really good in that one. I don't mind that one. This one, she's kind of cute here. Look at her. She's really cute here. Yeah, like, she's not the worst looking chick in the world, for sure. Like, look at her. She looks good here. I think she looks good here, personally. The short hair, actually, I'm surprised. Like, she can pull that off. She pulls off the short hair. And this was before her craziness. This was actually when she was normal. She looks fantastic there. And people are going to say that she's ugly. Like, I don't... Everybody has their preference, but I just don't see that she's, like, ugly.
Experiences.
Okay.
Whether that's your curiosity to wonder,
That looks nice.
your thirst for combat, or a deep desire to stay focused on the story. As you explore, a deep desire to stay focused on the story.
This guy says Tsushima again. No shit!
As you explore, there's an underlying clue system that invites you to new adventures and new areas of the game that could be appealing to you. If you interrogate an enemy...
Now, I want to say I did want to watch the Luke Stevens reaction, but I think I'm done watching, like, videos after this.
Choosing to ask
not because of his dumbass chat, but I kind of want to get on to playing something.
The Oni, you could uncover a landscape scarred by fire with more bold, samurai-like enemies to fight and abilities for Otsu to learn. Or do you ask about the Kitsune, might lead you to an area
Isn't that a cat?
snow and deception,
Or a
enemies that
fox?
ambush you, and new ninja-like
think it's a
tactics
fox.
to study. Atsu draws cards for each clue to keep track of all available adventures. The more you play, the more the game unfolds for you.
Okay.
As she makes progress against the Yote 6, her legend as the on-rail grows.
I honestly wish I could put like a black box over his chat. I keep looking at it and it's pissing me off more and more. If people, well, I saw one guy say Tsushima DLC. It's like, yeah, you're right. They spent like 5 fucking years on Tsushima DLC. Sure.
It's her.
Oh.
Bounty will go up, drawing the attention of deadlier foes.
Yeah, right? Yeah, Kitsune is a fox.
Are you lost?
I'm looking for some old friends. The Ote 6.
Show her the door.
I'll give one of his guys this much. One of them goes, "It's ma'am." Oh my, this guy is definitely disconnected. Bless his soul, man. Is this from software? I just joined. Bless your heart, Smitty Werb. No, this is not from software.
Damn.
At least he's innocent.
There is a hefty price on Atsu's head. Now, Atsu can also hunt down her own bounties that bring her all around the land.
This is like Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Again, Assassin's Creed Shadows is like Ghost of Tsushima. Assassin's Creed Shadows wishes it was Ghost of Tsushima.
To fuel her vengeance quest.
Weren't those Chinese coins? Maybe Japan had the same ones.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. I think China's actually tried to invade Japan many times. Obviously not modern, in modern sense, but in the past, they've definitely tried to invade them more than once. So it wouldn't surprise me if Chinese coins were actually used in Japan in some fashion.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're not
Similar?
on plan
Yeah.
A, Gucci. You're here for my bounty.
Oh, okay. All right, let's see it. So this is, are we gonna see actual fight? It's so...
How is it that he hasn't played... If I had this for a job, I wouldn't have a backlog. This is his job. I know that he reacts to political shit and he reacts to stuff like this. That's his main attraction, is that he just reacts to stuff. But he plays a lot of games. I would not have a backlog. How is it that he's not played this game yet? If this is even something he's remotely interested in. Did he play AC Shadows? I guarantee you he played Shadows before he even touched Ghost of Tsushima. Which is sad. What do you mean this must be on PS5? So he played Shadows before he played a better game. Like, what the fuck, man? Dude, what? Also, what does he mean by this must be on PS5? No shit, it's on PS5. It's coming to PS5 first. It's a PS5 studio.
Hidden in the world are
or PlayStation
of
studio.
Reflection. Finding one inspires Atsu and unlocks a new ability to help her on the journey ahead.
Oh, okay.
He was a grifter before the DI shit popping off. I wouldn't agree with that. Like, Asmongold was popular before, you know, reacting to anything. But he was mostly known for World of Warcraft.
Perfect parry.
They are fun to find on their own, but for a quicker route, you can always buy a traveler's map from the cartographer.
Okay, that makes sense.
Ghost of Yote isn't going to rush you through anything.
Yeah?
You can choose what motivates you most. But we think the
That looks
best way
really
to play
nice.
is to simply pull out your spy.
At least we can agree on that.
Find something interesting on the horizon and enjoy the...
Look at how far into the video we are. 6 minutes, and there's still dumbasses saying DEI. Like, they're trying so hard for him to notice them. Notice me, senpai. They're trying so, and you know, he's just straight facing it. He's not even paying attention to these retards because he knows that they're fucking retarded. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He was famous for streaming World of Warcraft and being a World of Warcraft player, and then he kind of transitioned into reaction videos and stuff like that, which is fine. I mean, he's got his audience, and then, you know, then he can do whatever he wants. That's what a lot of people told me to do back in the day, which was to play a game or game genre and build the audience that way, and then go on to do whatever I want if I wanted to be a variety streamer. But I said no, because I can't do that. It's not in my nature. I have to play a variety of games because that's how I am. So I've never really had an audience per se. I just build, you know, some minor communities around certain games, or I have built. But I love how he's just not acknowledging the people that are screaming and spamming DEI in his chat, because at least he's taking the time to pay attention to the video and understand what he's watching. So I can appreciate that out of Asmongold.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah, World of Warcraft was his thing,
Yeah,
but
it's really good.
he doesn't play World of Warcraft anymore because it's gay, and I don't blame him for it.
Visually? That's great. Flower streams. Oh, flower streams make her run faster. It's probably because she's a girl.
That's funny.
The lands around Yote are fast.
Yeah.
It's not about checking it all off. It's about engaging in the content that gets you excited.
Oh.
Embrace that curiosity and let the wind guide you on your hunt.
Mastering the blade. Oh shit.
His willingness to let people say stuff. I don't like his ego and clouding his judgment in situations like these. Well, yeah, I mean, he does have quite an ego on him, but I'm not gonna lie, like, it's for good reason. He's right about a lot of things. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've watched a lot of his videos. He's right about a lot of things. So his ego definitely comes from somewhere, and it's mostly just being right about a lot of stuff. But I'm just glad that he doesn't let, like, yeah, okay, he's mostly about freedom of speech. If somebody comes into his chat and they're rude to him, or they're just rude in general, they have no point to their argument, all this other stuff, he generally bans those people because they're just pointless. I want to say fear mongers, but they're not fear mongering anybody. They're just nonsense. So that's why I like watching his stuff, because he generally he's got a good head on his shoulders, but his chat literally can disappear and I wouldn't shed a tear. Well, I mean, he hasn't said much this whole time, so I mean, we're only 7 minutes into the video, so we'll give it some time. I know I keep stopping the video, but
is a dangerous place.
But I'm not one of those React streamers who just leave the video running and then walk away. That's not how I do things. You know, not to call them out, but Frogan, Denims, and who's the other useless bitch? See, that's how popular she is. I don't even remember her name. Frogan, Denims, and who was the third one that Ethan Klein's suing? Why am I blanking on this? Well, I can't remember her, but also Pokimane and Valkyrie, Valkyrie Ray, all these bitches are completely useless. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna bring you guys along real quick here because I'm gonna make some iced coffee. Obviously, I gotta wait till the water boils up, but I gotta clean out my French press first. I tried iced coffee last night using my iced coffee machine, which is just a tall coffee maker from Mr. Coffee, by the way, which was my old pot coffee machine. Which, by the way, I didn't actually put in storage. It's over there in the corner of the room, of the living room. But I got a Mr. Coffee iced coffee machine. It's just a really tall coffee machine. You could literally make just a regular cup of coffee out of it. The only reason that it's called a iced coffee maker is because you get a nice tumbler with it that you can stack a bunch of ice in and basically make iced coffee. But you can make iced coffee out of anything. So I used that last night. I got the Coffee Mate Snickers flavor, which I've enjoyed in the past, to make my iced coffee. Because I was like, you know what? I enjoy my honey and plain creamer in my iced coffee. I like it. I think it's a great flavor, or it's a great way to sweeten the flavor of the coffee that you're making. But I'm like, you know what? I want to get some of the Snickers again. I want to get the Snickers creamer because it's one of my favorites from before I started doing honey in my coffee. And I used the iced coffee maker, and it didn't taste right. Now I've had coffee at work through K-cups, and that's essentially the same thing. It's a pod, and the water runs through the pod, and it basically does the same thing as a regular coffee maker. But there's something about my iced coffee that I had last night that did not taste right. It could be the creamer. I'm used to drinking coffee with honey in it, so maybe my palate has changed since doing that, and it doesn't taste right to me, having basically sugar-laced coffee creamer. But I should have turned this on when I was doing this. But I'm like, no way. I've had flavored creamer, before. It wasn't that long ago that I had it, and it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. So it can't be the creamer. So now I'm going to try iced coffee with that creamer, but from my French press instead of from the coffee maker, and we'll see if maybe it tastes different. Because, well, now I'm letting the coffee sit in the water and literally brew, and let the oils kind of, flavor the shit out of it. Again, I'm still working with the cinnamon snickerdoodle flavor of coffee. And out of the French press, it tastes amazing. It's really good. But last night's iced coffee was not good. Something did not taste right about it. So we'll see if it's the coffee creamer. If nothing else, I'll power through it. I don't want to waste it. I might even bring it to work so the guys can kind of partake of it, but I don't know.
Casey Tron, thank you. Yeah, she's relevant apparently. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I couldn't remember who it was, because I completely forgot that Casey Tron somehow is relevant still. I don't know how she literally had the world, dude. She had the world at her fingertips. All she's got to do is show some cleavage. That's it.
Sorry, I got to bring my glass out. That's all it is. She was like sarcastic, and people loved her for the deadpan humor that she brought, if she even was funny. That's what they loved her for. They loved her for showing her tits, essentially, and it was cleavage. She didn't do porn, as far as I know. But she got some nice tits. But she stopped doing that, started smoking weed all the time, getting high on stream, which I'm pretty sure is against TOS on Twitch. I don't really know. If drinking and getting drunk on Twitch is against TOS, then getting high on stream is against TOS as well. But I don't know. I don't read their TOS. I just know that they don't uphold it. That's too hot. So she had a much better life, which is probably why she started smoking and just acts like a complete moron on her streams, because she's no longer relevant, she's no longer popular, so she might as well just drown her sorrows in weed and possible alcohol, but I don't know if she drinks or not. She just gets really high all the time. When all she had to do was dress up like a sexy librarian and people watched her. Put on the glasses, show some cleavage, and do your deadpan humor. That's what people came to you for. You literally had nothing else of substance to provide to the community, but it was her thing. Let's be honest, it was her thing. It's what she did, and people liked her for it. So why not stick to that? Oh, because it's sexist. How dare you objectify me? I'm sorry, were you not the one pulling your tits out? Because the last time I checked, you were the one who did that, not... There wasn't a man in your life that told you to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, she's like one of the first e-thoughts on Twitch. And then she just gave that up for what? She looks horrible now. All you gotta do is put on some makeup, put on those sexy librarian glasses, show some cleavage, and you've got your audience back.
Atsu always wields a weapon. As for which,
I had to keep one ear off so I can hear the
will you choose a katana,
kettle whistle,
spear, a surigama, odachi?
I even hate the way that he says kasurigama. He just says, again, he says it like such an American, like kasurigama. Kasurigama.
Or dual swords.
Is it really that hard to pronounce the fucking words like they're supposed to be pronounced?
The big one is uniquely
I
effective.
want the big one, the
particular
odachi.
enemy,
Yeah,
and has their own set of upgrades to discover and master.
Yeah, I just used the big one. The long one.
Little does he
Let's
know
see
that it
how she
matters
uses
which
these
weapon.
weapons in the field.
Okay, so we got the actual gameplay.
That it matters that
All right,
you know,
here we
what
go.
weapon you
Let's
use
see
in
it.
each situation. But I'm with him. I kind of just want to use the odachi.
The soldiers needed more to free.
Oh, she's hiding.
Free us.
You can see because there's bushes.
From our soil.
Why'd it
The
cut?
soldiers needed more to
I thought his video cut. Did it really just do that to him?
free you.
What?
Free us. Inokichi steals our crops.
That was weird. That actually happened to him. I thought that was actually his video cutting backwards.
Atsu's no samurai or ninja. No.
Here's the actual gameplay. Like, yeah, they've been showing gameplay the whole time. What are you talking about?
She's a lone wolf mercenary who'll use every advantage, every dirty trick to win a fight.
Oh, that's cool. That you can throw the spear at him.
Combat has the feel of a classic samurai movie. Every motion counts. It's about lethal precision.
I thought she threw the spear.
And she threw a spear.
Okay.
She didn't
Oh,
throw
that's
her
cool. You
spear.
can cut the guy's arms off.
If an enemy swings hard, Atsu can lose her weapon.
Oh.
But if she's quick, she can disarm them.
Nice. Something there.
Choose the right weapon for the job. To fight a massive enemy, her huge odachi blade is best.
You have to kill fat boys with fat swords. Fatty deleted.
Dude, it's unreal to me. 9.5 minutes into this video, people are still screeching DEI. I just saw it. Do these people have nothing better to do in their day than to just be online and like abnormally and unhealthily online, just screaming DEI at the top of their lungs? Do they not feel the need to maybe just go outside, do something, go to the store, get some groceries, you know? No, I'm going to go to Asmongold's channel and just screech DEI every 5 seconds. 9.5 minutes into the stream, and I bet you it's even longer than that in the real stream. I don't know if the water's done. I'm just going to go check.
I'm just going to make sure that it doesn't screech at me because I don't really... It's cool that it has the whistling capability, but I don't really want it to do that. Like most kettles, obviously. Most kettles whistle. Now, these people have no idea what DEI means or what it actually looks like. That's what's annoying to me. That's really the part that annoys me the most, is just simply the fact that they're screeching it because that's what they see everybody else talking about, but they don't have any clue as to what it actually is. Also, I just remembered, because I'm going to be putting creamer in this, I can actually fill the travel mug up, not travel mug, but the tumbler up with ice, so that way the coffee actually cools off when it gets poured in. Oh wait, this is too early. Hold on. I forgot. It's got to actually like sit. By the time I get back out here to pour the coffee into the tumbler, the ice is gonna be melted. And there goes my burner. It's weird. It turns off, then it turns on again. It's just strange, man. I just think, like I said, I think it's an electrical problem.
Yeah, I would agree. It's a buzzword. Yep. Modern gamers have set us back years. Yeah, unfortunately, it's these retards that think that they're actually like, they're helping, and they're not.
He looks like the one in charge.
Tonight, we feast!
Oh.
God. I just saw two people basically in a row say IGN give it a 9 out of 10. They said exactly the same thing, literally seconds apart from each other. Tell me that they're not actually parroting everything they're seeing on the internet.
Got him. Oh.
Like, let me go back.
Tonight, we feast!
Oh. Oh.
The one in charge.
Tonight, we feast!
Right there. 9 out of 10. I give it an IGN 7 out of 10. It's just like, it's people saying like, you know, the same thing. There's 7.6 out of 10. Like they're just giving it the same thing because it's all they see online. They just parrot what they hear. They don't have an original thought in their brain. People don't have critical thinking skills anymore.
Weapons work too.
That's pretty cool.
Atsu's got an arsenal.
I'm glad to see Asmongold actually likes it though. For now.
Bounty hunter. A ghost.
Thrown weapons like kunai, bombs, or even blinding.
Right, yeah.
Can give Atsu an...
A lot of these people probably don't. Yeah, you're right. They just... Oh, there's the whole thing. Hold on.
Hell, you guys can probably hear it too. That shit is boiling. It's a good thing I've got ear or headphones on. Whew. That's boiling water. We'll let that sit for like, I don't know, 10 minutes. They say let it sit for 4, but I like to let it sit for longer. 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes sometimes.
Really get the flavor out, you know? But yeah, a lot of these people in his chat probably don't even play games anymore, you're right. They're just there to be
weapons,
haters.
have to adapt. Dual swords are best against spears.
Okay.
No more.
It seems okay. It's not like crazy good. It's just it seems like kind of passable.
Tell me what you know about Saito.
Kind of passable? What does that even mean, dude? I'm sorry, but it's better than freaking Dark Souls combat. Like I said, I don't like the shoulder button crap. Shoulder buttons are meant for other things. They're not meant for main combat techniques. Like light and heavy shouldn't be R1, R2. It should be square or triangle. R1, R2 is extremely awkward. That's why I tried to change Assassin's Creed Shadows to that control scheme of the old days, because it just feels odd. You know, same thing with Elden Ring. I actually changed the controls in Elden Ring to be square and triangle because it makes sense to me. Passable? What?
Atsu doesn't always fight alone. She'll meet
Ghost of Tsushima is one of the best combat systems in the industry.
several allies.
It's fluid, it's solid, it's reactive, it's intuitive, it's so much more fun than any Souls game. And I know he's a big Souls player.
Including a mysterious wolf.
Oh my god. Is he gonna help fight
it
with
gets
you?
hot in here real fast.
Oh!
Even though I have the air conditioner on out there, it gets hot in here.
You got a dog now.
Atsu can set up camp under the stars of Ezo. But she's not always alone.
Uh-oh. Who is it? Who's with her? Is it the dog?
Hey, friend. Share your fire with the traveling peddler?
What are you selling?
A mask said to be cursed with the unpredictable nature of its previous owner.
What?
Camping under the stars is a great way to rest up, play your shamisen, or cook to ready for a fight ahead. It's also designed to help bring important characters and upgrades straight to you. In fact, in place of the journal menu from Ghost of Tsushima, we've opted for a more character-driven way of managing allies and vendors you meet.
I like that. That's cool.
Over time, Atsu grows to have her own.
It's a nice
wolf
change.
pack.
I love the art style too.
God.
Keep track of
So
when a
she's
sensei
no
might
longer
have
a
weapon
wolf
skill
pack
for
of
you,
one.
or when a vendor has something unique to sell. Managing upgrades, resources, when to buy what can be a burden in a big open world game. At campsites, members.
There's still people going on about DEI. Dude. Somebody said DEI Wolfpack. In what part of this do they see DEI? Where's the fat chick? Where's the gay guy? Where's the queer bitch with the blue hair? In what way is this DEI? Any of this? It's mostly men. Like, are you kidding? This guy's a fucking retard, man. I can't stand these people, bro. They piss me off more than anything. Again, I just want to punch him in the head.
Buy what
can
be a burden in a big open world game. At campsites, members of your wolf pack can catch up with you, offering upgrades and unique items.
Oh, I'm sorry. Because there's even a hint of a woman in that lineup of people, it's DEI. Yep, that's right. Women did not exist in feudal Japan. They didn't exist in 1600s Japan. I don't know if you guys know this, but us men are just born out of imagination, wishful thinking, stardust. We're just born out of nothing. We're born out of thin air. Women are not actually a thing. They're not real. They're just made up by us men. Yep. Just want to let everybody know that men are created from fucking nothing. Just thought I'd be the bearer of bad news. Women are not real. You can't actually stick your dick in anything. There's no hot women in Hollywood. That's all AI. Okay? They've had AI since the 1930s. All right. Women don't exist.
Ensure you have every opportunity to upgrade and prepare for Atsu's vengeance quest ahead. You don't have to leave where you're exploring. The game comes to you.
No, I can see why you wanted me to watch this, Chris. You wanted me to get angry. That's what it is.
While
You bastard.
You'll
Looks
discover
incredible.
all sorts of new armor.
It really does.
Looks incredible. That flies in the face of everybody who said that it looks like a PS2 game.
It's like the quality of the
Fucking retards, man.
For
The
building up
visuals,
Atsu around
really,
your chosen
really
playstyle.
nice.
Attaboy. You tell him, Asmon.
Are you stealth, ranged, or melee focused? Find and combine the pieces that are just
He needs
right
to play Ghost of Tsushima. He'll have a deeper appreciation for what he's
And
seeing.
of course, customize the look of your armor and weapons
She looks
to make
stupid.
sure that your version of Atsu
She looks stupid
looks
there too.
and fights just the way you want.
He was starting off
that's
strong.
Cool. That's cool too. That's cool. That's cool. That's stupid. That's stupid. Wow. Loot boxes?
The score of Ghost of Yotei is incredibly special to it.
To see what could significantly hurt this franchise. Oh, I mean, I obviously know. Gameplay-wise, it's not much different from AC Shadows. Is this guy fucking for real right now? Does he know? Did he play AC Shadows? Did he even play Ghost of Tsushima? Does he have any idea how different these two games are? How different they play? At least I can say that I've played both. I may not have finished AC Shadows yet, but at least I played it, and I can say for certain that gameplay-wise, Ghost of Tsushima is superior. You don't want to hurt alone. Oh, great, thanks, Chris. At least I can say that I've played both, and that I, for certain, can say objectively Ghost of Tsushima is a better playing game. Period. AC Shadows wishes that it was as fluid and as responsive as Ghost of Tsushima. That's unreal.
Music's alright.
That's unreal that somebody said that.
Toma Otoa has created a mashup of Eastern instrumentation.
Wow, I thought he was drinking a beer
with
for a second
Western
there.
flavors, brought to life through an exciting collaboration of many talented artists.
I gotta stop looking at the chat, I swear to God, dude.
でこうダウンビートまで
Oh, he did the thing.
If you like what you heard, we're releasing 2 tracks featured in today's State of Play on your favorite streaming service immediately after.
As a huge fan, as huge of an AC fan as I am, even I was creaming after last night's shenanigans. Creaming? You were creaming. Do you want to turn off autocorrect? You were creaming over the gameplay. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Yeah, like it's genuinely so much better. I tried my hardest to change the controls in AC Shadows, but the way that creaming's what I meant. But the way that they don't allow you to change the controls. No matter whether or not that they give you the option to change the controls, they don't actually allow you to change the controls because anything you try and do will break the controls. It'll break the game. I've already tried it. It doesn't work. So you have to play the game that they want you to play it, with the control scheme that they want you to play it with, which is bullshit. I tried to make it like old school AC, didn't work. Didn't work because then you ran out of buttons to be able to use to like do certain actions. So you can't actually play with the control scheme that you want to play with. It's bullshit.
Which one? On Twitch? Or kick. No. Special modes. You can take
the digital
photos?
photography community for Ghost of Tsushima is incredible.
Why is that? He's joking, right? Like, this is satire? Like, damn near every single game comes out with a photo mode. What the hell are you talking about?
We're happy to have photo mode back.
Just because you can't do it in World of Warcraft doesn't mean you can't do it in Ghost of Tsushima or Yote or even AC Shadows.
Yes.
And look forward to seeing photos from your journey.
Oh my god, I was worried they weren't going to have this.
No, he wasn't. He's joking.
Thank god. I don't even use photo mode in Stellar Blade, bro.
We want playing through Ghost of Yote to feel like
photo mode
stepping
in Stellar
inside
Blade
of your
is-
favorite classic samurai films.
Samurai
So, in the beginning of the game, we're happy to offer full Japanese voice track with full lip sync that you can play with subtitles.
Cool.
誰だてめえ
For weebs, yeah, I'm gonna just have them speak American.
Not me. English is not the way to play these games.
一人残らず息の根止めたと思ったまた会えたな刀鍛冶の娘
Oh, she's mad.
覚えておけ。圧だ。
I just can't see Atsu without thinking of that
Take
techno
the feeling
drama.
of stepping into a classic samurai cinema experience one step further. We are honored to once again partner with acclaimed director Akira Kurosawa's estate for Kurosawa Mode.
Bonus
which emulates
horses.
His classic black and white films.
Oh.
I love how
What you?
he's such a fucking smart ass, dude. God, he's such a dickhead sometimes. Ooh, bonus horses.
You get to put it all in black and white? Okay. I guess that's cool. Yeah. Cool.
For Ghosts of Yote, we wanted to celebrate two other influential directors who have had an impact on the genre as a whole.
Damn, look at all those guys.
First, we've partnered with Takeshi Miike, director of 13 Assassins, for a mode that puts the camera closer during combat for a more intense, raw
Whoa.
experience, along with increased mud and blood splatter.
That's cool.
And lastly, we've partnered with the director of Samurai Champloo, Shinichiro Watanabe.
What?
Turn this mode on to listen to some original lo-fi tracks directed by Watanabe himself.
What? Okay. That's alright. I didn't expect that. I think these are kind of like, I mean, in my opinion, these are...
I do wonder if the genre of lo-fi just came from Samurai Champloo because of the way that it was.
kind of like gimmicks, right? But it's cool. Sure.
They are gimmicks. They're just there if you want them.
That's a lot of horses.
There's so many ways to make your Ghost of Yote playthrough your own. But no matter how you play, here's one way to experience Ghost of Yote that is sure to be special.
What is it?
You know, I don't know why I didn't notice this before, but the fact that he said that is really stupid. It did. The guy behind it is the reason lo-fi actually exists. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Like I said, Samurai Champloo was a hugely influential anime, I guess in many ways. I didn't watch it, so I didn't know that lo-fi was a part of it, but it makes sense that it would have been, because it was so many years ago that lo-fi didn't exist at the time. So if that kind of music was in Samurai Champloo, that makes sense. I hate the fact that this guy said, oh, you can experience it in this way. It's like, it's just a console, dude. It's not, oh, cool. Like, it's not going to change the game. It's just, you're playing on a custom PS5. That's it. Like, you know. Yeah, well, you know, that is unfortunate, but hey, it lives on now. I listen to lo-fi all the time. It's chill, man.
Let me guess, is this buying something? This looks like an advertisement. Yep. I knew it.
Yeah. It's not a way to play the game. It's a way to have a cool console.
I could tell.
I love how one of the guys in the chat said it looks dirty. What? The fuck does that mean, you retard?
That was really nice.
Today, you've got a glimpse into Atsu's hunt for the Yotei
God,
6.
I hate people so much, dude. I really do.
Forge your own path while discovering the secret.
Like, no joke, if these guys were in my chat, I would tell all my mods, I don't know how many mods he has, but he's probably got a few. I would tell all my mods that if anybody used the word DEI, they should be banned. Period. I don't want to hear that shit. Enough. Enough of the DEI. We understand DEI existed. It's falling off extremely hard now. Nobody cares. Or I would just make it a banned phrase in the chat. Like, I wouldn't even bother. Like, I'm over it, man. Either I would ban the phrase or the acronym in chat, or I would ban people for using it. Like, I'd be done with it. Like, I don't care.
Secrets of Ezo. To survive, you'll need to master a variety of weapons, using lethal precision to overcome the odds.
Just like with the lefty weirdos, people use the same stupid arguments on the right as well. Enough with the arguments, with the same cookie cutter arguments that you people just keep just vomiting because you think you're smart. You're not smart. You're a fucking retard. If you can look at this and be like, oh, this is DEI, this is comparable to Concord, this is comparable to AC Shadows. Absolutely. Yep. Nope. No doubt about it. You can compare these two games. Yep.
And take revenge as the Onryo.
Stupid
Ghost
assholes.
of Yotei comes out on October 2nd.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much for
Wow,
watching.
so that's in like fucking 3 months. Holy shit, less than that. Wow.
I got a pre-order. I'm gonna pre-order a physical copy. I wonder if PlayStation Direct has it. All right, let's see what he has to say after this. Dude, look at this. Look at this. 18, almost 19 minutes into the video, there were still people spamming DEI.
So, how do I feel about this?
I don't know what to say anymore, man.
Like, it's alright.
People say mid. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I mean...
Do they know what an actual mid game looks like? Or plays like?
I have to really think about it, right? Looks like more cinematic Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah, I mean, like this game, like a lot of the gameplay and everything did remind me a lot of Assassin's Creed Shadows, but I mean, I could also just be, you know, like kind of negativity bias based off of that, because I played that and I was like kind of frustrated about it. There are some pretty cool things. Like, I'll definitely play this.
So he played AC Shadows before he played Ghost of Tsushima. What a travesty.
Game when it comes out, right? I mean, it's not even a question. I mean, again, like, unless some weird thing happens, like, I'll play this for sure. It looks great. I mean,
Look at how many W's are in the chat for the I'm guessing this was a, not a live, but this was a premiere, more than likely. 5.4k likes to 394 dislikes. Yeah, oh yeah, this is DEI for sure.
Played Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? And so, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it looks
but
okay.
the
Ghost
fact
of
that
Tsushima-
he had such a horrible experience with AC Shadows, and that dictated how he felt about Ghost of Tsushima, is kind of the problem.
First, yeah, I'll have to try that out so I can compare it and have a better idea. But like, that's really the way
Don't
that
try
I
it
feel
out,
about
dude. Play it from beginning to end. There's no trying with Ghost of Tsushima. If you don't play through the whole fucking thing, you can't have an opinion on Ghost of Yotei. I'm sorry, that does not work that way. I've played every single AC game up to Shadows. I can have an opinion on Shadows based on the, I think it's like 10 hours I put into the game. I can't remember. I've not put a whole lot of hours into it. I've not finished it, but I got a pretty good idea as to what it's like. And it ain't Assassin's Creed. He's retarded. Yeah.
it. I think the game looks decent, right? I mean, it doesn't look amazing. It's not like, oh my god, this is the craziest, coolest thing I've ever seen. But in a general sense, I would say that I'd rate this at like probably a 7 or an 8. I think this is a decent showcase. The combat and the gameplay seemed kind of, it seemed pretty one-dimensional based off of what I saw. But, I mean, I'm also comparing...
He clearly didn't pay attention to the fact that you can swap weapons in the middle of the battle. And he has no context on what that means from the previous game. Because of how cool that idea is. Because the first game lets you swap between stances because you only use one type of weapon. In this game, they said, how do we make the stances system work with different types of weapons? Well, each weapon requires a different combat type or combat technique, so let's make the weapons the stance types. Genius. What a great idea. But he doesn't know that because he didn't play the first fucking game.
It. So, like, I'm really comparing the combat with this game with something like Sekiro.
Whoop! Right here. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. Does this guy know what PS3 graphics even look like? Does he know what PS3 graphics even look like? This is a person I would like to stab in the foot and say, do you even know what scissors feel like? Like, I would like to stab him in the foot with a chef's knife and then ask him if he knows what it feels like to get stabbed with scissors. I know that doesn't really make much sense when you think about it. I'm just trying to make up an analogy for something stupid. It's a stupid argument, is what I'm trying to say. If he thinks that this is what PS3 graphics look like, the PS3 era must have been one of the greatest eras of all time for graphics. It must have been phenomenal for graphics if this is what he thinks PS3 graphics looks like. What a fucking retard! Just my 2 cents.
Hero or Neo 3 or, like, I don't know, maybe like some of the Ninja Gaiden, like, you know, leaks and stuff like that. So it's all right, you know, like it's okay, but this isn't something that's like crazy, insanely fucking awesome, right? It's basic combat, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why I said what I said. It's a dumb argument. Like, I'm going to stab you in the foot with a chef's knife and see if you can tell the difference between that and stabbing you in the foot with a pair of scissors. Like, you're getting stabbed in the foot one way or another. It's a dumb argument. The same thing with this. It's like, oh, it looks like a PS3 graphics. Did you even exist at the time of PS3? I don't think so. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think this game definitely is going to live or die based off of its story and its narrative, a lot more so than just its raw gameplay and, you know, like just combat, right? I'm like, combat always matters. Combat's important in games, but I do feel like this game has a lot more going for it in that regard. Everyone is skeptical of Ghost of Tsushima's combat when they saw it on video. When you actually play it, you may have a different opinion. Yeah, I think that you're right. And so I'll have to try and play it myself, and then I'll have a better idea. Because, like, yeah, I have no idea. I'd have to go and find it. It's not my...
See, this is where at least I can have respect for Asmongold, because he's willing to go and actually play the game and get a true comparison for himself rather than just believing whatever his fucking, you know, chat tells him. He's at least willing to go back and play Tsushima and be like, okay, I was wrong about this, or whatever the case may be. He's willing to do that. Whereas most of the retards in his chat aren't even gamers. So it doesn't even matter what they say. They're going to say the thing that pisses people off the most.
to be a hard game. It makes you feel like a strong samurai. Yeah, definitely. If it's a flop, haven't they learned? No hot girl. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, like, again, it's like
cares?
This is like more of a historical thing. So it's like if you're gonna have a character that's like not, you know, super conventionally attractive, like Eve from Stellar Blade, I feel like it would kind of make sense in this circumstance. But in general, I think what really matters is like if the game is good. Like Stellar Blade, if it had a male I think what really matters is like if the game.
This guy says, Asmund, why do you like Pepsi so much?
is good. Like Stellar Blade, if it had a male protagonist, would still be a good game.
There's one guy in there, I just saw it. One guy actually said she's hot, though. It's like, yeah, like she's actually kind of hot. It's not going to, like, you take a look at some of her older pictures, she's actually kind of hot. So, I don't get it, dude.
You know, like, I'm trying to think. Assassin's Creed Shadows, if it had Eve from Stellar Blade, would still be a bad game. So I don't really think that's, like, it does matter. Like, and I think that, again, it definitely does matter, but it's not really a deciding variable that I would make 100% decisions on, right? I mean, it's just...
Whether or not Atsu is hot is not the point of Ghost of Yotei. Her attractiveness makes no difference on whether or not people are going to play this game. That literally, people didn't play Ghost of Tsushima because Jin Sakai was a hot dude. He wasn't conventionally attractive either. But people played the shit out of the game. So, if we're going to have this standard of the character needing to be attractive in order for you to play the game, let's play that game, shall we? Jin Sakai was not a good-looking man. By any metric. He wasn't ugly, but he was a pretty average-looking dude. So, in Ghost of Yotei, they have a pretty average-looking chick. She's not conventionally hot. She's not conventionally ugly. She's relatively decent-looking. She's an average-looking woman, which is probably what you would have gotten in historical Japan. I'm not saying makeup didn't exist. It did. In feudal Japan, it existed. Makeup has existed for years, but not every woman could afford it. So, you're just gonna get an average-looking chick. The fact that Jin Sakai was not an attractive man, conventionally an attractive man, did not keep people from playing the fucking game. It had nothing to do with it. You want to play this double standard? Let's fucking play this double standard, because that literally does not have any point to playing Ghost of Tsushima. Nobody played that game because Jin Sakai was a hot dude. Nobody. Right. So, exactly. So, both characters are based on real people. Just like Eve from Stellar Blade, her body is based on a real person's body. And women, ugly-ass women, called that out for being sexist because it was not based, what they thought, it was not based on a realistic-looking woman. I'm sorry. They did 3D scans of this woman's body, and it is based on a real woman. Just because you don't look like that and you're ugly as fuck doesn't mean it's fake.
Does look kind of badass though? Yeah, she does. Like, especially with like the mask on and everything. I think that looked pretty cool. Let me see if it shows it. Yeah, like that. This does look badass. Like,
right?
I'll say it does.
She looks sick
and,
there.
I'd rather a male protagonist, though. Yeah, I would, too. I mean, I'd rather, like, as a guy, I mean, if it's a samurai game, I'd rather play as a guy in a samurai game. Like, how many girl samurais are there?
Again, would I rather play a male character? Sure. Did I care that I was not playing a male character in Stellar Blade? Absolutely not. I was happy playing a female character in that game. But did female samurai or female ninjas exist? Yes. Yes, they did. And the fact that Sucker Punch is taking the chance of portraying a female warrior in, I don't know what period you would call this. It's not feudal Japan anymore, as far as I know, but in feudal Japan, the fact that they're taking the chance and portraying a female warrior in this time is a risk. But I think it's a risk worth taking because they're actually doing their homework. Like female samurai, female shinobi, they existed. They were known as kunoichi, but, you know. But they existed. It's just rare. So, unlike AC Shadows, which didn't do any homework and blatantly come out and say that, oh yeah, Yasuke, he was a samurai. Yep. Take our word for it. Yep, he was. Don't worry. Don't worry, he was. Did we do our research? No. No, that's too much reading. But we know for a fact that he was a samurai. Yep. And they're going to go on and say, oh, no, yeah, we totally did our home. No, they're going to say that, oh, no, these guys didn't do their homework. Female warriors didn't exist. Would you rather be playing a male? I think most men would rather be playing male characters, but for the most part, if you're going to just blatantly ignore the fact that female shinobi and possibly some female samurai existed, I don't know what to tell you, man. Get educated.
And also, I'm a guy. I'd rather play a male character. And I'm sure there's women that probably feel the opposite, right? Or like they're like, I don't want to have to play a male character in every one of these games. So I'm glad there's a girl game.
Right.
But like that's just the way I see. And how many 0? Yeah, she's not a samurai. Well, like you know what I'm saying, right? Not necessarily samurai, but just like a, you know, a warrior in
female
feudal
warrior.
Japan.
Yes.
Right. That's it. And it seems like you'll be able to tell that she's a woman. Yeah, I don't think so either. It's probably not going to be a big part of the story. So we're gonna have to just wait and see. But overall,
again, if you're gonna be able to tell that she's a woman, it's purely based on the aesthetics of her armor. Not even like, yeah, okay, if you put some like samurai looking armor on her, you're probably not gonna even notice that she's a woman. Other than the fact that she makes grunts and sounds like a woman, and maybe that she's a little bit smaller, but that's it. Like, it's not gonna be a factor in the gameplay.
I thought this was decent. And it certainly wasn't a disappointment. I don't think it was crazy, insanely good, but it was all right. And
look at this fat bitch right here. Look at this fat bitch. Does she not look like a toad? I love the fact that somebody, who was it? Somebody on Twitch got banned for like, oh, it was Tectone. This whole thing with all this nonsense. Tectone, he got banned for like a week for calling her a fat bitch. But she's not once been banned because she aligns with Hassan Faggot Piker on things that he believes. Like, these are his orbiters that they're being called. These 3 women are being called his orbiters because they all just align with his nonsense. Tectone called her a fat bitch and got banned for like a week or something. I think it was Tectone. Don't quote me on that. But she has said far worse about him and so many other people and not gotten banned for it. Double standard? Maybe. But yet she sits here and looks like a fucking toad. With this fake ass hijab.
I think that's decent enough.
Sorry, had to say that.
And so, yeah, that's the way I feel about it right now. And, yeah, depends on the bath scene. Oh, jeez. The first one's combat was so smooth.
I said the same thing. I want to see her ass, dude. If we don't get ass from Atsu, fucking double standard.
Yeah, and I think also they were recording this on like a PS5, and the FPS on the game were really bad. I think that was another big problem with it too.
Yeah.
She just happens to be a girl. Yeah. And I think that's the issue, is that a lot of times this kind of stuff will happen, and then you...
All right, that's enough. The hell's in here? Weird. Okay. Okay, so... I'm on my PC. Do I want to be on my PS5? I honestly don't know. Like, I'll call her names. I don't care. You act like a fat bitch, you're going to be called a fat bitch. Yeah, no, thanks for that, Chris. Thank you so much for that. I want to punch a lot of people in the head now. I really want to continue with Anthem, but then what am I going to stream on Monday? I honestly have no idea. They don't sell Anthem on here, do they? I'm pretty sure it's only on EA. Well, it says it's exclusive to EA Play, which is really stupid. But they did that on purpose because they're, you know, canceling it. Essentially. Canceling it. Oh, wait. I have Dead Island 2 for free on Epic Games. I forgot about that. I love Dead Island. Dead Island 2 specifically is just so freaking good, man. All right, we'll fire up the old PS5. Yeah, yeah, surprise! I'm on PC. I'm gonna get my coffee.
Yeah, yep. Just trying to scrape the dead skin off my nose. It's annoying. That's dead skin. It's dry skin. All right, now I can put the ice in the tumbler. Like that's my thing about this modern thought process that these women have. You guys know I love women. I am a women fan. You know why? Because they have boobs and vaginas. And they're cute and they say cute things. But in what world has it ever been okay for a woman to call a man certain things, call a man names, and not be called something back? I think fair is fair, right? You're gonna... Oops. I left my rear burner on this whole time. Wow. I'm an idiot. So I've been burning cash. Nice. Almost literally. There's the water. Okay, we'll do this. So, I think if a woman is going to open her stupid mouth, okay, if she's going to open her dumbass mouth and call a man certain names, short, fat, ugly, all this other shit, then she should expect the full rebuttal in kind. Broke. Right? You love hearing that one. A lot of women are allowed to say whatever they want without any consequences of any kind of retaliation. But I say, no more. I say, if you are going to sling insults at another human being, don't be surprised when they retaliate with their own insults. Don't be surprised. Why should you be surprised? when they tell you that you're a fat bitch for what you said. You called them ugly and fat and broke, right? Why can't they call you a fat bitch? And you look like a fucking frog. That's just me.
Oh, but don't take it seriously. I'm just joking. Oh, I thought you liked men because you give off that type of aura. I'm not gay. Also, in 10 years, I've never seen you with a girl. Yes, I know. Don't remind me. Nobody on this channel has seen me with a girl because even if I had one, I wouldn't publicize it. That's my private life. I'll tell you guys things about my private life that it's fine. Like, I don't mind telling you guys. But I don't think I would actually publish. This thing never charged that whole time? Oh my god. But there are things like me having a relationship that I actually wouldn't publicize. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't actually tell you guys about that. It is not something I would want to do. Yeah. Oh, we gotta get the disc. Yeah, I think overall, in general, not just women, but everybody, people need to learn their place. I think that's ultimately the issue with society today, is that people don't know their place. And they just speak whatever nonsense they feel like they can speak, and it shouldn't be allowed. Period. Why is it so tight? Yeah, you shut that shit down immediately. When you see somebody step out of line, you shut them down. You tell them that they're wrong, and here's why. Yeah, that doesn't taste like it did yesterday. This tastes way better. So, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm getting... Because, like, the coffee at work is fine. It does the same thing. It's just Keurig. But the iced coffee maker here at home, that didn't taste right to me. Shut them down, but they will insult you as a consequence. Yeah, but they're wrong. And you could just keep telling them that they're wrong, so... They'll get pissed. You keep telling them that they're wrong, they'll get pissed either way. I mean, that's okay. You'll never get through to them. That's not the goal. The goal is to piss them off. The goal is to piss them off to the point where they have an aneurysm. Okay, so let's go here.
Can't let you go unprepared.
Searching glaive is... I'm still working on that. Targeting beacon's good. So now we just kind of do this again. The rally cry. Tempest strike is good. I hated that one anyway. Venom spray is what we're going for now. Gear damage, sniper damage, support recharge. L1 recharge, shotgun. I'll go with this one. And then there's detonating strike, which is the other one that we need. That was weird. I had my PS5 controller hooked up out there to my charger thing, and it didn't charge it at all the whole time. That is so annoying. I thought it would. It works on my headset. Didn't work on my PS5 controller. No, the thing is that when you hop out of line, when you step out of line in society, people need to be able to put you back in your place. Alright, he took it. We need to hold each other accountable for the things that we say and do. Period. Dude, how many trains are gonna come through here? Seriously.
That's all from me today, Freelancer. You have done wonderful work.
Perfect timing.
Speak to you soon.
And I think that's where we've gone wrong as a society today. Online, in person, period. People need to be called out on their BS. And they need to be put in their place. Because we don't shame people enough. You should feel ashamed with the way you present yourself in public. And that includes online. That absolutely includes being online. That's a public place. They're public spaces. You should be shamed for things that you say and do if they step out of line. If everybody just stayed in their lane, none of this would be a problem. But nobody seems to think that there's a lane that they have to stay to, adhere to. Would you drive slow in the passing lane? No. People would be pissed. You'd be getting beeped at. People would go around you at 80 miles an hour. Because you're in the wrong lane. So why can't we take that analogy and apply it to real world situations? Don't be an asshole in public. Period. And if you are, somebody should say something. Yesterday, I was out shopping. I was coming back from the liquor store, you know, getting my whiskey and everything. And I had a green light. I was going straight. Well, the asshole on the right side of me who had a red light, because it was an intersection, he had a red light. He thought it was a good time for him to turn when I was about 20 feet away from him, going maybe 20, 30 miles an hour. He thought it was a good idea. But did he care that I was coming at him that fast? No! Didn't care. That's my guy. I don't know what I'm doing. Didn't care. I beeped at him. He still didn't care. And then I had to basically follow him most of the way back home because he was going the same direction. What did I see him do? Somebody was taking a right turn into a Stewart's, and because he's such an impatient piece of garbage, he decided to basically go into the other oncoming traffic lane over a double line just to get around the guy because he was taking a turn. That's the kind of guy that was that I was dealing with there, and I wish I had held on my horn longer than I did. He was a complete fucking asshole, and I wish I could have put him into the side of the road. That would have been nice. He had a nice, you know, Mercedes-Benz SUV, so posh, so dickish. I got a 2010 Volvo that I'd be okay with slamming into his piece of shit fucking SUV. But you can't do that. You have to deal with these assholes and let them get away with it because the cops are nowhere to be found. But that's the type of guy you wish you could GTA the shit out of, pull him out of his car, and beat him half to death.
I will.
Get out of my way, you dumbass.
Freelancer, our cypher friend has scars in your area.
Uh-oh. Hi.
And it was an old guy, too. And I don't give a shit if it's an old guy or a young guy. I want to beat the shit out of you because you're an asshole.
Finish off the scars.
You know, people say never settle your differences with violence, but you know what? That's sometimes the only language some people actually speak. And it'd be real nice to see them bleed. You gotta let them throw the first punch, though. That way you have a reason to hit them back.
So, that happened.
Well, the scars will leave your base alone now.
Right. That was terrifying and dangerous and kind of nuts.
And this is the really dumb, long dialogue for no reason.
Possibly a little bit impressive.
Agreed. Hey, remember when this was supposed to be an easy mission?
Was it? Anyway, I need some time. Till later, Freelancer.
Till next time, Bren.
This is the only reason I do things on hard mode, because it just, sometimes you get into, like, the tail end of a mission, and it's done in, like, 3 minutes. And then I'm good. That's 2 now. I need 2 more to finish the Venom spray, I think it's called. I probably should play on Grandmaster 1 to see if anybody's actually playing on Grandmaster 1, so I could potentially get the other things that I need.
went down.
Ah.
This is it, Freelancer. You can finish it. Are they retreating?
You're welcome.
They're retreating. You did it.
We did it.
Use the relics. Destroyed.
The fort is safe again. Oh,
No way that's it.
Brain,
Freelancer?
I don't think it's over.
Oh, never mind. I thought that was literally it.
Freelancer? I've never seen a relic do that.
Hold tight. We'll get this done.
Me either.
Bryn?
Yes. Oh, looks like we found it. It's making echoes? Grab them to silence it. We can't let this thing reach the fort. It could destroy everything.
That's why we won't let it.
That is some relic. I mean, that is some relic that you can absolutely and easily silence. It just keeps going.
It'll fall.
We're wearing it down.
I hope so.
You kind of glitched out there for a second. Mine.
That's it?
I think that's it.
That's really it?
That's really it.
Scars, the relics, the scar eye, my sentinels.
We did it.
We did. Come see me back at the fort when you can, Freelancer.
Kind of going through it. One more and we're good with the venom spray there. It's honestly kind of ass, I'm not gonna lie. Like, what the hell is this? What the hell is that, dude? Like, I hate the close range crap. It's boring. All newbies. Got it. Ooh, we got a better version of detonating strike, though. That's good. You're over your vault limit. You cannot go on an expedition until you visit the vault and salvage items. Wow, they force you to not... Wow. I can't believe they force you to kind of just like, oh, you gotta clear things out. Well, here's the problem. Now I have to switch javelins and get rid of stuff that I don't need. Yeah, shut up. I have to switch javelins. Yeah, I get it. Shut up. Okay. It's mostly these. We have to get rid of a bunch of these. And the problem is that I have to be careful not to take off the ones that have a link to the other classes. I'm just gonna get rid of these. They're a dime a dozen. Eventually, I'll get, you know, get them back or get good ones or whatever. Yeah, I think I'm already done with... Oh, no, there's the Venom Bomb. I completely forgot about that. Oops. Because this is already done, so... And now I can... Oh, wait. Already got one. Nice. And we can get rid of everything else. Eh? Alright, let's just go to the Ranger. Okay. And then, because they have a bunch of shit that I can't see in that one, so... No. Yes. That. I mean, I don't even know how I want to play each of these classes, so this was really just to get the challenges done. Not that one. Oh, good. I actually can't select the ones that even grayed out because those are on my other class. That's good. At least you can't accidentally delete the ones that you're already using. I'm actually glad to know that. Because that would be annoying otherwise. Now, the question is, which one do I want to use? I think I want to use Blast Missile on the... Blast Missile. Not Blast Missile. Though there... that doesn't have... Yeah, maybe Seeking Missile, because it has... it's an active ability. Or it activates a combo. Yeah. Seeking Missile. The vault is just full of crap. Again, I think the vault should be separate, but that's just me. Alright, it's just... That's a new weapon, and that's a new weapon. That's it. There. Arctic Tomb. Yeah. I'm good with freezing things. Shield max, no. I think we're good with the one I got right now. But again, I'm gonna be playing the Colossus. Oops. I think I already did the components, right? Yep. Almost at 800 with this bad boy. Look at him. He's so big. Eh? Oh, yeah. You got a new grenade launcher. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. You have 1 item's marked. No. No, don't salvage that. Yes. Oh, yeah. Right. I don't like the fact that the vault is like what it's, you don't have extra storage. The vault feels like something that you would call something, like a storage unit or something like that. There's no inventory in vault. The vault is literally everything, which is really stupid. Because you can visit your vault. For what? That's what I want to know. Why can you visit your vault? It just shows you what's in your inventory. You could just go to your inventory and look at what you have. It makes no sense. Damn, I had the most on the storm here, it looks like. Alright, so now, apparently between all of my classes, I have 102 items, which is kind of nuts. Okay. Now we're fine. Alright, so now we need Venom Bomb, which we just equipped. We have Venom Spray, which we need 1 more, and then Detonating Strike, which we have. So, we're going to be done in 5 missions. The question is, should I get the platinum now? Well, I did want to play more Mass Effect Online, so I don't know. We'll see.
The bomb's arming. Keep near until it's finished.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, the dailies. I'm always forgetting about the dailies. That was weird. Look at how close I have to be for that. It's such a stupid ability. I thought that's what we were doing.
All clear. Enemies down.
Done. Nice work, freelancer. Come see me later.
I'm gonna refill the rest of my coffee here. Oh man, I don't know if Alright, let's go to the launch bay. I don't know if I'm gonna keep this creamer, the Snickers flavored. It's good, it just doesn't taste as good as just regular plain creamer with honey in it. I think I'm pretty much off of the whole sugar idea when it comes to, like, my coffee. Sugar just does not taste good in coffee. Ever. Either in hot or cold form, I don't like the taste of this. Not as much as I like the taste of regular creamer and honey. It kind of blows my mind right now. It's not as enjoyable. Which, it's just kind of wild to me that that's happened. Venom spray was done, so now we just do this, right? I think. Right, and this is the Venom bomb, right? That's it. Venom bomb and detonating strikes, or detonating strike, and that's it. And we have the platinum. Just 4 more missions. Oh, nice little progress bar there. I mean, I can tell when it's 100%. Okay, I was just remuxing my recording from earlier.
They're taking fire! Get over there!
Understood.
Hold on my way.
Dominion crates, weapons, armor. Not good.
Diggs cut a deal with the Dominion.
Yes, but with no fragments. What's he going to trade?
Plan to sell us to the Dominion.
What? Diggs was going to sell him to the Dominion?
Weapons for freelancers. That's the deal.
Finally, let's get that bastard.
Yes, gather the freelancers to fight this coward. Right beat you to the central cavern. We can't let Diggs get away this time. You hear me?
I definitely hear you.
I was gonna say, I heard something drop here. There it is.
Many outlaws down here. Diggs can't be far.
We'll find them. I promise.
This is crazy.
This is crazy.
I don't think I hit that guy with that, but this ought to be interesting. You know, for an ability that's supposed to that has the name of detonating strike, it's weird how it's a setup ability. It's kind of countered to the name. Like that. That's so weird that it's called detonating strike, but it's a setup ability for a combo.
Diggs, about time you came out of hiding.
Sure, you caused me a lot of problems, but that, oh, that must sting. Makes me laugh every time I think about it. Howard, this doesn't end well for you, freelancer.
Oh, what's that? I can't hear you.
Diggs is finished. You did it.
It's over, Jarl. It's done.
Yes, and my friends, you found them. Their stories will continue.
Not a bad day.
Got the popcorn there, Chris?
Truth. Thank you. Now come home. We have much to talk about.
Forgot to restart the replay buffer. Damn. Just hungry for that popcorn.
Generators powered down. I should take care of the...
Oh, there was something on the floor. Oh, well. It was a purple. We're looking for the orange. Shared it, of course. With who? Lucas? Then you had a pizza. Pizza's good. I thought about buying a pizza when I was at the store yesterday, but I was like, man. I already had, like, tons of food at the party, so I was like, I'm not gonna be eating this later on, so might as well just skip over it. Let me just double check to make sure that notifications are on. I want to see this platinum pop. There we go. We're almost there, boys.
Reports of a missing freelancer. See what you can find. I'll get over there.
Look at that little butt flap on my ass.
Search for that freelancer.
Ow. I kind of did that to myself. Whiff.
Now, use those explosives to blow up the scarred munitions. Got it.
Oh. This whole one at a time thing with these, this kind of bothers me just because, like, we could pick up another one and bring it to another location. But instead they have us do one at a time, which is really kind of annoying.
Good start. Continue.
Why are we not standing over here? What the hell are you guys doing? You plant the explosive, then you just walk away from it. What the hell is wrong with these guys?
Very close. Keep going. Finished. Nicely done. Well done. Losing these stockpiles will hurt them. Now sweep the rest of these pests away.
Okay. That's all for the scars.
Let's call that finished. Since you're in the area, I might have something else for you. A freelancer is in a bad way. Make sure everyone gets home.
I'll head over there.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Dangerous out here alone, even for a freelancer.
Understood.
I mean, not really. Let's be honest. We're kind of badass. Better than Sentinels, that's for sure. Sentinels are kind of pussies.
You scared them off, but they will return.
Will they? Yeah, I guess they would, because they're dumb.
You make trouble, you get trouble.
I understand.
Good, finish off the rest. Quickly now.
Got it. No more scars in the area. Glad you showed up.
You look strong. Good job.
Feel strong.
Ah, very good work. Well done.
Yeah, I think that's one. I think. I did I did my VR workout yesterday. Did beat the beats. Dude, my traps, I'm not feeling it right now for some reason, but my traps are sore. And not like up here, but like in the back here. So maybe it's not my traps, but it's like right here towards the top, so maybe it is. I don't know. It's sore as hell. I have no idea why. I've done beat the beats so many times.
Trouble, there's a second arc in his camp. Get over there before the scars take you.
Noob sauce.
On it. Sentinels never expected these kind of numbers. The scars are out of control.
Oh, please.
Got it.
There. Now they're not out of control. It's a wide area to cap it in.
Okay, good. But enemies remain. Stop them.
I really hate when people just walk around in front of me. That's so annoying. What are you walking around for, dude? Like, jump and fly or something. Ah, I whipped on that one. I don't know why I did that. Whoosh.
Finished off all the scars. That seems done. Not so bad. Damn, Sentinels are in a bind. Find them. I'll see what I can do. The Sentinels are up against a lot of scars. Help them out. Got it. Okay, good. Take a few breaths. More on the way. Very good, but you can't let the rest get away. Understand? Understood. Cleared all the scars. They are scattered. You have one. Excellent. But not done yet. So much trouble out there today. Outlaws just captured a group of Sentinels. Get out there and crack some outlaw heads. Okay, on my way.
Yeah.
Outlaws have a camp. Find the sentinels first. Very important.
Okay.
Now we focus on ending this camp. Let's hit some key spots. Careful, one of their leaders has appeared. We must be doing something right. Okay, good. The enemies remain. Stop them.
Understood. It's over. Clear the area.
Let's call that finished. You did good work. Helped many.
Full mission right there.
Stay alert, freelancer.
I gotta reinstall the PS5 version of 2042 so I can play the Hazard Zone game mode. Try and get those trophies. Alright. Bathroom real quick. Be right back. All right. Get the fuck out of my way, bro.
One more done. Wonderful.
Dude, lagged twice in front of me. All right, that's enough. Jeez. Dumbass scorpion.
That seems complete, I think. Excellent work today, Freelancer. You've helped me immensely. See you back at the fort.
There you go. We did it! Platinum! Ugh! And we did it in record time. I only started playing this game, what, a week and a half ago, maybe? Did a humongous majority of it last weekend. Legitimately did a humongous majority of it just because, like, that one trophy was extremely annoying. Shelve it until you are told to destroy it. Yeah, I'm never going to destroy my physical copy of this game. They can tell me to do it. I won't do what they tell me to. But either way, we did it. There's the platinum. Little bit anticlimactic, but it's fine. It's fine. Either way, we got the platinum. Nope. Back to my boy. Back to my fat boy. Look at that. 812. 812 masterwork. Curious about the store. See if it has anything different. What's next to tackle? I'm gonna get Battlefield 2042 PS5 version on the download, and we're only gonna use that version to play Hazard Zone because more than likely we're gonna find a game in Hazard Zone on that version. The PS4 version we've already tried. Basically nobody plays that version, so it's tough. I don't see myself getting the trophies playing that version of the game.
That's who. Hey, you should shop here.
Hey, you should shut the hell up. Hey, what is Final Judgment anyway?
We've got new stock, which is a good thing.
It's a component, but oh no, it's not. Let's go.
Welcome to my store. Browse away.
I don't really want to. Oh yeah.
Let's make sure you're in top shape.
Looks sick, dude. And it even is like combining my paint that I had. Problem is I don't know what color I had before. Or what the default color is. Oh, reset the default. There we go. It just sucks that I can't do that here. Okay, I couldn't remember which one I actually set. Alright. Okay, so now I actually want to see what color we're looking at here.
Welcome to my store. Browse away.
Oh wow, he's just like full on just, well, it looks like pretty much black except for the green part there. Oops.
Let's bring a little thunder.
I think it was this, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. But it wasn't that vibrant of a green. It's kind of like this, actually. And I guess that's pretty much it. I definitely want to change this color, though. This color doesn't look good there. Sick. Don't know where I got that from. What paint is new? There are like no new colors, so I don't know what it's saying. I don't know what's new, but okay.
All right, let's get started.
Oh, it's a rifle. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, hold on. That's a grenade launcher. What we need is a autocannon. There you go. The Fist of Straw. There's a grenade launcher there. We're going to do this, obviously. We're going to leave that there. And then the ordnance launcher. Oh, no. We go from the firewall, which I like, which is a setup, to something that is a finisher. But that's a finisher as well. Balls. Oh well. Is it gonna like? Can I get in the bay? Like, I just want to take a look at my character before I swap games here. Like, look at this guy, huh? Look at him. He's chonky. He's little chonkers. Look at this. He's got his grenade launcher on his back, and the autocannon on his hip. That is ridiculous. That's how big he is. Boosh. Okay. Another platinum on my belt. Oh yeah. Boosh. There it is. All before they got rid of it. Alright. Let's see if I have space or if I need to clear it up. It's 139 gigs free on the M.2. That's fine. PS5 games, M.2. Let's get Battlefield reinstalled again. For the 100th time. Look at this. 4 trophies. And you know what one of those is? One of those is simply getting a T1 badge on a vehicle. You know how long that's going to take? I've got time, but this, and I've said this before, this, if I can get games of Hazard Zone, the T1 mastery badge on any vehicle is going to take longer than these two here, probably combined. I have to successfully extract 25 times. That's it, and that's just purely just playing the game mode and just extracting. This one's going to be a little bit more difficult because I have to make sure I extract with data drives. And you can carry up to 5 data drives at a time, but you have to be able to extract with them. So basically, if I get lucky, I'll extract with 5 data drives every single time, 10 times, and then I'm good. I've already extracted with some, so that's obviously less than that, but still. So not 4 trophies, 3 trophies, then the platinum, which is the 4th. So here. 95 gigs. Gonna take a while. Gonna take a while. Gonna take a while. Ha ha ha. 36 trophies, that's it, huh? Balls. Let's try to see if we can get into a Hazard Zone game in the PS4 version. I doubt it, but let's try. Let's give it a try. But again, the PS5 version is probably more likely. I'm also going to pause this because this game has bad enough netcode as it is. I don't need a download going. I mean, we'll see if we can get it, but Season 3 Triumph bundle. Oh, I forgot. We still have some unlockables, but I think I've already got that. I think I've already got that skin for him. Look at this. I already own all of that. They're just re-releasing crap. First things first, we're gonna go support in Hazard Zone. Yeah. I doubt we're gonna find a game. It'll probably put me in my own lobby, and then I'll just sit there until it kicks me out, and then we'll try again and again and again. Yeah, I'd basically have to focus this play or this game mode for quite a while. But that's why I want to play the PS5 version, because I'm more likely to get into a game, and that way I can actually focus it down. But we'll see. See? I don't know why it bothers putting me in my own lobby when there's nobody here. It requires 20 of the 24 to start. Why can't it just require, like, 8? Because it's 4-person teams. 2 teams go at it, fill the rest with AI bots, and you're good to go. But no, they want 20 people. Yeah. It's not gonna find me a game. Okay. I know I shouldn't have uninstalled it. I always do that. I always make that mistake. Okay. Wait, hold on. There's a patch note. On the 1st of July, patch 1.3. Rebalancing the perks economy, getting you to the fun faster. Go give it a try now and equip some powerful perks. Read the full patch notes for the details. On Steam? Wow. This is kind of like Inception here. Our statistics show that slightly less than 5% of our player base owns a level 3 perk. That is a different stat from actually equipping it. For a variety of reasons that we need to address, players are not using higher tier perks, and this is just not just due to the unlocking costs. This economy rebalancing is just one step we are taking to improve. Mass Effect. We'll play Mass Effect until the download's done. I don't know if the download... I mean, you know... 25, like half an hour left. Excuse me? Why am I doing this again? I've already played on this version. Looks like my PS5 controller is finally charged. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 da. Ba ba. Ba ba ba. Why is this playing? I've already... What the fuck, dude? See? My Apex rating and the mission... I've already played this game, bruh. Can you just, like, not be dumb? First of all, medium dynamic range? No, 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 no. Wide. Now, how do I turn off VoIP? Alright, turn that shit off. Why are my settings not set? I don't understand that. I'm just gonna mute that. Right. Quick match. I think most people are playing on gold these days. Let me just take a look here real quick. Yeah, so I'm working on, as of right now, I'm working on my human male adept. I really should just start from the top and go down. I think I already I already customized this character, so we should be good for now. Boosters, assault rifle amp, and defensive shields by 10%, increased shield by 40%. Alright. We've got 3 points. I'm going to save these because... we'll do any. Look at how quick that was. People actually playing. I'll see how it feels on here again because I can't remember because, you know, again, it's third person just like Anthem. But I remember this actually having a little bit more input latency, which I'm not really a fan of. So I have it installed on my PC so I can play it at 60 FPS. And it does very, very solidly. Actually plays at 120 just fine as well. You guys know me. I just want to play on my PS5. I actually still need to see what the rest of the trophies are like. I honestly don't remember.
I'm reading a flatline.
I mean, I guess it's not that bad.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Am I lagging though? Because I'm downloading.
That hurt them. Be ready.
I gotta increase my sensitivity. That is not high enough. The Y sensitivity can stay the same, I think. That's not bad. The problem is, again, this is just...
Look for an entry point.
It does not feel the same, that's for sure. Uh-oh. Oh, I almost fell off. I don't know what difficulty this is on. Actually, I think I might have turned down the sensitivity because this is just way too high. I think I turned it back down to this sense because it was just too high. I can't, like, fine aim. But there is a input lag, which I'm not really happy about. I didn't mean to do that, but it worked out anyway.
All clear for now.
I just really want to hit R3 to float in the air, but that's just not something you do in here. This has got to be on, like, bronze, because guys are definitely dying pretty quickly, so. And they're looking up at the sky for some reason. There we go. Grab the ledge, damn it. Oh! I was gonna say, assist, that was my kill. Oh, that's our guy. Is it? Yeah, it is. Wow. Damn. Oh, got him. Never mind. Really? Oh, he's got a shield. You bastard. Come here. I mean, I guess I can float there, but I have to actually start, like, aiming in the air. Yep. I just have to aim in the air, and then I can do this. So, I guess you can float, but...
Enemies headed your way.
Nope, wrong button. I'm like the only one up here. Wrong button. I wanted to hit left on the D-pad and I hit freaking up like an idiot.
Better.
Ooh, what's up? Damn. She dodged my shot there.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Now, I could be lagging because I'm downloading, which is more than likely the case. But I also could be lagging because, like, you know, the host's connection is just not great. That's also a possibility. But I'm going to chalk it up to me downloading. That's why I'm getting lag spikes here and there.
Target eliminated. Teammate injured.
Don't die.
Ah! The hell off me.
Scratch one target. Squad member down.
Dude, I'm getting shot in the back and I'm not even like there's no real indication that I am.
Squad member down. Nice takedown.
What? I didn't hit him. Dude, I hit L3 to start flying. Anthem. This has got to be bronze, right? What is this? Yeah, it is bronze difficult. I knew it. Not terribly difficult, but if you do get caught out, you will get punished. What? Why am I getting hurt? Ah! Why am I getting hurt? What the hell's going on? There wasn't any, like, cloud of poison or anything. What the hell? Oh, come on. Yeah, here we go. Can I not get shot from the side here?
That's how Apex gets it done. Come on home.
There we go. Yeah, the thing about the multiplayer here is that you just gotta farm a lot. You just gotta run through missions constantly, building up your credits. It was when loot boxes were still prominent, and you basically get every unlock by doing that. So you get a bunch of currency, you buy the loot boxes with the in-game currency, and then, you know, they do have a premium currency in the game, but hey, I came in second, nice. They do have an in-game currency, but it, you know, I think you can still buy it, but it's, you know, whatever. Yeah, I could get used to, like, playing that, but it's just a matter of, just playing it and getting used to it. But I do have it installed on the PC, so if I feel like playing at a higher frame rate, I can. Be right back. Okay. Let's see, did I let me just pull that? Don't know if this is the twist tie for this. That's fucking broken, of course. Twist ties are garbage. Okay. We're just gonna chill until this finishes, and then we'll see if we can actually get into a game of Hazard Zone. It'd be cool if we could. It would be cool if we could. Oh yeah, you guys see Cyberpunk is now available on the catalog. So, if you've never played Cyberpunk 2077 and you were looking to do it for a, well, essentially free. I mean, if you're a PlayStation Plus member, it's either extra or premium tiers. You can download that. Same thing with Diablo 4. Just like me, if you were kind of, you know, not really, you were on the fence for buying it, you can download that for free. It's part of the monthly PlayStation games. Never played... You know, I had no idea that Deus Ex, the first game, was actually brought out on console. Genuinely, I had no idea. I thought it started at the second game. So I might actually play this on here. I'm not gonna lie. Emulation of the classic PS2 title, playable on PS4 and PS5 for the first time, which is pretty crazy, actually. And they got the original Siphon filter, Ebola 3. What the hell is this, dude? Let's see what this is. Is this like supposed to be Resident Evil or something? Yeah, it's literally Resident Evil. Or trying to be. I mean, it's the third game, so it must have done really well with the first and second games. It's Resident Evil. Visuals aren't that bad. I'm not gonna lie. What the hell was that? Did he speak? What language was that? That looks awful. Just don't stick your dick in that one. Was that FMV? Did they actually have FMV in this game? Are we going back to Command and Conquer? Org. Which stands for what? Organization? Ebola 3. I can't believe there's 2 more games before that. Are we done? Hey-oh, alright. Fingers crossed here. Hopefully we can get a game. Or hopefully we can get into Hazard Zone at all. I mean, I don't think this game even has triggers, so it doesn't really matter. Actually, yeah, I don't think Battlefield did the whole trigger thing.
Ready. Auf geht's.
Let's see what happens. I have my doubts. But I'm more likely to get a game on here, like I said before, so because it's just a wider player base. taking longer to get into a lobby, so maybe it's actually searching instead of just placing me in an empty lobby. It took a while, but who knows? Maybe it found people. Maybe that's why it took longer. Or not. Or it's gonna fail right here. See? You piece of shit, dude. It's kind of crazy I've been going for 7.5 hours. I did not expect that at all. We watched 4 hours of, like, videos just on Ghost of Yotei. And it wasn't even 4 hours worth of video. It was just simply me stopping and starting videos and talking in between. Mostly. Let's go! Look at this, see? Why did we lose a person? That's not the character I chose. Oh, man. Can I... Yeah, let me be Falk. So my entire team just left me. Am I just not on a team now? Like, what the hell? What is happening right now? I'm by myself. Why am I by myself? They just left. What the fuck, man? I get into my first game and I'm by myself. Oh my god, that's dumb. I mean, I can't leave. Here's the thing. If I can survive and just get to the extraction. That's probably AI shooting at me. Yeah, it's just AI. They're gonna give my position away. Why did I get put on my own, like, by myself? I don't understand that. Oh, here comes...
Spotted an enemy vehicle!
Here comes
about 50 meters from my position!
That guy on with the shield definitely saw me. This is trash, dude. I cannot believe that. I really hope they don't see me. They're gonna see me.
Spotted an enemy vehicle! Around 70 meters from my position!
How... Dude, I have to last 6 freaking minutes. No. No, wait.
Spotted a hostile!
God, dude,
40 meters from my position!
I'm lucky they didn't hear me. This blows, man. This genuinely blows. That I'm screwed this hard. There was a whole team on my squad, and then they just disappear. Like, what the hell, man? I'm just gonna stay right here. Where's E1? I just need to extract, what was it? Not 50 times. 25 times. That's still a lot. 25 times is still a lot. Where's extraction 1, though? I don't see it on the map at all. And I bet you it's not going to be easy because, well... Well, they're going to be going for it, so... Yeah, and if I quit out of this and try and find another game, it's just not going to it's not going to matter. Because this might be the only game that's actually working. Yeah, see, they're right around me. They're grabbing those data drives there. I would like to know where Extraction 1 is. I don't see it. See, there's data drives. It's not on the map. It's not on my HUD. So... I don't know where it is. Man, fuck this game. Why did it put me on my own squad? Oh. Am I right? Oh, man. It's on the other side. Oh, look at that. Dude, they're on top of the freaking building. I saw those shots. I saw those shots, and they're gonna see me the moment I pop up here. It's right on the... Up there he is, see?
Marking a hostile.
That's a person.
200 meters.
That's no NPC, that's a person. I'm fine with dealing with NPCs, but I'm not fine with dealing with people. This is ballsack, dude. I can't believe the game just did this to me. Well, we got 2 minutes. There's 3 data drives over here. I'm gonna try and at least get 3 of those.
I've secured a drive. Collected another data drive.
Still 2 minutes. Was that another one that just landed right there? Apparently not. I'm not sure what happened there, but okay. There they are. Dude, this is such trash. That is genuinely such trash, man. That I get the first game I want to play on this and I get screwed this hard. And they just happen to come from that direction, which is not great. Can I just... Why can't I pull my shoot? There we go. I'm gonna try to get back over there in 30 seconds. So I can at least try and fight them. Get my data drives back. Maybe I'll get them right here.
Fast data drive secured. Data drive secured.
There they are. I'm just gonna try and go around. Hopefully they don't see me. Nope, that's AI. Okay.
170 meters.
Oh, good, a tornado. That's just what I need. Oh my, dude, no way it's already over. Oh my god, that was them, dude. They took my drives. And now we won't know where extraction point 2 is until, well, it happens. That's bullshit, dude. I fucking hate that, man. I hide the whole time.
Hostile located around 50 meters from my position.
They weren't carrying any drives. Balls. Oh, wait, there's 5 on this guy.
Data drive secured. Hopefully not the last.
I don't need to reload. Can I just see how many drives I have? This tornado is really stupid. Stop. I have all 5. Okay. Now I have to try and get out of here. Extraction 2 is it, man. I have 5.5 minutes to just sit and hopefully nobody sees me. I'm gonna sit right here. I bet you Extraction 2 is like on the other side of the map. That's the only way that I could guarantee me actually kind of extracting successfully is finding one of those redeploys. It'd be nice to know where Extraction 2 is, like, ahead of time, but then again, I think that's the reason why they don't show you ahead of time, because, well, people would be sitting on it the whole time then. There it is. What did I tell you? It's on the literal diagonal other side. I'm gonna have to get a vehicle and just go. Don't you dare. Don't come this way, dude. I don't know if those vehicles survived over here, but I'm gonna have to grab one and go. That'd be the only way I can get over there. It's gonna make me a target, but I'm gonna try and do what I can. This ain't gonna be the way that I get these trophies if this is how it's gonna be. I'm gonna take one of these Jeeps instead. I don't wanna be exposed on a quad. There's probably a team already over there just sitting on it. Alright. I'm just gonna run the rest of the way. There's 3 minutes left. There. Is that an AI? Yeah. It's just a bunch of AI. Dude. Yeah, it's just a bunch of AI just parachuting in. And, well, they could kill me. That's the shitty part, is the AI could definitely kill me. I mean, the AI doesn't need to extract. The AI is literally... Screw off, dude. Would you? Yeah, the AI is just here to basically be a nuisance. No! Are you kidding me? That was a person, too. You're a piece of shit, bro. Oh my god. I literally busted my ass getting there. Are you kidding me? It was an absolute dickhead move, dude. Fuck you. I gotta put a suppressor on this thing if I can. That's the only way I'm gonna get by. Because he definitely heard the gunshots. That was bullshit to begin with. I got completely fucked. I can't, there's no suppressor on this. Fine. I'll deal with it. That's bullshit, dude. I got completely fucked because I got put on a team and then they all just left. Or they all moved to a different squad or something. It was such garbage. I told you guys, I knew somebody was bound to show up and they were probably sitting back there, I don't know. That is such horseshit. That's the kind of crap I'm gonna have to wade through. Just constant nonsense like that where it's like I get screwed over. Why everyone on my team just left, I don't know. Or got moved automatically. If that's the case, then the system can go screw itself. I literally was 2 minutes away from extracting. I mean, at least there's people playing the game mode, but... if it's going to take this long to find, you know, people to put in the game, and then, you know, having to actually play the game and hope that I can extract... I mean, I don't even know where the stat is that I might be able to, see how many data drives I've extracted or something, you know? Right? So what's the specialist, weapons... equipment, vehicles, traversal, maps, modes. So hazard zone, 3 hours total. Intel extracted 18. Okay, so we can at least know how many drives we've extracted. So out of 50, we're like almost halfway there already, which is good. But that was horse shit. That I got screwed like that. Thing is the least number of people that are in this game, the better, because then we don't have to deal with too many people extracting or too many people in general. I can't believe that happened, dude. I lasted all that time.
Let's make every move count out there.
And I got lucky that the first pickup that I was able to find was a resupply or redeploy, but I didn't see another one along the way, so. I don't know what this guy's doing. He's just like back and forth with support and all this other stuff. Now that I've got a full team, we'll see how this goes. Probably not very well. Land with a truck. And we've got somebody just going off on his own. But I think what we have to try and do at the beginning here is eliminate as many people as possible, because there's only 3, 4, 5 data drive points, and they're all kind of like spread out, so... And then the later data drives pop in. Whether or not these guys want to go for the data drives, I don't know. We'll have to see, but...
Multiple enemies on my mark. 110 meters.
We do have to be careful popping off like that, though. AI is just going to keep respawning, so we have to be conscious of the fact that, like, that could get us killed. Alright, so he gotta redeploy. Hell no, dude.
Collected another data drive. I've secured another drive. Ammo here.
Data drive tagged.
I'm glad that they weren't that great at shooting. Otherwise, I would have been dead.
Hostile spotted! Northeast!
That's bad. This one guy's just going to go off on his own. He's going to get himself killed, and we have to deal with it. That's a person. That's a person. Dude, no fucking way, man. I'm gonna try and get in here. Maybe they won't see me. No, dude, come on. Great. I love that our teammate just completely fucked us. Thanks. My drives, dude.
150 meters. I see one of the Ranger drones. Tango on my mark.
I would just really... Oh, no. Is that an AI or is that a person? I didn't even see. I can't believe I didn't kill that. Are you kidding me? The hell, dude?
Requesting ranger drop at these coordinates.
They didn't have any.
Fast drives secured.
Dude. E is on the other side. I'm by myself.
Located a hostile vehicle 250 meters away.
And we got a sandstorm coming in. My boy, let's go. This guy actually came back for me. I hope he can drive well, though. If I can extract with these two, I got 20. Oi! Get in the Jeep, bro. Oh, please. Okay, I take back what I just said. Is it on the top? It's on the top. Oh, shit.
Man down.
Dude, fuck off. No way. No, you don't! Fuck you, dude! Fuck you, dude! You've got to be kidding me! Where is our... Right there, right there. You're dead. Fuck! That is such trash, bro. Serious, that is such garbage. Are we kidding right now? Oh my god. I should have just... That's such a death sentence.
Let's get started.
To sit on the helicopter or the Osprey and just... Yeah, oh yeah, let's put in... It's just Grenade City, and I completely forgot. I can't even extract, man. This is going to be a nightmare, just trying to get these 2 trophies. I have to extract, and I have to extract data. So one way or another, I have to do those things. They're not just like, oh yeah, just play 25 games of Hazard Zone or something. No, it's got to be, you got to extract. You got to do these stupid things in a game mode that barely anybody plays. That's a good idea. There's just no cover, you know? But I should have stayed out there and just blasted them. I don't know why our team wasn't, like, there together. That's the problem. Our team was just completely not there. That's the key to this game mode, is your team has to be together. Otherwise you're screwed. See, look at this. It's just like, so all the people that were playing this game mode were in that game. Forget it, dude. That ain't happening tonight, that's for sure. What the? Excuse me. I've never once chosen McKay. Thank you very much. So that was all the people. They were all in that one match. That's how many people are playing. Like, that's insane to me to think this game's got thousands of people playing it. Maybe not like, you know, a crap ton of people, but like thousands enough. And only 16 of them are playing Hazard Zone between PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Really? That's hard to just believe. Oh my, yeah, of course I get on the team that's getting shit on.
Tango sighted! 90 meters away from me!
Soldier down! Need help!
Tango spotted! I completed fire!
See how different this is from the PS4 version? There's so much like visual recoil, not just you know, I was like, how did he nope, I'm dead. I'm not dead. Like, how did he shoot me?
Enemy sighted! Southeast! Enemy! Hostile neutralized!
I can't spot this guy for some reason. I literally see him, but I can't spot him. I'll never understand that. But you see like, we've been looking at the PS4 version of Battlefield 2042 for a while now. You can see that there's a massive difference. There's added visual recoil in this version, whereas the PS4 version, it's pretty like just rock solid. The only recoil that's in the game is with the weapon, and even that's mitigated by the system, and it's crazy to me. Dude, I cannot believe the 2 games of Hazard Zone I played were just absolute shit shows. Absolute garbage fires, man. I just want to play a game, see how well I do here. I just don't know if I'll be able to get those 2 trophies. That's a lot of games to make sure that you extract in, and you're not, obviously you're not guaranteed an extraction every single game. Unless you just have people who just kind of don't pay attention and they just, you know, they're just not good or something like that. Whatever the case may be. And now it's having trouble even just finding a game here. Performance, not graphs, bar. I want to see what the stats are on the PS5 version of the game, because we already know what the PS4 version runs. Dude, get me in a freaking room, man. It's literally... What about the people that I just got into a room with? Are they not playing the game? Like, what the hell's wrong with these systems? Why did it take so long? But again, this is not going to be the norm. I'm going to play the PS4 version. Since I'm on it, I'm like, let me see if I can even remotely do well. All right, let's see. Time nudge is at 10 milliseconds at the moment. Latency is at 25. We'll see how that goes, but normally on the PS4 version, we're probably looking at around latency of, yeah, like high 20s, low 30s. Time nudge kind of goes up and down. Alright. There we go. I've always said that the blast radius on her cluster grenade is way too wide.
Fight!
Ah. Whoop.
I'm here to help you. Need to reload. You're going to be okay.
Not wrong. Ah. Freaking Sundance, man. Wrong button. I pushed the wrong button. That would have been bad.
Hostile neutralized.
And keep in mind, again, the aim assist in this game is far different than it is on PS4, so this is gonna be interesting.
Cover me. One down. I'm out. Reloading.
Damn it. That head glitch is ridiculous. Oh, that was not where I should have thrown it. Whoop, that went through the map. Got him. I saw him. That was awful.
One down! Cover me!
Nope.
One marker, double time!
Nope. Push them back. I wish I had a grenade. That was lucky. Oh my god, she really needs to disappear, please. That's... Oh my god, dude. She's such a bitch.
Target eliminated!
Whoop! Oh my god, dude. Sundance, you're a bitch. Dude, this is... Every time I come back there. Okay, I thought I saw somebody over there, but nope. Okay. See, my latency on here is much better. It's like 25. And they got behind us because, of course, they did.
That's one down!
Yeah, as soon as I turn away from there. Look at that, I'm at the top. I had to try and get it in there. Nope, nothing. Really? Oh, he's right. Stupid flashbang. He's right there. Get him. That freaking flashbang got me, dude. Dude's literally shooting from there with no suppression. Ow. Ow, my toe. Got to.
Back on your feet.
Oh, we got behind him on Delta.
Threat eliminated.
Oh. Dude, oh my god. See what I'm... Oh my god, no. I'm lucky that went over that instead of hitting it. It's just not... The luck that that guy just had with that is unreal. The luck he had with that. If I didn't go there, I wouldn't have gotten hit by that. It would have gone over our heads and probably behind us, maybe. But I could have at least survived it. Dude, I'm not gonna help you.
Cover me. Go down. No one dies on my watch. On your feet and fight!
Not a medic in sight.
Hostile fire team! Threat eliminated!
Okay. And again with the fucking Sundance, bro. You're terrible. Ah, whiff.
One down!
The hell? Where did he get me from? Yeah, okay, they're over here. That's what I thought. What a surprise, it's Sundance. Bitch. Level 27 PC player.
Throwing grenade!
Got you back.
We need every soldier fighting.
Would have been nice if you pointed that guy out. Isn't that where he was shooting from? I don't have a grenade. What? I didn't even get an assist for that if he's dead. No, he's not. And then there's that guy there. Potentially. Rez, potentially. I'm in a good spot. Yeah, you know you want these points. Oh, too late. Too late. Nope! Oh my, dude, no footsteps. Where are the footsteps, man? They keep getting behind us, and it's just like we finally have forward momentum, and then they just get behind us again anyway. That's really obnoxious.
Tango down! Cover me!
Dude, how come some of them didn't hit? Oh, I got a 3-piece there. Okay. No, screw you. Oh, I wish I could get up there. Damn it, she's right there too.
I'm out! Reloading!
Got her. Yeah, I knew it. They're behind us. Because this teammate died right here, so. It's only one guy. Oh, there you are. I knew it. I knew I saw something. They love that spot, man.
Hold on, reloading!
I'll tell you what. Oh, we got... They got A, but we went forward and got Charlie and Delta. I just didn't realize they got A. Because of course they did. They went through the tunnels downstairs, more than likely. So now we're going to be fighting back to get our own objective.
Hostile neutralized!
Damn it, dude. There always has to be one. Ruins my freaking surprise. Oh, great. This is not good. Now we're actually looking at a problem. There we go.
Eliminated.
Took a guess. I would guess right. Whoop. Excuse me. How can you see me? Was I spotted? Got him. Uh-oh. 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 Here they come.
Tossing grenade! Target spotted!
Why? Yeah, alright, I got him anyway. I got him. Why? Why? Just why? Is he in there? Is he down below? Nope, there he is. Got you back, I think. I don't know if that guy killed me, but I got him back for some reason. What a terrible set of shots, Adam. That was awful. You're better than this. Knock it off. I'm really surprised at the lack of sentinels. Damn. I got his equipment, but I didn't get the guy? No, that's bullshit. The hell is that? Dude sidesteps and I miss all those shots? Somehow I don't believe this. You know, call me crazy, but you know. I don't feel like I should have missed any of those. He literally had no health. Oh my god, that's annoying. Come on. No. Okay. Dude, I'm asking for a res. There's two medics right there. There's my teammate right there. And what do you know? His name's I don't know you. I don't care if you don't know me. Pick me up. Two medics. Two medics right there. Nope. It's over. Nope. They said go screw yourself. Nice. Great medics right there. I'd literally be looking for as many pickups as I could find. I gotcha, I gotcha, I gotcha, I hear you. Oh, wow. Okay, you really gonna do that to me?
Hostile neutralized! I'm here to help you! Show them how a true warrior fights! Enemy down!
Dude, how are you dying, man? What are you doing? Man, smoke would be great if it was gone. Okay, he had no health. He probably should be dead. Just saying. Alright. Ammo box would be nice. Could at least get my grenade back. All right. Why is it taking so long to kill people? Oh, shit. Wow, dude. Wow. It's just nothing but cluster grenade. What the hell was that? "66 kills, but they're not all assault rifle, of course, which is what I want. That's okay. It's fine. They don't all need to be assault rifle kills because this is absolute chaos. Okay, there was nobody there. Got it. Dude, why? Ugh. Can I please, just get what I need? Nope! Up!
Cover me!
Reload? Why didn't the reload finish? No! He didn't have any health either! What the hell? I shot the guy in the back. The guy behind directly, not directly like on him, but like on the wall behind him, definitely had no health, and I definitely should have hit him there. He was a one shot.
Grenade!
Jeez, dude. Every time I look over there, it's like, nah.
That's one down! Vamos, let's reload! Reloading!
Of course.
On your feet!
Dude, all these new accounts, I genuinely don't believe that there's this many new people. Seriously. This game is more than likely coming to the end of its life. Oh, here we go. Am I dead?
Hold on, reloading!
More than likely going to be coming to the end of its life either this year or next year. And you mean to tell me people are going to join the fray now? I don't know about that, dude.
We need a medic!
You know, pointing him out would have helped me understand where you got killed from. That would have been nice. That would have been nice to see. Nice little orange ping. Dude, get out of the way! Either shoot him or get out of the way! You just blocked my kill, man!
Show them how a true warrior fights!
Stupid. Oh, there's a guy in here.
Hostile neutralized! Target eliminated!
Ow! Nope. No hit marker. I think I threw it over him. I was waiting for somebody to come over there. No way, I beat you! No way! Oh, he had the K30, never mind. Never mind, he beat me. Yeah. And they got A1 and B and... Oh, no. No, 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 no. This is desperate. Are you kidding me? Guys. You can't be serious right now. We can't... That's sad. That's sad. Wow. That's just sad that we just lost that. That is some horse shit right there. I got 75 kills, but it's not going to tell me how many assault rifle kills I got? Come on, bro. Okay, apparently I'm doing just as well on here as I am on the PS4 version. That works for me. I literally need one more... Well, I already have that. What am I talking about? I'm pretty sure I do, right? That was Zane? No, it's Irish. Yeah, I already have it. I don't really care. That's ballsack, dude. We shouldn't have lost that one. Well, I think we're gonna call it an evening here. It's 9 o'clock. Not that that really means much, but it is Sunday. Which sucks, but, you know, what are you gonna do? I want to thank everybody for joining me today. Impromptu stream, I know. Now that but huge win today. We got a new platinum. I don't know if I'm even gonna worry about this platinum. Those last two trophies, not the last two, but the two trophies that are they're gonna force us to play Hazard Zone on. I just don't see myself getting those in a reasonable amount of time, because you have to get into the game to begin with, and you have to get a team that's willing to actually not be stupid. And, well, yeah, we got screwed on the second game. I got screwed on the first game, let's be honest. My whole team was just gone. And then the second game, I should have known better than to get onto the helicopter, because they're just going to bomb the crap out of it. So that was a dumb mistake. But, you know, we got the platinum for Anthem. Let's go. Might play that. I'll probably just play that off stream. I don't know. There's a lot more I can do in it. But, you know, that was the goal, is to get the platinum. We did it. And, now we can move on to the next thing. See if I can, you know, get to, maybe playing Mass Effect Andromeda. That multiplayer is still a lot of fun, so we'll see. But, join me again tomorrow for more streaming. Probably Mass Effect Andromeda, I'm not gonna lie. Or, maybe we'll try and, like actually play a game, you know? Try and finish it. Can't wait. But, until then, I'm Adam Wolf, this is Battlefield 2042, and we'll see you guys later.